Hello and welcome everybody to the GDQ Hotfix for this very special Christmas special. We're going to be going through the land of Eagleland, or aka an EarthBound 90% glitchless speedrun done by Peen Tree. I'm very excited for this run. This is one of my favorite JRPG speedruns of one of my favorite games of all time. Very fitting for a Christmas sort of stream because we're going to have a lot of winter weather in the speedrun, along with a lot of other weird stuff too, but just an amazing speedrun and one I've been wanting to show off for a while, and I thought, why not just do it on Christmas? It's definitely no better time than the holidays for it. So we are being joined by Peen Train, Missed As Games, and Attack Slug. So Peen Train, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Hello.
The run.
Hello, I am unfortunately Peen Train. I have been running this game for just over 3 years, and I love it despite the fact that it has a lot of RNG and it's very mean to me. And I guess I'll introduce the commentators as well, who I have with me, starting with Attack Slug.
Oh, hi. Yeah, hi. I'm Attack Slug. I also run Vanilla, EarthBound, and I do a lot of the randomizers. And I met Peen Train through EarthBound, as well as Miss Des, who's also here on commentary. And I've been playing this game since like the 4th grade when I saw it at the rental store. Yes, those used to exist. And got it for Christmas in 4th grade. So this is my EarthBound anniversary. And I love the game. It's charming. It's wonderful. But as Peen also said, it can be a bit cruel. What do you think, Miss Des?
It is definitely a cruel game, but a very enjoyable game when it works out well. I've been speedrunning this game since about April 2019, and I have a really similar story to Attack Slug. I rented this from a Blockbuster and got a copy gifted to me for a birthday present because I didn't get it for a Christmas present. And I've really been in love with this game since I was a kid, and it's an honor to be here today.
Suppose I'll start this off.
Yeah, let's do it.
Since this is a non-manipulated category, we'll do some extra cursor shuffles just to make sure we get RNG that has never been seen before. I'll start things in 3, 2, 1, go.
So in this first cutscene, there's not a whole lot that happens. We get the introduction and about 1 minute and 8 seconds before we get control of the character.
Yeah, you do have to sit through this minute and 8 second cutscene every time you reset a run, but I think other speed games have it a lot worse for, tutorials you have to slog through, lengthy cutscenes that are unskippable. This one's not too bad. You have to sit through this, and then you have to walk up and down a hill. It really doesn't take that long.
Yeah, it also gives you maybe a little bit of time to prepare yourself for what is to come. The 90% glitchless is, I think I saw someone say, a pretty heavy run. Runners such as Peen Train can finish in around 4 hours, but maybe beginners such as myself, I've only run it a few times. I still can't break 5 hours, but you just got to work at it. It takes a lot of practice, and it takes a lot of knowledge, and both Des and Peen have both of those things, and skill. Don't forget skill.
It's always the first major barrier is cracking the 5 hour mark, which is deceptively difficult because of this game's RNG and the things you have to adapt to.
So much so that we have a special role in the EarthBound speedrunning Discord, which I am an admin of, for sub-5 runners. It's a nice milestone, and then the next kind of barrier is 4:30. We don't have a special role for that, but sub-4 hours, you get another kind of like special thing in the EarthBound speedrunning Discord.
Your name changes colors. Can you imagine? It is an incredible milestone to me, though, especially sub-4.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of miss having the sub-4 color. Now I'm an admin color, and it's just not as cool.
But thankfully nowadays, the non-manipulated category is a separate category. So you're not obligated to do, 30 to 40 minutes of RNG manipulation to get a top level time at this game. And that would not be very marathon safe, so I wouldn't be doing that here anyway. But we don't have to do that. We don't have to do precise inputs and care about movements that NPCs are doing to know what RNG we're on. But it does mean I might have a dog or a crow or any number of things attack me when I next leave this door.
Yeah. So there's just a little bit more, like, I guess, quote unquote, cutscenes to get through. And then that's when the actual game, we like to say, so to speak, starts, which is when enemies start appearing. And that's when you'll start having to use special movements to get around or away from them. If you're not aware, there is a thing in this game that we like to call despawning. And that's where you can walk away a certain amount from the enemy if you're able to, if they haven't aggroed onto you, and they will maybe disappear or it'll spawn a different enemy. And that's going to be used a lot in the run. So you will see Peen kind of like walking back and forth to try and get rid of things throughout this.
We might be seeing our first instance of stutter stepping as well, which is a whole other thing to explain. Basically, some enemies, the first of which would be the snake if we come across it on this hill climb. Some enemies only move when you move. And if you sort of stagger your movement within like an 8-frame window, they won't detect that you're moving, and they won't move closer to you. And it's a lot easier to show it than it is to explain it. So it might come up in the next minute. We come across a snake.
We'll expect to see up to 3 different types of enemies when we get outside the door. A dog, which will aggro on you and then move directly at you. A crow, which has a really weird swooping movement and can sometimes get stuck on things or spontaneously move very fastly at you. That one got stuck. And there also could be the snake that will move at you when you are moving. And that's when you can take movements that are smaller than it sees to be able to stutter step past it.
That one we don't have to. It's stuck behind a tree.
Lucky.
Just peeking.
Okay, well, this was about the luckiest hill climb in the world.
This is an amazing hill climb.
That was
Wow.
the smoothest hill
I will
ever.
never get this. Anything sub 5 minutes when you talk to Picky here is incredible, and that was.
Let's go. There are a couple of things I don't know if anyone noticed, but when Peen was first going around that first loop, the crow, she waited to see which way it was going to move, and since it was moving into the trees, she knew she could get past that. And so, like Des was saying, the crows have those swooping kind of erratic movements, and you can kind of hope to see and kind of guess which way they might move. And Peen was correct in knowing that it was going to move into the trees and not at her.
I was also doing kind of a fun thing with the meteorite there. So you saw it like flicker, it changed directions a few times. That's just if you mash the select button on the player 2 controller. One of the only things that the player 2 slot does differently, and it's not clear why, but it's just fun. It doesn't invalidate a glitchless run. Overmashing's not great though. Little cosmetic oddity you can do.
That's cool. I didn't know that.
The only things I know about are that meteorite, and then in Summers, when you're doing the player name, there's like a little boat flag off screen that'll flicker in the same way if you hit the select button on player 2.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love that boat.
But the reason I have 2 controllers is you're also allowed to use a turbo controller, because no one wants to wear out their hands from running a 4-hour RPG. So it doesn't actually give you like a competitive advantage. You could short-term outmash a turbo controller. You wouldn't want to, because you would exhaust yourself. But so I'm not pressing anything right now. I just have the turbo controller on.
Yeah. And in that respect, if you weren't using turbo, a lot of the game, you are going to be mashing A and the L button. And that's going to be advancing text as fast as possible, as well as like movements and things like that, or menuing. And so you can, as Peen was saying, you can imagine having to like hit those buttons like a whole bunch throughout a 4 to 5 hour run is gonna start wearing the old hands out.
This fight, by the way, you have no control over. You just have to hope that that Buzz here does big enough damage rolls.
Buzz did his job. Thanks, Buzz.
If I had to nitpick, one of those rolls was a bit low.
Did anyone explain auto battling at all?
No, I don't believe that's come up.
Not yet.
So this game has an auto fight option. It will either bash or life up if you're at a certain HP threshold. I forget what the exact percentage is of your health that it
25.
has to be at. 25, thank you. It will never use a psychic attack other than life up. Oh, it will also, if you have a status ailment, it will heal it automatically. But it will always use the strongest possible healing move that you have. So if you have a cold, which you can heal with healing alpha, it'll use healing gamma for no reason.
Yeah.
So that's sort of a drawback of auto fight.
Yeah, it can work against you. Auto fight will also never use items that you have in your inventory.
Correct.
It's really advantageous for a couple of fights when you know you're kind of within threshold of getting a win, or you can sometimes use it to take advantage of the fact that you know it will do a life up for you, and you can auto fight faster than queuing up a life up manually.
Yeah, but the main reason it comes up is even if you're did I say yes twice? That's a time loss.
I don't know.
But even if you're using a turbo controller, it is faster to auto fight on multiple rounds of a fight than to keep menuing bash over and over.
We'll see it used mostly for the only level grinds that we'll do in the game, where we grind on slugs after the Frank and Frankenstein boss. But before we go and try and fight the King of the Arcade, we've got to go and grab...
Oh, God!
Sorry, that was loud, but that startled
But that
me.
came from under a bush. Where did that come from?
Behind the tree.
Sorry, Des. Go on. It wasn't.
Yep. We're going to go and grab this really cool baseball cap from this fan of ours, and then we're going to turn around and sell it for a less awesome baseball cap and a cheap bracelet to equip ourselves for this first gauntlet of enemies at the arcade. We're going to pick up this hamburger here, and we're going to fight 2 pogo punks who also drop hamburgers to help give us some early game heals. Food items in EarthBound restore HP. Sometimes they will also restore other things or grant statuses like skip sandwiches.
Yeah, the fastest way to sell this rather valuable baseball cap that I have equipped is to equip it rather than to, go to the sell menu in this shop. So actually, I technically bought a worse baseball cap so that I had enough money to buy the cheap bracelet, which is the much bigger defense boost, which you would normally have to level grind on quite a few enemies to even be able to afford. But selling that baseball cap from the little secret clubhouse, the shortcut to get enough money quickly.
Yeah. Des was mentioning you fight the pogo punks and pogo punks and they drop burgers. It is 100% burger drop when you fight the pogo punks, and we fight 2 of them so that we have a total of 3 burgers. Essentially, you want to save your burgers throughout the Frank and Frankenstein fight, because once you get out of there, you can choose to buy more, but if you have more, you don't have to buy as much. For giant stuff.
Drank a can of fruit juice, heals all of 6 HP, but for this gauntlet, it does help.
Yeah, these pogo punks have the ability to do a charge forward attack, which will do a damage range of somewhere between 9 and 14, or a normal soft attack, which will do somewhere between 2 and 5 HP of damage. Our next enemy in this little gauntlet here is the S-Man Jr., who has a hula hoop. He can swing the hula hoop and hit for bigger damage, about 10 to 12, or do a soft attack for 2 to 4. There's also a 1 in 64 chance or 32 chance for a bag of fries to drop, which did not.
Is 1 in 32.
32, okay.
I think that's going to happen a lot in this run, is one of us correcting the other one about what the odds of something is.
Just know that enemies can drop items, and there's a chance.
So with this Frank fight here, Peen Train's going to be healing anytime she takes damage, because mortal damage can sometimes happen like that, but she had a heal queued up, so the fight continues.
Yeah, we can also see you can abuse this game's rolling HP mechanic. So this game has the HP rolls like an odometer. In fact, it literally looks like an odometer. And in a speed run, when you're severely underleveled, you can take advantage of that to get either attacks or heals off before someone dies. And that comes up a lot in Onett because you have one party member and he does not have a lot of HP. But it is frightening.
Definitely. And Frankie Stein is a little bit more of a scripted boss fight here. Frankie Stein will always do a burst of steam, then a punch, and then a burst of steam, and has a 50-50 chance thereafter of doing a soft or a hard attack.
It's a little spooky because I outsped on 2 separate heals. Now we're good.
Oh, but we got a crit.
You don't want Ness to
crit with
outspeed on a heal
Smash.
because then you'll get hit immediately after the heal, which is not what you want for the rolling HP.
And you have no real control over that, and sometimes Ness is just a little speedy boy, a little more than expected. I had Ness outspeeding eating hamburgers on Titanic Ant earlier today, and that was a little frustrating.
Oh, no. Yeah, it's like, which is worse, Ness outspeeding or just missing it in general?
Ness would say, why not both?
Yeah, both are detrimental.
I was gonna say my favorite thing about EarthBound was pretty on display in the last fight, and also on Frankie's, the rolling hit point system. Just kind of giving you a lot more, I guess, what's the word for it?
Time?
Agency that you wouldn't normally have in a JRPG,
Yeah,
especially of like this era.
Because I think a lot of RPGs have tried to add a real-time mechanic to a turn-based battle, like Chrono Trigger has some real-time, options in it. But I really like the way this game went about it. It makes the battles a lot more tense than they normally are in something turn-based.
Yeah, especially in the speedrun where you are really going through with the bare minimum at all times.
Yes.
So it's really easy to just accidentally perish. And a lot of times there are ways to like prevent fatal attacks from like actually ending your run if you can just figure out what you're supposed to do and do the menu inputs fast enough to prevent it from actually knocking you out.
I'm going to be buying an embarrassment of hamburgers because the next boss I'm going to be fighting is rather deadly, and I will very possibly die if I don't do this.
Yeah, this is a typical strat you see people do, is to buy as many hamburgers as they can.
And unfortunately, the inventory system in EarthBound is not super advanced. We have to buy items one at a time. They don't stack, and we can only hold about 14, is it, items per character?
14? Yeah. Yeah, I feel like inventory is something that a lot of people who maybe didn't play this since they were younger is kind of one of the big qualms that people will maybe like mention when they try and play this game later on, is the inventory system. Because it definitely is a part of the run, is inventory management in general.
So this is the 1 level grind in the run. Because the only realistic way to get past the Titanic Ant in a non-manipulated run is to grind to level 8. You get an AoE attack, which by default is called Rockin'. This is a lot of mice. This is what I don't want.
This is also stutter stepping.
Yes, I am getting to show that off. But what I want right now are slugs. They typically come in packs of 4. There's what I want.
But sometimes that happens.
Usually the reason they break off into singles like that is because there are slugs on an upper floor and they're getting confused about which one to join. At least that's my understanding of it.
I believe so, yeah.
That is my understanding of it as well. A little strange that we saw the single and then the triple, but the mechanics are a little interesting in this game. as always, we will probably disagree with some green and red swirls later in the game.
But the fact that I have a mouse stuck on that wall is actually intentional. It makes it so that the only thing that can spawn in this plate is slugs because there's already a mouse there. So I'm intentionally not despawning that. It's actually advantageous to have it there.
So these attack slugs have 30 HP and a 1 in 128 chance of dropping a bomb. We tend to associate the bomb both with a blessing and a curse on the run, because it's very rare to see it, but sometimes when you get it, it doesn't help out because the run is just extra mean anyways.
I got sort of an unwanted 3-pack of slugs, so likely I should hit level 7 after this. I'm going to fight that mouse to round it back out. So what I want is 22 slugs by the end of this grind.
Yeah, trying to reach level 8, which is when we get our first PSI move, which is quote-unquote Rockin', and it'll be Rockin' Alpha. And that's going to help with defeating Titanic Ant quite a bit.
Of course he crit me.
Since
that's kind of the gimmick with these mice, is they have a very high gut stat, which makes it very likely that they will crit you. It's something like,
yeah.
I forget if
220, right?
I forget if it's 40 or 60% that they'll crit you every time they attack. Oh, that's a 4-pack of slugs.
Nice. So sometimes you'll see runners get all 22 of their slugs, or maybe a little bit over, depending on the packs, on the first floor, because on the first floor, only the Rowdy Mouse and the attack slugs will spawn.
Yeah, unless you go in one of the side caves, then you can get ants.
Right, yeah, but out in the open. But as Peen moves up into the cave of Giant Step, black Antoids will start spawning, and we do not want to mess with those. They are very rude.
Yeah, they hit hard and they can call for help. So stutter stepping becomes a lot more difficult when there's a lot of enemy lag, which is what's happening right now. There are spawns off screen and on screen from other floors. We just narrowly avoided that pack of enemies.
Very well done, Peen.
So up here is where 6 packs of slugs can start spawning, which would create so much lag that if I did not want to actually fight these slugs, they would be kind of threatening because they would create too much lag to stutter step. That's what I want. I'm feeling for lag there, so I'll know that there's a 6-pack of slugs up top.
Yeah. And that is something that you will experience in EarthBound, is sort of this feeling of lag where you can actually feel the game kind of like slow down, and that can be an indicator that there is a large group of enemies on the screen ahead of you, so that you can, and sometimes you can use that to your advantage, specifically in this part of the game where you are looking to grind enemies, which Peen said is the only time you grind enemies in the game.
This will be level 8 right when this fight ends, and of course we got put to sleep, so after a certain number of turns, the slugs can use hypnosis on you.
I am seeing some folks asking about how you were doing your stutter stepping, Peen.
Yeah, so to reiterate, there are some enemies that move when you move, and if you stagger your movement like that, they won't move toward you. It is about an 8-frame window until they detect that you're moving, and then it temporarily switches to a 4-frame window. That is to say, it's fairly precise if you want to do it to where the enemies never move.
Yeah, so as you see, they did move just a little bit, but...
Yeah, it's easier when there's fewer enemies on screen.
Mm-hmm.
That spot is tricky because the second floor of Giant Step is actually off screen there, so sometimes you can have packs of slugs that you can't see that create lag. And this is probably the scariest fight in the run. You can do everything right here and potentially die to this fight. If you're wondering why I have an estimate that's 30 minutes higher than my PB, I think this guy is most of why. Because it's about a 5-minute time loss if I die to this guy, and it may or may not be my own fault.
Right.
Going well so far, though.
This is where the Rockin' really comes into play. Those 2 ants behind Titanic Ant, they're a different type of Antoid where all they do is life up. So you want to take them out with the Rockin' as quick as you can.
Yeah, and the reason you want to take those out right away is they... Actually, I forget if you just said this. Wow!
Excellent fight.
GG's. All they do is life up, but you got through Titanic Ant like the champ you are.
I was so focused on the ant fight, I wasn't sure if you just said the thing I was about to say.
That they're different kinds of ants?
Yes.
Yeah, I said it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't want to ant-splain over here. Yeah, we crit for a very funny number, which actually only happens when you have 23 offense, which a lot of runners don't want, because if you have at least 24 offense, you can instant win on a single antoid, which can sometimes come in handy if you're not in a good spot to stutter step. Mm-hmm. But that's the advantage of 23 is, funny numbers. I didn't have to eat a single burger, so I'm actually not going to grab the one in that box, because I'm now at risk of having too many.
Yeah, we still have an embarrassment of burgers, which is what you want coming out of the Titanic Ant fight. You did see that Peen didn't grab that little box, that little gift box, which has a burger in it.
Yeah, I would almost always grab that on the way out of here, had I used any on that ant fight.
Right. Typically, you have to use burgers if that ant fight had gone not how it went. But coming up, the next gauntlet we have to go through is the cops. The police do not want to let us out of Onet.
Yeah, the biggest reason that fight is scary is if he crits you, it hits you for so much damage that there's potentially not much you can do about it. For example, if he crits you while you're doing a rockin', your HP will roll all the way down and there's no way to outmenu it because the animation of doing the rockin' takes too long. At which point you have something like 17 HP left, which is not enough to mash out a heal with the rolling HP. So you're just dead. He could also, if he crits you and then hits you right after, like on any other turn, you just barely have time to menu out a heal. If you take like a frame too long, that's an exaggeration, but if you take a little bit too long, you will die. So it's a scary fight.
Sometimes the ant will just crit you twice in a row.
Yeah, twice in a row is also death because the animation of him critting you takes too long. So you're also dead in that case. So there's a lot of ways you can die to that fight that like straight up aren't your fault, even if you play everything safe. So I'm very glad to be past that.
Yeah.
Now, these cops do sometimes have the ability to crit for 44, but they also will frequently do crush and chops for 25 to 30 something damage, and sometimes will do soft attacks for 12 to 18.
Trying to avoid using my psychic points right now just because I have so many hamburgers, but they sure do keep doing crushing chops.
Yeah, and there's sort of like HP thresholds where you can choose to use a burger versus your psychic points to use life up. Because typically, once you get through this cop gauntlet, you want to have at least 20 psychic points left to take care of Captain Strong. But it doesn't always work that way.
Yeah, at a certain point, if your HP is low enough and you keep eating hamburgers, it's going to heal for such a small amount, and the cops will keep hitting you for such an amount that you'll just end up in an endless loop of eating burgers forever. Is what I'm trying to avoid. But right now, we're at a good HP threshold. Oh, unless he crits me. We're eating another one. But we have full psychic points, and this is the last cop before the boss here, so I can sort of dunk on this guy and do a rockin' on him and hope this one-shots. It did.
Excellent.
Nice.
These
and
enemies...
he dropped a hamburger. That is a 1 in 8 chance for these cops to drop a hamburger, which, depending on how many you used on Titanic Ant, can really help you in a PB attempt. Just to be extra safe, because if he crits me and I'm not at full HP, I can very much die. So, gonna eat a burger, even though I had quite a lot of HP left.
96 is an excellent roll. The Rockin', by the way, has a average roll of 80 plus or minus 40 for a damage range. So the 96 was really nice.
That was a good roll.
I have at least one burger left. I forget how many. I forget if it's one or two, but I have at least one, which is good because there's an NPC coming up I need to hand a food item to.
Apple Kid is a fantastic NPC that we're going to be going and visiting next. In Tucson, he's a quirky inventor who's very hungry and needs some investors for his inventions. So we're going to go by and give him a food item and $200, and he's going to help us out for the rest of the game.
Grabbing an exit mouse lets you leave and go back to the entrance of a dungeon. We're not going to be using it for quite a while, and it might not be where you expect me to use it if you've played this game casually. But it'll come up.
On the way to the next town, there are opportunities for mushrooms and now mushrooms and antoids to spawn. We got a nice clean walk here, it looks like, though.
It looked like there was a mushroom
right in the little corner, but we were out of range.
Okay, I missed that one.
I saw it.
The mushrooms are super dangerous enemies because they have a chance to mushroomize Ness and put a mushroom on Ness's head, which will cause a confusion effect in fights and cause the movement to rotate on the D-pad every so often. It's at a set interval, but I don't remember the time exactly. But it rotates 90 degrees to the right, so you kind of have to keep rotating your controller to keep moving in the correct direction or get really confused.
We actually did a save in that department store just now at the phone. It's actually not a safety save. I would do that in a PB attempt as well, and it's for a death warp later. It ends up being the fastest way to return to Tucson after this next section.
Yeah, and something else about the mushrooms is that you can't heal them off of your head. You have to, there's a guy in the hospital that will buy it from you. And then also I think this is the only place there's someone else who will buy it. There's a girl outside of the cave that we have to get through to get to Peaceful Rest Valley, who will buy it from you as well. But I think that and a sanctuary spot will heal the mushroom off your head. And hot spring, is that right as well? I believe so.
Hot spring cures it, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Other than that, you can't, even if you had a healing Omega, it's not going anywhere.
So this cave has a high chance of spawning mobile sprouts.
There it is. And there's nothing you can do about it besides despawn. You're in a narrow area. You don't have that much as far as levels and equipment, and also it would just be slow to take a fight anyway.
Yeah, now that
There's a mushroom girl.
And we can do but despawn.
Yeah, and I mentioned despawning like a bit earlier, and you are going to be now seeing it quite a bit throughout the run, and it is where you walk a certain amount and the enemy either goes away or changes. But it's very useful in the speedrun.
So
you're not trying to take fights.
It may be kind of confounding that I just walked up and then turned back around. You've played this game, you know there's a giant statue of a pencil that blocks your path. Almost like the Snorlax in Gen 1 Pokemon. And you have to get an item to erase it. What you might not know is you don't have to interact with it or even walk all the way up to it. You just have to walk up high enough that it's spawned in, which can be while it's still off screen.
Yep.
And you will still get this plot trigger.
Just has to load in and out of memory. And we're going to be using that to get rid of enemies for the rest of the run because it's actually slower to take extra fights now that we've done all of the level grinding that we need. We'll get all of the experience on boss fights and forced encounters through the rest of the run that we need to be able to finish it out.
This butterfly restores 20 psychic points. We're going to be grabbing 2 of them before we get to the next town because it is faster and cheaper than healing at a hotel or something.
Now, I like to say that towns aren't free. Behind here, there are some 8% spawn plates for bad guys to spawn. The park is pretty safe, except for Everdread, who's hanging out on top of the building up there, who would jump down and fight us if we got too close.
Everdread is actually an optional boss, which is another thing you might not know if you've played this game casually. You might assume that you have to fight him, but if you just never go near him, and then you come back later, he will talk to you and give you the story item as though you've already met, but you do not know this man. So we can just avoid him.
He's a really mean boss fight, too. He bites for pretty big damage.
I think he has the same.
Bites you.
I think he has the same moveset as a cockroach, to the point where it says in the battle text, "Everdread knit its brow." They didn't even change that much. It's very odd.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He does knit his brow, and he's a thief, obviously, and he'll steal things from you. And I didn't know for however many years that you didn't have to fight Everdread. I just always took that fight, not knowing. But you don't have to fight him.
Yeah, there's a few things in this run you don't actually have to do, but for the most part, what I like about this glitchless run is you see most of the game. You don't sequence break much. You don't skip past, big gameplay chunks.
Yeah, I like to say that this run is basically the whole game almost as intended. We do some things out of order, but we do see pretty much everything.
Yeah, there's some mild sequence breaking with the sanctuaries. There's some of them that you actually don't have to do in the intended order, and you can just do them at the end of the game, which makes them a lot easier. So one of them will be the Mondo Mole that we're going to be nearby soon. We're not going to fight it, and we're just going to come back to it at the end of the game, because that way all of the enemies in the cave will avoid us, and the boss fight will just be dead simple.
This little area right there that you got through, that's usually a pincer point where enemies can spawn on either side of you, kind of like what we're seeing a little bit right now, but Peen has room to get away and despawn.
Yeah,
that can be a rough spot going through PRV, which just stands for Peaceful Rest Valley.
It's another part of the game where the game's enemy lag can be exploitable. You can sort of feel enemies before they show up on screen, and that can sometimes prevent you from getting pincered. Some of the movement I'm doing is actually a spawn skip. There was one point where I walked into a tree and then moved diagonally from it, which looks kind of like suboptimal pathing, but that's actually to avoid spawns. The tree is fine, the sprout is not. Oh, we're pincered.
no.
Gonna fight the tree.
Yeah, take the tree.
The less deadly of the two.
Yeah, the UFOs are super fast. They do bad damage, and you don't want to fight them.
And spinning robos aren't much better. They'll give you a cold, they'll cast shields on themselves.
Yeah.
Look at that robot. All right, could have been a lot worse. The tree is at least a fairly slow enemy as far as its speed stat, so you can fairly reliably run away from it even at a low level.
But I mean, all in all, not a bad PRV.
I kind of like that I got rid of that extra hamburger from Onett because it would likely confuse me later. I don't normally have any left, and I'm not used to it. I'd probably get confused on why the positioning of an item is off.
Right, yeah. The more you play the game, the more you kind of get used to where items will be in your inventory. And so because you can get drops from almost every enemy, if you get like a weird drop and say it's like a sugar packet from a red Antoid, and you're like, where did that sugar packet come from? And you're menuing, say in a battle really quickly, it can be bad because you could menu to the sugar packet when you thought maybe it was a croissant or something else.
Yeah. I was pause buffering coming out of that door because there can be cultists just right in front of you coming out of there. I want time to react.
And these cultists,
thankfully,
are super dangerous enemies. They're in a scripted fight just outside of here, and because of that scripted fight, they are enemies that you are not able to run away from. There's a flag that's set incorrectly in the game code, and they can call for help. So you can't run away from them, and you have to beat them all up to get away. And they're very, very dangerous.
Right. The same is true if you encounter the cop in Tucson. It's actually the same enemy as the one you fight in Onett, so they just treat it as a boss fight. So even if you fight the cop with 2 dogs, which is an encounter you can get in Tucson, and then you take out the cop, but the dog is still there, you still can't run because the entire encounter is flagged as unrunnable because of that cop. So,
Yeah.
can be a problem.
And there's only
There's a few more.
one other real enemy that we see like that later in the game is in Belch's base, the little green piles there.
So both of the second attacks we did would have one-shot had they been in the first round. Love seeing that.
That's
these
how
guys,
it always is.
These guys have 94 hit points. Both of those second attacks did more than that.
And we got a cookie.
Yeah, so in a PB attempt, I would probably use this cookie during the Carpainter fight because you actually death warp after, so it can be a nice way to keep your HP low. I'm not going to do that in a marathon because it would be terrifying, because if Ness outspeeds while you're healing with a cookie and it only heals for 6 HP, that's how you die, and dying to Carpainter is a pretty substantial time loss, because you wouldn't want to save in Happy Happy Village here because you're death warping after.
Yeah,
so you'd have to walk all the way through Peaceful West Valley again, and we don't want to do that.
Don't want to spend time in Peaceful Rest Valley, it's true. Even after the bridge is fixed.
Okay, that's advantageous.
Excellent.
Woo!
These cultists have 95 HP, so that smash is super awesome.
We're in really good shape now for staying safe.
Yeah, you'll be safe for sure. Do you think you're going to get that big level up after Carpainter?
Probably, because normally when you don't get a giant level up after this is if a cultist called for help and you got extra EXP from that. And that didn't happen. So we're probably going to get a lot of HP after this fight. We'll have to hope it's not too bad. Ness is outspeeding. I'm going to wait a little bit before I do this rockin' in case he does it on the attack turn.
Carpainter's another scripted boss. He has a 6-cycle attack script where he's going to do the crash boom bang, he's going to life up, he's going to attack, he's going to crash boom bang, he's going to cast a psychic shield, and then he's going to attack again and then repeat.
Actually at a safe HP threshold right now. He could not attack for this much. But now we need to heal. Of course, he misses me. I bet you he's going to double reflect his lightning and end the fight right now. Yup.
145? Wow.
Inevitable. So I swear it must be programmed in the game's code. I have no evidence of this, but it always seems like if he misses you, he ends the fight right after by being suddenly accurate with his lightning.
Yeah, but it wasn't that big of an experience. It was like 3 HP, so you want to have like a low amount of HP coming out of the Carpainter fight, because you'll be seeing Peen doing a death warp here in a moment, and so it's obviously easier to die to an enemy when you have a low amount of HP.
Grabbing that skip sandwich, it is an item that lets you move fast, but we're actually using it in the monkey cave way later in the game to hand to one of the monkeys.
Yeah, there's going to be a few other items that we're going to be grabbing along the run to take care of the monkey cave requirements. The protein drink, the picnic lunch, and we're also going to grab a second skip sandwich, a skip sandwich DX, which Peen will likely save. You use the DX in Monotoli, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thought I had enough room there. That's a mild annoyance.
So there was a very small chance that the crow could have decided to steal that skip sandwich, which would have been annoying but fixable.
Yeah, there's a shop in Berglund Park that sells them anyway, so it wouldn't be the end of the world. Dropping a lot of excess items, including any food I didn't end up eating.
and defensive gear
Which
to
is
help in Death Warp.
which is because we're doing a Death Warp. We're also going to be dropping Paula's teddy bear.
Teddy bears are a great sort of extra character that are just kind of a damage soak item. They have a HP pool of about 100 points or so, and the enemies will have a chance of attacking the teddy bear instead of a party member. Super useful. We'll see one a little bit later in the run.
I also just handed the Franklin badge to Paula, both because I want to declutter Ness's inventory, and also that's going to help us survive the final boss. Won't really come in handy until then. But over 3 hours from now. So now we're going to try to die on purpose, which, because this game likes to troll you, might take some doing.
This mole playing rough really tries its best, but it does have some accuracy issues, and it also tends to get a little confused or absent-minded.
I'm using the ATM card because if I was to defend, that would cut the amount of damage he hits me for in half. I'm going to snap it out of its confusion right there. I'm good to hit it once with Ness. Of course, he keeps getting confused. Oh, there we go. That's progress. And now I should have low enough HP to defend. Once you're below about 15 hit points, then it won't matter. We're good.
So it's worth noting.
Now we're back in Tucson.
When you do have a game over screen like that, you have the option of saying no and then yes, right?
Yes, and the game trolls you a little by swapping where the yes and no is on the second prompt.
Right.
And that'll return you to the main screen, which is useful for reloading safety saves later in the run, without having to hard reset the console, which would DQ a glitchless PB run, but...
Yeah, so functionally, as far as being able to reload your save file, it's the same for the run, being able to reset that way instead of hard resetting the console. The reason you can't hard reset is because then you would be on known RNG, and you could essentially pick up RNG manip in the middle of the run, which even in a manipulated glitchless run, they don't really want to incentivize people to just manip mid-game. They would rather it be sort of compartmentalized to the beginning of the game and force you to do it single segment, because the glitchless run just wouldn't be fun if the entire thing was manipulated. And thankfully, due to the way the RNG works, it's not really possible to do that.
Yeah.
I am seeing a question asking if we'll get an explanation about why there are certain enemies that show up in different areas, like how you'll see snakes from the very first area of like Onett and Threed sometimes, as well as in that cave, and then the mole playing rough. Isn't that just like there's just random spawn plates where they spawn in, or is there another reason why?
There is a theory as to why the mole playing rough in the desert in particular is there. There's a rather good video put out by Chaz, who developed the EarthBound Ancient Cave randomizer, for a theory as to why that specific mole is there, and it relates to an event flag for when you get off the bus into the desert, which at first makes it so that you can't get sunstroke yet until you take an encounter. And so the short form of it is they might have put that enemy there to force you to take an encounter before you enter the desert. But the video explains it much more interestingly than I have. So anyway, if you go to your nearest YouTube and look at the mystery of the mole playing rough, after this run, of course.
And Peen did just do something we call a photo skip, where she walked up and kind of guided along the edge of the theater.
You'll be able to see it on the way back out as well, but yeah, I'm skipping the trigger for the photo man to show up.
Yeah, there's a man that comes down from the sky and tells you to say fuzzy pickles and takes your photo. There are some avoidable photo triggers that we will encounter in the run, but typically you're going to want to skip those as they are a time waste.
Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah, the photo man takes about 20 seconds. There's a photo trigger in front of the pyramid in Scaraba that we're going to try and avoid. There are some unskippable photos, like the one in front of Grapefruit Falls, and the one after completing the mole fights in the desert. There's another skippable one outside of the museum in Forside after finishing the sanctuary there.
And there's the Tenda Village one you can't skip.
Right.
I think that's like the third unskippable one.
Yep. That one's kind of packed in with some other things that go on in the game there. They're going to ask you for the player name confirmation there. And then you have to talk to the Tenda Chief and get an item for the speed run.
But for now, we're just enjoying the Runaway 5. They do play a part in kind of the early-ish game here.
Yeah, they're a wonderful transit. The game hard locks you out of advancing to the next town until you get to ride with these guys. Canonically, the town of Threed is under siege by zombies and ghosts. The music on the bus keeps the ghosts away.
It's so loud. They're rocking out.
That is one of the things I appreciate most about this speed run is there are built-in bathroom breaks.
Yeah.
The most notable one being when you have to wait at the waterfall for 3 minutes, which, yes, you do have to do that in the glitchless run. There's no way to skip that. Not without glitches. Which you would think would be the bane of a speedrunner's existence, having to wait for a cutscene, but with a run this long, you appreciate the input breaks.
Yeah, and I have heard tale that Shigesato Itoi, who's the creator of the Mother series, put in that 3-minute break, and I think just other breaks, especially the 3-minute one, because he wanted you to go and make some microwave noodles, which is also why you can essentially play the game with one hand, with the L button and the D-pad, so you can use the L button and D-pad and eat your noodles with your other hand.
As one does.
Tell me you haven't. We all know you have.
And there are unofficial left-handed speedruns of EarthBound as well. Erythium was a big champion of those. Other unofficial speedruns include Attack Slug's favorite, Food Percent.
Should I explain what Food Percent is?
Sure.
Oh, well, it's Boogey Percent.
Which then you have to explain what that is.
Well, we'll see what that is later. We're kind of doing it right now. But it's where every item in the game, you actually eat that item in real life. So since EarthBound is kind of like, the quirky, weird RPG versus like the normal sort of like, RPGs like Final Fantasy, where you have swords and axes and bows, and you're using potions to heal. EarthBound said, no, we're going to use frying pans and bats and zip guns, and you're going to eat hamburgers and fries and basically what they thought America was. So you just eat all those items.
Yeah, so if you ever wanted to see a speedrunner eat 8 hamburgers, then have I got the category for you.
Pete actually joined us in our Food Percent, our annual one this year. And it's not too bad. It actually kind of changes the way you might play your game.
Thankfully, not too many spawns in that graveyard. We have to have a little stare down with those zombies for another plot trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Here's something fun you can do. So that lady doesn't have dialogue, but you're also not supposed to be able to interact with her, but you just have enough time to catch up with her. And it says no problem here, despite there clearly being several problems here.
Kidnapped! You can choose how you want to eat your burgers. For me personally, I'll just take like a bite of a burger anytime I use one. And then really there's not a ton of food items. Like you can have a banana or a boiled egg, like bubble gum, bread rolls, cookies. Just like the kind of like first stuff that you get in the first like quarter of the run, which is essentially Boogey Percent.
So Paula has this ability to psychically call out to her friends. It's something that we didn't really see before. but if you take a sleep after completing on it, Paula will cause a dream sequence for Ness and tell you to head east to try and rescue her. And now she's using that same psychic power to call out to Jeff, and he's gonna heed the call and head south.
He's the only one who can help.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, Winter's music is amazing. Okay, yeah, we know we get a lot of Jeff hate here, but I am a fan most of the time.
I believe one of our commentators has an emote for exactly this character.
I think she does.
Which I have
I might have named my cat after Jeff. I don't know.
Because the speed run, especially further into it, starts relying heavily on Jeff for bottle rocket damage. And he can disappoint. There's some luck involved on exactly how much damage he does with them.
We do have a question in chat asking why you are named P.
So, why specifically it's that letter? No real reason. I guess it's the first letter of my username. But there is a reason why I named everyone a single character, which is just because every time it prints a party member's name on screen, that just is extra frames. So it is a time save to name everyone a single letter. It matters if I was doing RNG manipulation. You would be required to name everyone one character because the extra text would be advancing the RNG. But in this case, it just saves frames.
Yeah. And so you'll pretty much always see runners who are doing the speed run name all of their characters a single number, symbol, letter, etc.
I dropped the protractor in Jeff's inventory, which is a functionally useless item. The reason I'm dropping it as early as possible is there is extra menu lag every time there's something in your inventory. And it's very specifically an EarthBound problem, because in Mother 2, all of the menus are faster. They don't lag nearly in the same way. But when they localized this game, they added an entire font and like a text rendering engine that really slows things down. If you've ever speedrun Mother 2 and then switched back to this, you will know how different it is in terms of menuing.
And now we have Bubble Monkey joining us in the party. Just a little monkey friend.
I actually want to fight this dog. Hopefully green swirl, yes, so that's an instant win. The reason is I want an extra level here, and there was a 50% chance it would drop a bread roll, which it didn't, but we got the extra level because the first enemy we're going to fight in this dungeon is a problem, and having an extra couple HP could save me.
So there's
we do go ahead.
There's a few sort of memes in the EarthBound community regarding characters and Winters here. There's a joke about Bubble Monkey being wanted for crimes against EarthBound speedrunners, and the first protoplasm that Peen Train was mentioning as the hardest enemy in EarthBound.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Hardest enemy in the game.
Jeff is going to be going into this fight with just 1 extra HP from that level up, no extra offense. The level up gives you 0 to 1 offense and 1 to 3 extra HP, and that 50% chance of a bread roll. We kind of got the worst out of that level up chance. And so the fight against the first protoplasm is really risky. It will hit for 8 to 11 or 12 points of damage, averaging 10. And Jeff only has 31 HP right now. So if we take 3 of those hits, there's a really good chance that Jeff goes down. They can also call for help. Running from them is difficult because they're pretty fast. So it's a bad fight.
But we do have a little reprieve right now with one of our favorite gentle giants, Tessie. Can we get some Tessies? Are there any Tessies in chat? Does anyone have a Tessie emote? I'd love to see one. Tessie's great.
There was another Photo Man trigger underneath that tent that I just walked past on the way to Tessie. If I had walked like a pixel or 2 lower, I would have got the photo there. But I was keeping sort of a high path there.
Yeah, some of those photo triggers, you can literally walk just a pixel out of the way and it'll ignite.
Yeah, I think the one going into the theater in Tucson is literally a pixel, which is why it's consistent because you roll off a wall on the way in. But if you were to walk down even a pixel, you would get the photo.
Yeah, and lately we've been seeing folks go in from the left, but I don't know.
It's
old habits die hard.
Technically, it's technically faster, the teensiest bit faster to go into that theater from the left, but it is less consistent because you don't roll off a wall,
right.
So there's more setup involved, and I don't like it. Like a quarter of a second or something, I don't know. So all 3 of the enemies we have to deal with in this dungeon. Okay, so that is a double frame perfect skip. It also relies on RNG because you need the monkey to follow you, but I did not expect to get it at a marathon run.
Awesome. And Pete's trying to get this duck set up.
Yeah, this
so
one is even more RNG dependent,
skip.
and I would really like it because I'm still level 1. So this duck kind of poses a threat now.
Perfect.
When it's moving around, you know it's not in your, like, it's not aggroed onto you, right? Isn't that what it is? And then you can skip past it.
Yeah, so this one is entirely dependent on the monkey. Okay, we got it.
Oh my gosh, so close. Yeah, all 3.
I can't emphasize enough
Let's go.
how insane it is to get all 3 skips anywhere, let alone at GDQ. So
GG.
Yeah, GG, Peen. That was great. You got to go for it. Like that first proto skip that Peen did, let it be known that is not easy. And it really just... everything has to line up perfectly, but you got to go for it every time. And we saw her go for it, and she got it, and she's doing some amazing stutter stepping. This is really, Concave is where your stutter stepping is one of the most important parts in the early run. And I mean, the whole run in general, but this part, Concave, you really don't want to take fights here. You want to try and see Peen pulling the enemies away so that she can stutter past them.
yeah, there's 6 of them. There's going to be a lot of lag.
Yeah,
So close.
it can.
Oh, green. Okay.
But we can force a green.
This I haven't explained yet, which is if you get a green swirl, you probably know that it's a preemptive attack. What you might not know is that it guarantees that you can run away first turn, provided it's an enemy you can run away from at all. And because the monkey walked into it and not Jeff, that was why that was a preemptive attack. So that was kind of the backup plan, was if we couldn't stutter that with all the enemy lag, was for the monkey to green swirl it.
Yeah, you can use the monkey to your advantage in that respect, but mostly it's a bit of a nuisance.
There was another girl monkey. There was a question in chat about whether Bubble Monkey is a girl, but the monkey with a bow is the one we're about to see coming out of this dungeon.
Yes, Bubble Monkey's girlfriend, soon-to-be fiancé, soon-to-be wife.
What? Oh, I have an egg still. I'm so used to having eaten this egg already, but we didn't fight anything.
Once again, the items in your inventory being in different places can throw you off when you're used to them being another place.
Yeah, because I've run this game for as long as I have, I've become very particular about keeping track of inventory and always knowing where things are, so I don't have to visually scan. I can just menu and know how many cursors it is. Which also enabled me to run this game in Japanese, because I cannot read Japanese. But since I already am meticulous about inventory and I know where things are at all times, that helps.
Yeah, it works to her advantage.
That's just in the way. So these cave boys have slow overworld movement speed. As long as you don't get stuck on anything, you can generally just walk past them. This winter's was ridiculous, by the way.
Excellent.
I always hear you being like, well, we saved a minute, but we could have... And now look at you. And now look at you, Peen. You're doing great. And I do see someone mentioning that there is an enemy config table. And there is, yeah, so you can look up randomly pronouns of each enemy.
Yeah, this game has enemies that are canonically non-binary, if you're going by the enemy table. Even if a lot of them are robots or something, still, it's a win.
Did you want to do the break before Boogey or after Boogey?
I was thinking of doing it because there's a text box that pops up right when Jeff joins.
Oh, well, and he officially joins. Right. Yeah.
So I figured that's a good
Sounds
place
good.
because I'm not inputting anything there. And there's nothing, automatically advancing. This is another built-in break the game is nice enough to give us.
It's about 2 minutes and 40 seconds, I think.
This is also why I loved running this game, because a lot of you don't get breaks all the time in a lot of longer like JRPG type speedruns, and this game's just like, here's a couple minutes every like 45 minutes, have fun, go use the bathroom, go stretch, do what you gotta do.
Mm-hmm. Refill your water bottle, get a snack, text your mom, text your dad.
There's another EarthBound meme in chat, which was EarthBound runner Arilix had the game crash at sort of an odd no, it wasn't Arilix. I forget who it was. But someone had the game crash at sort of an odd moment where it was during the text box of Jeff joining the party. And it just said Jeff Joy and then the game completely froze. And no one really knows why.
Oh no!
I feel like this might have been Andy, but I think that was a different spot where Andy was getting onto the bus for the Runaway 5 ride after Monotoli. I know somebody had their cartridge freeze up there.
Okay, so I'm thinking right after this set of text boxes, there will be a little fanfare noise, and then it'll say, like, P joins the party, and then we'll pause there.
Not very strong, nearsighted, kind of shy and reckless. But you know what? We're still gonna be friends.
So about 3, 2, 1, pause.
Awesome. So we're going to take a few breaks throughout this run due to it just being pretty darn long. Just give everyone a chance to stretch, get some water, take a bathroom break, do what you got to do. Before we go to the quick break, I want to make a couple announcements. One is that prize submissions are live for Awesome Games Done Quick 2024. If you are crafty or have a unique gaming prize that you would like to submit, go to gamesdonequick.com for more info. Submissions close on January 1st. And you're also free to go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix to learn more about our shows and see what's coming up this week. And if you haven't already, definitely feel free to follow Peen Train, Mistez Games, and Attack Slug all on their Twitch channels. You can actually just hover over the names on the title if you're watching here on Twitch. If you're watching live on Twitch, you can just hover over the names on the title and just click the little heart, and you'll be following them. So definitely do that if you're enjoying the run. We'll be back in a few minutes. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ Hotfix. We're in the middle of our Christmas special, an EarthBound any percent glitchless manipless speedrun. This is one of two EarthBound speedruns we're actually seeing tonight. This is the first one. Peen, why don't you go ahead and get us back into the run?
Sure. So 3, 2, 1, resume. And at this point, I'm just going to be moving some items over. Paula is essentially holding all of the key items that I no longer want because she is the person's inventory that I open the least. Of course, I'm standing too far away from this door. There's a little text skip you can do where you don't get the text for that door being locked, but you cannot be that far away from it.
So when you're not doing a speed run, there is a business called Escargot Express that your sister works for. But since we're not going to take the time to use Escargot Express, as you saw, Peen is moving all the key items to Paul's inventory, because if you don't ever use that, Escargot Express or anything else, they simply stay in your inventory for forever, which while we already have limited inventory space, so it poses a problem.
Yes.
So we just put them all in Paula.
So Jeff also starts off with a broken spray can and repairs it the first time he sleeps, which he did in the tent in Winters, and we sold that for a good chunk of money. Bought a whole lot of explosives from this nice man. And we're going to be using it in a scary cave coming up.
Do you buy the gun there?
I do not.
Okay. There is an option to buy the gun that
The only real difference the gun makes is if you fight a zombie in the Threed Cave, which I'm going to be avoiding at all costs. Oh, that's a one-shot.
Woo! 629, Boogey 2 down.
GG.
So the main reason I'm not queuing up any other attacks besides that bottle rocket is I want that big bottle rocket to still go off even if Jeff takes mortal damage. So if I were to queue up like a rockin' with Ness, in the time it takes for that animation to go off, Jeff would be dead, and then we'd be in a bad situation because we'd be missing our big damage dealer. But thankfully that didn't happen.
Yeah, so you pretty much always see people do defend, BBR, and then if it doesn't roll enough, you'll see folks do rockin', defend, or if you have gotten fire with Paula, which typically you don't have fire with Paula unless you take an extra fight. And then Jeff will have that one extra bottle rocket that we saw Peen pick up at the end of Pond Cave, and you can use that to kind of get through the Boogey tent.
Another key item that's going to be offloaded to Paula in a moment. Another story trigger here. Dez, you could tell them about your favorite NPC in the game that's about to show up.
So this upcoming NPC that delivers this item is my favorite NPC in this game, in the speedrun in particular. We go into the circus tent here. This is the only way in and out of the circus tent, but this man mysteriously Kool-Aid Mans his way in from the left and comes up to Ness and tells us that
There he is.
this person has given him this weird package and told him to deliver it to this specific person, and you're totally this person. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, hands it over and disappears.
Yeah, so normally if you're playing this game casually, you'd probably encounter that guy just in the middle of Threed, just out in the open somewhere. But as it turns out, the fastest thing to do is have him Kool-Aid Man through that tent.
I like how he just phases out of existence after he talks to you, too.
Yeah. He's like
a Mr.
You're the guy,
Meeseeks.
right? And I'm out of here.
He's done his job.
Right, so on the way out of this hotel is going to be a very important safety save for a marathon run. If you start running this glitchless run, I promise it gets better after this because you're probably going to lose a lot of PB attempts to this cave.
3 tunnel.
It's a pretty deadly part of the run. There are enemies that can just spawn on top of you coming out of doors, and you can't necessarily do much about it. But there are some mitigating strats I will be attempting. So one of them is I'm going to be pause buffering every time I come out of a door, so I can react to when there's enemies. And another one I might be attempting, if it gives me a good setup for it, is there's actually a way to force a green swirl on the zombies if you if you eat a skip sandwich, which in addition to increasing your movement speed, it actually spaces out the party members. It like puts a gap between them. And then if you get a party member who is not Ness facing the enemy, it will force a green swirl. Which is another thing that's hard to explain, it's easier to show, so we might get to see it.
I think we mentioned earlier green swirl. So there's 3 different types of swirls that you can get when you encounter an enemy in EarthBound. There's red, blue, and green. The red is a back attack, which means you can't do anything for the first turn. The blue is just like a normal encounter, and that's a lot of dogs. And then we see a green swirl here,
So
which means you can run away.
Yeah, I had to react quickly and move down there, or I would not have got that green swirl.
Yeah. So you can force greens, which sometimes they're weird, but sometimes they like make sense. But the green swirl means you can run away first try. Squirrel, yeah.
I don't like where those are positioned. I can't really green swirl that. So I do not want to mess with the zombie dogs. They not only hit hard, but they inflict poison, which we don't really have a way of dealing with. We don't have the necessary healing beta to get rid of that. And Paula and Jeff are also just severely underleveled right now. All right, we didn't get to show off the green swirl. I never really got a good setup for it, and then eventually the rooms were just empty.
That's lucky.
So we have one more door
But that
to
was a
deal
nice
with.
one.
Okay. Okay. Sigh of relief.
So really not too bad of a 3 tunnel.
A little on the slow side with how many despawns, but for a marathon, I'll take anything that's not death.
Mm-hmm.
So thankfully, that was the teddy bear that took that hit, not one of our party members. That is why I want that bear to still be alive after the Boogey tent fight, because this guy can be a problem otherwise. Rockins was kind of low, so we'll just do a little of everything for this last round. Oh, it was enough. Okay.
There we go.
Nice work.
We have a whole lot of bottle rockets left, thanks in part to Jeff one-shotting the Boogey tent. I now have more than I need, which is kind of a good problem to have. Had there been a butterfly here, I would have taken it. It was like a 90% butterfly or something like that, but it didn't spawn. So that's okay, we'll be taking the hotel in Saturn Valley instead. Get our psychic points back. I'm feeling out enemy lag because it is preventing me from getting a pincer. You can very easily get an enemy on either side of you in this area if you're not careful. That one's just out of bounds. What is that?
Frogs on the hill.
That frog doing?
That zone is called Grapefruit Falls. We often just call it getting grapefruited there. It's a bad time when you get pinched and you have to take a fight. I like to say it's best to take the fight in the direction that you're going. That isn't always true. Sometimes the easier fight is the one away from you, but...
yeah, if one is obviously going to kill you, then, you know...
Yeah,
Use the
but then
less
you
deadly.
also
This is
and
100%.
here's a weird spawn that can happen
uncommon.
there.
You can also get a duck.
And it's usually a duck, yeah.
But it's I believe it's about equal odds for a roach or a duck in that spot. It's something like 8%.
Yeah. But I guess if you're like sometimes when you're trying to like run away and despawn an enemy, they can catch up to you and it ends up in a red swirl. So I can see where you're coming from, Des, saying just taking the ones that like are ahead of you. This can also be a safety save place if you're not super comfortable with the run.
Nah.
But Peen is for those on my level. I usually save there.
There are definitely a lot of places I'm going to be safety saving though. The next one will be before the mole cave. There are a few ways you can die in that cave that just aren't preventable, especially if you've had a very good early game and haven't taken too many random encounters.
Oh, I was like, is it gonna be free? Not
Okay,
today.
so that's
But
probably
wait,
the
but there
most
we
likely
go.
spot to get pincered. Even if you're trying to feel out enemy lag and catch enemies before they're on screen, that spot can still be a huge problem and just do things you have no control over. But we got through. We have to deal with it once more on the way back out. But so far we're good. And here's where we sit still for 3 minutes. Which, yes,
Go make your
the
noodles.
Glitchless Run does have to do this.
I keep wanting to say, simply having a wonderful Earthbound time. Since, it's the holidays. It's just been
The
in my
moon
head,
is right.
so I said it. You can say anything with that little ditty. But yeah, now we gotta wait 3 minutes. This is a good.
Yeah, so if anyone has
once
any
again,
limericks they could read, if anyone...
any
Oh
questions?
yeah, for sure. Obviously, yeah. I got you. Yeah.
Hang on, let me Google limericks real quick.
There's
Well, you'd have to find
So-
you'd have to find the ones that aren't filthy is the problem.
we could talk about the forbidden skip.
Oh, where you... So I bought a
Skip.
refreshing herb in all the way back in Happy Happy Village. It's essentially healing beta as an item, which is an ability that we don't yet have in the speedrun because we're so underleveled. There is a strat of not buying that and just hoping you never need it. The main thing it would end up being used for is this Master Belch fight. The first turn, he will always try to make someone sick. The only way he won't is if you have a teddy bear and he targets that instead. So there is a strat of just not buying that and hoping for good RNG. But it is definitely a way your run can die if you try that.
We have a question in chat saying, what areas in the game have your favorite music? Personally, my favorite song is Summers.
I guess if we're talking areas and not just battle themes, the Saturn
Yeah.
Valley one is very silly. So I like it.
It's very iconic for sure. Yeah.
What about you, Des?
Oh, geez, a favorite tune. I really like Happy Threed.
Oh, Happy Threed is good. What about you, Etchy?
It definitely used to be the Annette theme, and then I speedran this game, and I just kept hearing it over and over again. So probably not that. I do like how like Winters is very like calming for me. It's a very calming theme that I enjoy having on in the background.
Yeah, Winters is pretty goated. I think one that's kind of underrated is actually there's two. The Buzz Buzz theme is actually really good. And then we don't see this in the speed run, but when you stop to like drink a cup of coffee, that song is so good.
Yeah.
Like it's so good. But you never get to hear it.
I don't know if this counts as an area because it's one house, but I really love the Flying Man theme, which is another one you never hear in the speed run, at least not in the glitchless run. There are some glitched categories where you do some out-of-bounds skips into that house, but it never comes up here.
I also like the Toto boat ride song. I mean, honestly, this soundtrack is so incredible that it's hard to choose one, which is why we're all saying like a million. One, I like this one, and I like that one too.
So that NPC/enemy, I wasn't actually trying to skip past so much as I was trying to not get stuck on him. So that was why I was stutter stepping there. You can sometimes get past him, but generally only if there's no enemies to the right of him, which there was. Because otherwise it's too much lag, because this area is laggy to begin with.
Yeah, and it's not a fight unless you don't have the fly honey, but you
I think
obviously
also
have
if you
the fly
say
honey.
no to him.
He will fight you if
Oh,
you
if you
say no.
yeah.
If you say no, I don't have fly honey, like a liar, he'll fight you.
Dirty, dirty liar. Someone asked about oddity. I'm not even going to entertain that question.
I like that we're at a point where if someone says, "How is Mother 4 coming along?" you have to say which one.
I've known about it for like 15 years. Who else? Is it like 20 years now? I don't know.
So the only enemies I want to fight in this dungeon are Foppies, because they're non-threatening and you can generally take them out in one round unless you low roll on an attack. And you're not likely to get a lot of these spawn plays completely empty, so just to keep the momentum, we'll fight Foppies if we come across them, but that's about it.
And they give good experience, so.
I have extra sandwiches. I want to make extra sure I get past this thing. I was probably fine, but I didn't trust how many iframes I had there. And I have to get rid of those at some point anyway, because they didn't end up getting used in the Threed Cave. That was a skip sandwich. It allows you to run fast, but for the most part, if it's just for movement speed, it wouldn't actually be... That's unfortunate. It wouldn't actually be beneficial and make things fast because of the time it would take to buy and use it. So it's really only used to skip past enemies.
These were the other flagged enemy that I was talking about. They will call for help, and you cannot earn from them.
I actually wouldn't have been able to stutter step that anyway because there was.
I was wondering because of the. Yeah, I was like, I wonder if there's enemies on the other
so
side.
if you're stutter stepping that enemy and then you see those flies show up, you want to take that single slimy pile because nothing else will join it. And I think that's actually why I couldn't stutter that was because of the extra enemy lag that was just off screen.
I would bet, yeah, for sure.
It's might as well use this. We still have a teddy bear, and Belch decided not to target it.
No, the teddy's gone.
Oh no, that's right.
Yeah, Teddy's gone.
Mini Barf killed it. That's right. And
Turned
Jeff
into
has
a
messed
pile
up
of
twice
fluff.
now.
Come on, Jeff, one job. But this fight is interesting because if you don't give Belch the fly honey, it's unbeatable.
Yeah, he's actually invincible until you use that item. Which also means if someone was to outspeed Paula and attack before she used that fly honey, it would do nothing. It's not decrementing his HP at that point. It is nice that we got rid of all of Jeff's extra bottle rockets. I don't have clutter now. Because this is the last spot where they would be useful. After this, the only, I wouldn't be using regular bottle rockets at any point after this.
So you did see Peen just use the exit mouse that we mentioned earlier.
I also dropped Ness's baseball bat. It is no longer useful. I don't want the menu lag.
So I brought her to the very beginning of the dungeon, which is what it does.
Nice.
Okay. I don't think I could have done that without the skip sandwich, because I had to get a little close to the crocodile to despawn what was up above me.
That was a great way to
that was
unpinch.
that was that pincer spot we were talking about.
So it's sort of a blessing when you don't need to use those in Threed Cave, because you have them for predicaments like that. So I grabbed that protein drink on the way out, which is another item that's going to be given to the monkeys in the monkey cave.
Now you can buy all of the monkey cave items that you need, most of them from the old man in the drugstore, right?
And not only that, the first two items, like the monkeys right in the first room, are the only ones that aren't in the cave itself. So you could get just I believe it's a picnic lunch and a skip sandwich from the guy in the drugstore right outside, and then everything else you'll just find in the monkey cave. You don't have to like search around the entire map to try to find a ruler or something.
Or order a pizza.
Yeah. There's a couple of pizzas in the cave, actually.
We gotta give one to Moncana. Oh, happy Threed music!
I grabbed that skip sandwich DX. It lasts twice as long as a standard skip sandwich in terms of movement speed. That one is actually to go fast. It's to, we're gonna be using it to dodge past some enemies later.
That's right, you do have to get a pizza number, a mock pizza number. And it's funny because they give you the option to order a small, medium, or large pizza. But if you try to order the medium pizza, it just doesn't exist. I forget what actually happens if you try to order them. I think they say like they're sold out or something.
I don't think I've ever done that. I think casually I only did small or large.
Yeah, so like, but the large pizza is awesome because it'll feed all of your, it'll like give all of your party HP.
I learn something new about this game every day.
Right, me too. Every time I play it or watch someone play it, there's always something new to learn. Crazy, we've been playing it for like almost 30 years. So.
I knew this game had a fake pizza the entire time.
There's no medium. So there's that mole we were talking about earlier, hanging out.
Yeah, so because of the event flag I was talking about earlier that makes it that you can't get any statuses between when you get off that bus and when you first take an encounter, two things. One is we cannot get Sunstroke right now until we fight something. But the other is if I were to take no other fights and then die to the first mole in this mole cave, we would actually soft lock. But I will have a save, and it's the least likely place for me to die in this cave. Much likely on one of the later mole fights.
Now, is it a soft lock, or is it one of those cases where we spawn back and the map is black and you're a ghost?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
So it is technically recoverable.
Is that sort of the same thing like Moonside?
Yes, and I have managed to find the hotel door in Moonside after that happened. It was very exciting after 3 minutes of wandering around in blackness.
Wandering in the void.
Now, unfortunately, we've had a very good early game, which this is where that becomes a problem because there are a few things that can happen on these mole fights that I don't have much control over because Paula does not have a lot of HP. So this is kind of where it becomes a curse to get a little bit good at the speed run because you end up in this situation a lot more because you get better at avoiding encounters. So we might have to take advantage of this save we're doing.
How much HP does Paula have right now?
68, which is not good because it means so what can happen is if Paula takes mortal damage on this mole fight, and then on that same turn she solidifies the mole, which is extra text, then you don't have enough time to finish the fight. You'll just die because it takes at least 2 attacks to take out the mole. At this point, it's so low that we might not even need a solidify to kill us. We might just, like, her HP takes too long, and that's that. I forgot to move this over to Jeff.
You're in a dangerous position.
We are flying very close to the sun right now.
It would have been nice if we still had the teddy bear, but the mini barf had other ideas. Thankfully, though, everything up until now has gone swimmingly.
No, I did ask specifically about Paula's HP because after about 80 HP, she becomes a lot safer. 90 is super duper safe.
And 90 is the point where even if she solidifies the mole, you're fine.
So, Peen, are you doing a save here so that if indeed you do take mortal damage, it will be in foresight, so it's closer to the hospital to
Yes.
heal?
So, because more than likely, if I take a death in Mole Cave, it's going to be several moles in, and I'm not going to want to soft reset. I'm just going to want to, go to the hospital and bring people back. So I want to be closer to the hospital.
Yeah, because there is the save in the little shack next to the mines, but then you have to walk all the way back to Foresight.
Yeah.
So that is a very smart safety
unless you soft
save.
reset and load your save file, at which point you'd have to do the entire Mole Cave over again, which
Right.
if you had made a lot of progress might not be the best option.
The mole mines can be treacherous.
It's worth noting that our friends, the Runaway Five, have gotten themselves into another bad deal with a different theater manager, and so they're looking to get bailed out. We talked with these miners who were searching for buried gold, and we fed them, so they'll happily give us whatever they find. But they run into these monsters, and so the cave has become overrun with monsters, and we have to come and defeat the monster bosses, the 5 moles, who all think that they are the 3rd strongest mole in this cave.
You also do not want to take any random encounters in this dungeon. They are incredibly deadly, especially in a speed run. We have no way to cure poison, and the noose men are just deadly in general. They hit really hard, and they're freeze resistant. So you don't have a lot of ways of dealing with them. But for the most part, they're fairly avoidable.
We'll see 4 different enemy types in this. Ooh, that should be okay, yeah.
It was one of the less scary things that could happen. If Jeff did die there, it wouldn't necessarily kill the run. It would just make one of these mole fights a little bit slower, and we would have to revive him on the way out, which would lose time, but not the worst
That made
thing.
me nervous. It still made me nervous.
There was also a chance that Jeff would low roll on damage, at which point, because he went first, the bottle rocket would reflect back at him because the mole has a physical shield. So that also could have potentially killed him. This is bad.
Oh, no.
Not your fault.
This doesn't happen often where there's a snake just on top of you coming out of a ladder. No. Okay, we didn't get poisoned. We're good.
Nice.
Poison is death sentence.
Because we likely will not get healing beta, at least until the last mole in this dungeon, but because we haven't taken a lot of encounters, it might not even be until department store. Although with that snake, it might be sooner.
Yeah, you'll probably get it on Mole 5 now. I would figure. There is the backup secret herb that's in this dungeon, but it's also really tricky to get, and you're likely to get pinched by enemies on the way back out. So it's kind of a bad time if you get poisoned.
That's the wrong person.
Yeah, isn't that 100% spawn plate if you walk to get the secret herb and come back, which is why we pull the mole down?
It is.
So that it doesn't...
the only way to avoid it is just some cheesing with like getting the enemy to walk off screen so it doesn't re-trigger itself. Or if you can get like a single duck and then green swirl it sometimes. Things like that.
Use iframes to get past.
There is a safety strat of bringing a second refreshing herb so that even if you do have to use one on Master Belt, you'll still have one in case you run into a snake. I generally don't do that even with marathon strats just because it's so unlikely that there will be a snake directly on top of you coming out of a ladder. But of course, I should have known at GDQ it would happen.
And another one-shot from Jeff. All right, Jeff is doing his job.
That's saving me psychic points on Paula, which is nice, because he's outspeeding and one-shotting.
Yep, makes up for having to expend on that extra fight that wasn't kind of in the psychic point budget. You kind of get one extra encounter.
Like that snake is staring you down.
That's worse.
Oh, he's getting closer. Why?
Okay, we're good.
But yeah, Des is mentioning like the psychic point pool that you have to save because after you use up your 2 big bottle rockets on the first 2 moles, you're kind of just counting on Paula to use her freeze beta to take care of them. So you don't want to like waste a bunch of psychic points using those on like random encounters like the snakes that we saw Peen unfortunately take a fight in.
So Attack Slug mentioned pulling this mole down to you, and that is because there is a 100% spawn that can spawn below me if I'm coming from up top. So you don't want to walk all the way up to this mole because you will trigger some very nasty spawns on the way back. You want to pull it down to you.
I wonder which P dodged quickly. We'll never know. We're getting some much needed levels.
We're officially safe. There is no longer any areas where a snake can be on top of me coming out of a ladder. And Paula is now at the safe HP range where even if she takes mortal damage and solidifies the mole on the same turn, she will still be fine. So wiping some sweat off the old brow here.
We did pick up our next exit mouse.
There was a 95% spawn that we didn't get just there, so that's lucky.
It was very lucky.
Mole hasn't hit Paula yet, I don't think. And I don't know where this luck is in my PB attempts.
Oh, we haven't mentioned. So the moles have power shields,
yes.
Which is why we're only using psychic points and the big bottle rockets, because if you use the freeze and that, it'll take it out. But if you were to use melee attacks, it would reflect the damage back upon you.
Yeah, bottle rockets would also reflect. The only reason we're not seeing that is because the fight is ending because we're doing enough damage. if Jeff was to go first and he was to only roll for like 300 or less, you would see it reflect back at him.
What?
Also, we just got past four different.
I'm sorry. What?
We just got past 4 different 70% spawn plates way sooner than we should have. This is some luck.
It's a Christmas miracle. Once again. That was ridiculous. I can't.
That's the solidify that, depending on when it happens in this cave, could be deadly. In this case, it was good. It prevented the mole from attacking anyone for a turn.
We made it through.
I am gonna, so, sort of an advanced strat is to skip the heal at the shack on the way out of here, but I don't like the amount of psychic points Ness has, so I am gonna take that heal. Otherwise, we're getting out of this cave.
And we did see Peen pick up 2 items, the picnic lunch, which will be used in the monkey cave, and the platinum band, which we will not equip. It will be sold for when we go and buy a bunch of explosives coming up.
Yeah, and it'll also come in handy for skip sandwich money when we go into the pyramid quite a while from now.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of a rite of passage in an EarthBound speedrun is at some point you will forget to talk to that NPC, and then you will try to walk back to Foreside and wonder why you don't get the plot trigger.
Or if you're me, almost every time, and have a huge note that says, "Talk to the man!" Like, I always forget.
So there's a few shopping segments left in the run. This is kind of the next big shopping segment since we bought all of those hamburgers. Now we're going to fill all of the kids' inventories with big bottle rockets and super bombs. We will use those to kind of cheese through boss fights and encounters the rest of the way until we fill up with even more explosives later in the game.
Glad I took that heal because we had to cure Sunstroke there, so that would have been even more psychic points I'd be losing.
So, like I was talking about in the story, we cleared out those bosses, and the guys were so excited about having found their buried treasure, they came and gave us a diamond. And we're going to go back to the theater. We're going to try and give the diamond to the theater owner. We have to do it behind the desk. If you give it to her in front of the desk, she'll be like, "Hey, come closer."
Yeah.
Yeah, which is a dev's odd way of accounting for the fact that they don't want to make it so that the Runaway 5 enter the room and walk through you. They didn't want that visual, so they just forced you to walk behind the desk, same as you have to do in the Tucson Theater. Mechanically, it would have been easy enough to do to just turn off your collision for a second, but they didn't want to do that. Or I guess have the Runaway 5 not have collision. They could have done it, but it would have looked funny.
No clipping.
Well, I mean, the lady just has to make sure it's actually a diamond and not a cubic zirconia.
Oh, of course.
It's worth maybe $50.
Will be another built-in break in the game where I will ask you to talk amongst yourselves. I have sort of an internal clock at this point that's conditioned to know when these cutscenes are. And my body says, this is a bathroom break.
It happens, it's true.
Slug, do you want to talk about Keyboard Terry?
Oh, Keyboard Terry! Well, a lot of people have been like, that's not his name, but it's in my canon, that is his name. He's just the keyboardist of the Runaway 5 that they don't really acknowledge. But I mean, I don't think that's fair because keyboards are a very important part of a band, especially a blues band like the Runaway 5. But I don't remember when or where I named him Keyboard Terry, or if I get that from someone else, or if someone else named him Keyboard Terry. But in my canon, his name is Keyboard Terry.
It's the joke about the Runaway 5 because there are 6 members in the band, but the keyboardist doesn't really get counted. And
It's even got cool shades. I mean, they all have shades on, but you know.
it's a localization change because in Mother 2, the original release, the Runaway Hive were all dressed in black, and they were called the Tanzuru Brothers, or the Runaway Brothers. A definite not play on the Blues Brothers. Copyright.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
That's true. They were changed.
It's just funny Mario and Luigi. What are you talking about?
I recognize Keyboard Terry.
But Keyboard Terry notably does not go in to talk to the managers in either of the cutscenes, so he's not the official member of the band.
Yeah, he just stays out of all the money issues, which, I mean, I don't blame him. But there's a few localization changes like that. Like, I know one of them for the hospitals, I believe in the Japanese version, Mother 2, they have a red cross. And since that is an American company, the Red Cross, they took that away.
They're very protective over the branding for the Red Cross.
It still shows up in Dungeon Man.
That's true. Yeah, they didn't miss one.
Oh, yeah. Alright, so Peen took out money, all of her money, and sold the Platinum Band, and as Des was mentioning a bit ago, we're gonna load up on explosives.
This is the part of the run where if you're very sleep deprived, you might buy the wrong explosive 6 different times. Ask me how I know.
I was gonna say, wait a second, how would you know?
And this is also, like, as a running strat point, there's a little bit of variation. I buy a different number of super bombs on different characters than some other people do. There's a couple different route variations for what you're comfortable with, where you're comfortable with spending these explosives later in the run. I like 5 super bombs on Jeff, 5 on Paula, and 6 on Ness, but that's kind of more than most people go for.
Yeah, I think in my notes I have just like, I think the minimum you should do is 4 bombs on Jeff, 7 BBRs, 5 bombs on Paula, 3 to 4 BBRs, and 5 bombs on Ness. But I mean, if you have leftover money and like spots in your inventory, why not, you know?
I think the Cliff's Notes version is we're buying things that go kaboom.
Yeah, too long didn't read, buy explosives. From a shady man in the storage room of a department store.
As most malls have, I'm sure. Right next to the Orange Julius, there's an arms dealer.
The Orange Julius.
Just where they store all the cups. There's a strange man.
Having worked in a mall, there are fun liminal spaces that you don't normally have access to.
There are.
Yeah, same, yeah.
I worked at an Orange Julius, and I remember there being a rather terrifying freight elevator in the mall.
I was gonna say, they're always kind of creepy. Like, weird long hallways that are just concrete, and you're like, oh god, where am I? What's happening?
And this safety save, frankly, even in a PB attempt, unless you're severely behind, I would recommend saving here. You only lose a minute and change if you do take a death here, and you're probably going to take a death here, because speedrun or not, this is one of the deadliest parts of the game.
Yeah, the encounters in this store are either a musica or records, and the musica will put people to sleep and then just off people. The record's not so bad, a little easier to get away from, but the
biggest problem is when we get to the top floor, in an overworld sense, there's not much you can do to avoid the encounter. You just come off of an escalator and they're right in your face. So anything you could do to avoid that encounter is just RNG. Sometimes it's positioned in a way where you can green swirl it. Okay. A little close on that dodge. It took a while to lure it toward me was the problem.
Well, and I think something else of note is that Paula is now gone, and Paula has our freeze beta, which is 100% OP in the game and is like continually used.
Oh, they moved up toward me. I thought I was going to green swirl. Oh, this is safe though.
Yeah,
This is what you want.
bombs.
If you have to take a fight, this is what you want. This looks dire because we're taking mortal damage, but we should actually have enough time for both of these bombs to go off, thanks to the rolling HP. We're fine.
Yeah, so that is the encounter you want to take, because it's hard to dodge an encounter right there. There are pretty much always a gaggle of boxes hanging out. But from here, we should be fine. We are fine. And we will get through. But these enemies in the department store are just so awful. I don't know what they were thinking. Side mook, let's go.
So this
This
fight,
guy's pretty straightforward right now. What's obnoxious is if you have to fight this guy when one of your party members is dead, because his freeze attack likes to solidify you, which when you only have one party member is pretty deadly. Because it just wastes a turn and you're taking a lot of damage, and there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, someone's saying in chat that the rolling HP meter is like really cool, and I agree. I wish more games utilized it because it really does make battles just. I think you mentioned much earlier, Pien, just that much more tense, and the menuing and the like kind of like thought processes you have to do to be able to be like, okay, I can do this and this and this and blah blah blah, blah, you know, to be able to survive that type of fight. Where you've taken mortal damage and you have to kind of think really quick on how to get out of it or how to stay in it.
Yeah, it is between the rolling HP and the overworld enemies that can just jump out at you from behind a tree. This is the game to speedrun if your blood pressure is too low and you want to do something about that. It's a very tense run for that reason.
What, like that dog in the very beginning that scared all of us?
Yeah. Well, I actually never got rid of Jeff's pop gun from all the way back in Winters, and that's because I'm giving it to this man. You have to give him an item. As long as it's not a key item, it can be most anything.
Yeah, most people do save the protractor to give to the pigpen dude.
Yeah, well, I like giving him the pop gun instead, as you do want a pop gun at least up until after Master Belch, because you want to be able to bash the foppies in that factory. So it makes more sense to me to hang on to the pop gun instead. But that's another valid option, is to give him the protractor as just your unnecessary item you want to dump on this guy.
Goodbye, Everdread. Now on to Moonside.
So that skip is complete RNG. That enemy can just decide to move left toward the wall.
oh my.
You can see the movement is slowed down. That's because of all those enemies. Also, Moonside is just kind of laggy in general.
Moonside always really intimidated me when I was a kiddo. It was very confusing.
Yeah, I love it though.
All of the characters will say stuff funny, sometimes backwards. Yes is no, no is yes. And you get around by using these surf dudes that move you around the map.
Equipping the Night Pendant, which we get for free in a box here. The Night Pendant is guaranteed flash protection. Doesn't do much else, but it does protect against flash, which in a few parts of the game is going to be very important. One of which is on the statue we're about to fight.
Yeah.
Flash beta.
Flash can be bad.
Yeah, it has a chance to do status effects or just drop you. No HP going to 0. You're just
See ya.
done.
Yeah. Anything Flash Beta and above has just an insta-kill chance, which is super fair and cool. So I'm safety saving here. I did a tech skip by walking to the bottom of that room on the way out of the hotel. That skips the invisible man who would normally pester you this whole walk over. But the other side effect of that is if I now die to this boss, I essentially softlock. So if I have to use that safety save, we are going to have to invalidate the run a little bit and hard reset the console. So hopefully that won't happen. I have a lot of psychic points on Ness and the secret herb, so it's unlikely we die. We've had nothing but luck so far. This is very good. Oh my lord. For what it's worth, I am on PB pace right now. By about 12 seconds.
Awesome.
This pace is exceptional.
I'm not gonna get rid of the secret herb. I only wanted it for that one fight in case. So the Mani Mani statue has a paralysis attack, which makes Jeff useless if he gets hit by that. And that is not a good thing in a fight where we're relying on bottle rockets. That's what we pick up the secret herb for, but didn't end up necessary. This is the kind of speed game, though, where even if I was 3 minutes ahead right now, it wouldn't be super meaningful because there are so many things that can lose me time just from too many spawns in a dungeon or something silly like that. So I wouldn't get too attached.
Flavored yogurt.
The other thing is, this is the fastest way to get to the desert anyway, so you would still want to do this. But if you do the text skip that we just did in Moonside, you are mandated to take this bus because the other side effect is enemy spawns were actually off for a few seconds there, and it would be rather unfair if they stayed off, so this turns them back on, taking this bus. Another odd quirk.
Also,
This game has a lot
it's
of...
faster.
Yeah, it is faster. This game has a lot of like control codes mixed in with the dialogue because it's a lot of spaghetti code, this game. So there's a lot of odd things like that where things you wouldn't expect to be an event flag are just embedded in the dialogue, and one of them is when you get off this bus.
We're heading into Monkey Cave,
Cave full
which
of monkeys.
also has very interesting music.
Yeah, this is a part of the run where if I was running this in Japanese, you would see that I just have the inventory memorized and I don't have to think about where things are. Because I'm not. I know exactly how many cursors it is to this skip sandwich because I'm kind of particular about inventory. Because that's also just, even in English, when you can read, that's just how you menu fast. You know where things land.
Yeah, this could be a confusing area, even when you have notes on where to go.
Yeah, definitely get lost a lot here casually.
I'm a big fan of the mnemonic left, right, left, to kind of get through the doors.
The monkey moved out of my way, which is good. I need to get in that door on the right. The enemies in this cave are also kind of deadlier than you would think. They avoid you, but if somehow you end up in a fight with them that is not a green swirl, they actually could kind of kill you. Surprisingly.
They're enemies from Milky Well, right?
I forget if it's the same mushroom from Milky Well, but that sounds right.
Yeah, because that is,
feels
I
right.
mean, it would have been our next sanctuary spot. I believe it's the third. So we would have gone there, but we skip it in the speed run for reasons.
There's so many different mushroom enemies with similar names in this game that I don't remember. Monkey has gone to heaven.
And this monkey gets straight to the point.
Dragonite, our first bag of Dragonite of the run.
And there's Nessa's dad. He calls you every 2 hours of gameplay, which we took a break for a few minutes, so we're getting it a little earlier on the timer than we normally would.
Now we meet Talarama.
So you can say yes or no, and either way, when you talk to the monkey will still go outside and teach you teleport.
Speaking of which, I think if we're going to do another break, we could perhaps do it after this Monotoli building. After this clumsy robot fight.
Oh, yeah.
No.
That sounds perfect.
Okay.
Maybe before or after the Runaway 5 class? Maybe after?
I feel like before, just because there's a lot of dialogue and movement in that building.
Yeah.
It could perhaps take too long.
I was going to say something and now I completely forgot. Oh, the pencil eraser. I think, is that... those are the only two, like, necessary pencil eraser spots, right? Because there is the third in Winters.
Yeah, which is optional. It just saves you,
don't have to have.
It just saves you walking through an empty brick road dungeon. Yeah, only two required ones, which okay, I said everything in the monkey cave besides the first two items are just in the cave, except that you need the pencil eraser, which is probably one of those things casually where you got that far into the cave and went, come on, because you probably gave it to Escargot Express or something.
Yeah, and here's something funny that's happened to me before. I had the pencil eraser on Paula, and I went to the monkey cave, and I didn't realize it was on Paula. So if that happens, Escargot Express will be like, hey, I think you needed this, and they will deliver it to you because there's literally no way to get it from her.
Yes.
Because it's not in the Escargot Express inventory, and it's nowhere in your inventory. So the game kind of wrote it in so that, like, if somehow Paula had the pencil eraser, they will deliver it to you.
Yeah, the same happens if you grab the Hawkeye in Pyramid and put it on Pooh, because Pooh leaves your party right after the Pyramid.
Okay, yeah.
And the same will happen. You'll just get a phone call about it being an Escargot Express. So we're going to be using a skip sandwich to dodge past these robots. One of them is a little bit out of my control because it can just decide to be in front of a door. So we're going to hope that doesn't happen. But the other ones, if I fight the robots, it was a skill issue. But the second one, maybe not my fault.
RNG bot, as we like to call it.
As I like to sing, please don't put a robot in front of the door. That's royalty free. You can sing that if you want. I wrote it. But we got him.
Noise. All of them. Got all the skips.
Oops,
4
all
out of
skips.
4. That is, if you've ever done the retro achievements for this game, that is one of them, is skipping those robots.
Yeah, which I just did. There are some achievements that are retro in that set.
This boss has an enormous speed stat, one of the highest speed enemies in the game, so a bottle rocket will almost certainly miss on him. Wow, that took 6 bombs.
I don't think I've
really
seen
low
that.
rolls. Generally, it takes 4, sometimes 5 if you're having a bad day, but the fact that took 6. Some bad RNG had to happen eventually.
But we were prepared for it. We had the bomb budget for it. It's all good.
Okay, so I'm gonna say pause right when this old man tells me to stop. So in 3, 2, 1, pause. And if you wanted to do a break here.
Yes. We'll go ahead and do that break. So, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to take a few breaks during the run because of how long it is. To take the opportunity to stretch, get some water, do what you got to do. Before we do that, I just want to make one quick announcement. If I can pull it up really quickly. There it is. One is you can join us February 17th and 18th here at twitch.tv/gamesdonequick for a celebration of Black speedrunning talent and Black joy, because unapologetically Black and Fast is back. Submissions are now open for UBAF through January 9th. Use the command !UBAF in chat for more info. And if you missed any of our other Hotfix shows, be sure to check out the VODs on youtube.com/gamesdonequick. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to our Christmas special here at the GDQ Hotfix. We are in the middle of an amazing EarthBound 90% Glitchless Manipless run by Peen Train. Again, a reminder, if you're enjoying the run, be sure to follow Peen Train, Mistez Games, and Attack Slug all on Twitch. Their names are on the title, and they'll be in the description below the YouTube video if you're watching this after the fact. And thank you all again for watching. The turnout's been amazing. I'm really happy with how this run's been going and how excited everyone is about EarthBound. So go ahead and get us back into the run, Peen.
All right, so resuming time in 3, 2, 1, go. Get a little free heal here as well.
So Monotoli has a whole bunch of text here. We want to say no to him because he's going to ask us if we want to hear his story again. And the free heal is pretty advantageous after we got hit with that missile in the last boss fight.
Yeah, after a bit of a rough, clumsy robot.
Yeah, so it's what is slightly faster is if instead of getting the free heal from this guy, if you immediately L check him when you walk into the room, there is a risk of doing that, which is if you're not standing far enough to the left, so if you walk directly down and then L check him before he can interrupt you, you can hard lock the game because he goes to open this door to the helipad and it's not spawned in because you're too far to the right, and it just plays that sound effect of the door opening forever. So something to be careful of if you run this game. But in this case,
It scares me. I don't even know how to soft lock it.
In this case, we needed the heal, so it didn't matter.
I didn't even know you had to like talk to him to hard lock it, but every time I'm just like, oh, please don't hard lock, please don't hard lock.
I'm going to have to make a conscious effort to avoid using super bombs on this shroom fight coming up because I used way more than I normally would on that clumsy robot.
So you saw Peen kind of menuing around there. It's because we did load Paula up with super bombs and some BBRs. So she was just kind of moving around those items to the other kids in the party. But Pokey is here to ruin our day once again.
And since we're kind of at a lull and a midpoint in the run, it's worth noting after this run, we're going to be demoing Boogey Percent, which we hadn't really fully explained earlier, but is the shortened race category for EarthBound. And we do an annual EarthBound Super Series with Boogey Percent Racing. We also do a couple of other community events like the Ancient Cave Randomizer event that's currently going on. Do you want to talk about that a little bit, Slug?
Yeah, so we are lucky enough in the EarthBound community to have 2 EarthBound randomizers. And one of them is the Ancient Cave Randomizer. It is a door rando, sort of made after the Lufia 2 Ancient Cave. And right now we are doing an Ancient Cave spoiler tourney. So basically that just means that the runners are able to download the spoiler, and they have about 10 to 12 minutes to map out routes and look for critical items, etc., based on and like kind of their route, because there are essentially 9 floors in the cave, and you want to get to floor 9 and be prepared to defeat Gygus. So using the spoiler can show you items and skips, etc., to be able to get there the quickest way and the most prepared way. So we are doing it's a bit of a mini tourney. We are holding that right now. The finals and semifinals are coming up very soon. the holidays, kind of put a bit of a hold on things, but that will be resuming probably next week. So definitely check that out. And then after that, the other randomizer that we have in our community is PK Scramble, and that is a key item randomizer. And there will be a PK Scramble tournament happening very soon after the Ancient Cave one. So definitely check those out if you're into randos. They're both super fun. And yeah, hope to see you hanging out in the Super Series channel and the Discord.
And so I realize again that I didn't actually explain what Boogey Percent is other than a shortened category. It ends as you collect the fly honey after defeating the Boogey Tent in 3. It's kind of the first 1/3 to 1/4 of the glitchless any percent run, so it's a really great way to kind of like cut your teeth on the Earthbound speedrun if you are interested in it at all. Almost all of the same strats in Boogey Percent carry over to any percent glitchless. You pick up a few more items for the glitchless run if you want to do that. Your first run for any percent glitchless, if you haven't done it before, you can expect to spend about 6 to 8 hours on it. Boogey Percent, you're going to be done in less than 2, so it's a lot easier if you want to just give it a try.
Yeah, Boogey Percent is a category that I would say is easy to get into and difficult to master. It's a very beginner-friendly category in the sense that there's not nearly as much to learn, but it is good that it teaches you a lot of basic mechanics for what you would encounter in a full glitchless run. But because it's such a short category, if you were to want to get a top 10 time at it, you have to do the silliest strats possible, and so many of your runs will die from having to rely on RNG.
Yeah, I started calling it RNG percent because when it comes down to that, it can be that when you're trying to get really good times. But I agree with everything y'all have said. That's how I got started in Earthbound speedrunning. Someone mentioned, are you gonna speedrun Earthbound? And I was one of those people who was like, no, this is my favorite game. Why would I want to do that? It'll ruin it. But then I finally caved, and honestly, it makes it better, especially with the randos and everything. It's just different ways to play Earthbound. So I agree, it's a great way to kind of get into vanilla speedrunning. As Des and Peter are saying, it's a shorter category. And there's not as much to remember, so definitely a fun way to kind of get into it. And then once you kind of feel like comfortable with that, then take on the big kahuna, which is any percent glitchless.
Yeah, Boogey Percent's actually how I got started with Earthbound too, because I had been running at that time I was running Kingdom Hearts, which was like longer, like 3-hour long speedrun. I was like, okay, I just want to do an RPG speedrun that I can do right now because I had a Super Nintendo Classic. And it's on that, so it's super easy to run. I was like, one I can do now and is also short. And I was like, this is perfect. And I liked Earthbound already, so it just worked out. And then I eventually learned the glitchless run 2 years later, and it's still one of my favorite speedruns ever. It's so much fun. And it's such a stressful and just eventful. Like, so many things happen in the run. It's kind of ridiculous.
It's also
a lot of other games.
What I like about it as well is it's a very cerebral run. It keeps you thinking. There's a lot of decisions you have to make on the fly to adapt to what this game throws at you.
Yeah, my favorite speedruns are always the ones where like you have to improv or like kind of know what to do in certain situations. Has to do more on the fly thinking, and that's not super common in a lot of JRPG type speedruns, but it's definitely a big factor in this one.
Yeah, I think I remember you saying that was what you liked about Let's Go Eevee was the runs can differ on each attempt so much.
Yeah, Let's Go Eevee and Pikachu are basically like randomizers, which is why I like speedrunning them. This is not to that degree, but there's a lot of new and exciting things that happen run to run while you play this game.
A little half-second optimization I did was I moved Jeff closer to the Skyrunner as I got on it, so that he doesn't have to walk as far to try to repair it, which is the kind of thing you start obsessing over once you go below the 4-hour mark in this run.
They add up, though, all those little optimizations, they really do.
No one wants to get 5 hours and 1 second because they didn't line Jeff up near the Skyrunner.
That's gonna be me, oh no. And P's gonna be like, you should have lined up Jeff.
I am gonna save here, this is not a particularly costly fight to die to in terms of like time loss or losing explosives. I would lose a lot of money, which is why I'm gonna save. It would mess up my routing later if I was to die to this fight without a save.
Yeah, a mechanic that I don't think we've discussed is that if you die, you lose half of your money that you have on hand.
You.
It's super dangerous later in the run, after we pick up all the money to go buy multi-bottle rockets. So yeah, that's a sticky spot. Ooh.
Ooh, that's a low roll from
126.
Jeff, too. So Paula has now Mushroom Eyes and has a chance to friendly fire the entire party, so I'm going to avoid using her, but I also don't want to use that many super bombs because I have kind of a shortage, so I'm going to try to have Ness use PSI here, which I wouldn't normally do on this fight because it's rather slow.
Jeff is all over the place on this fight.
Yeah. He really rubber banded on damage. He did like 100 and then 600.
And then 220.
Yeah.
Get it together, Jeff. Come on. Yeah, one of the things that mushrooming can do when you're in a fight is you'll start feeling funky and throw attacks at your fellow party members.
Yeah, which especially if you're doing an AoE attack or a bomb which can do splash damage, that is a bad thing if you're lobbing it at your own party. So that's the thing that makes this fight a little bit scary. A bomb over to Ness. Oh, here's a mechanic I haven't explained yet. So you can teleport in this game, which gets you to other locations really fast, but you can also abuse that to avoid overworld enemies because they do not move during the teleport. So from this point on, we're going to be using that in a few spots, basically anywhere outside that's not in a dungeon or a building or anything.
Their engine is at it again. Just being rude. But he did fix the Skyrunner, so we're headed to Summers.
To answer the question in chat, yes, the reason that everyone is named a single letter is because it prints the characters faster.
And isn't it because, like, if you hand something to someone else, it doesn't... Isn't there something like with that?
Yeah,
I think I've heard you explain that before.
That's a little fringe benefit, is if... So when you feed someone a skip sandwich, which we're going to be doing a lot to dodge past enemies, there's extra text if you feed it to a different person. So say Paula is holding a skip sandwich and then I feed it to Ness. It would say, Ness took out the skip sandwich, or Paula took out the skip sandwich and Ness ate it, and that's extra text. And there's two ways you could go around that. You could either do a cursor to feed it to the person holding it, and that saves on text. Or if you name those two people the same thing, that's all the game checks. It's not like a pointer. It just looks at the name and says that's the same person, and it thinks that you're feeding a skip sandwich to the same person. So long story short, it saves on text that way too. If you name everyone the same thing.
Yeah, it's another one of those weird spaghetti code things that we were talking about, how the game is just kind of piecemealed together in weird ways with some weird checks. I also always say that Summers isn't free. It was so far, but bad guys can still spawn here.
Yeah, and they're kind of scary bad guys too.
On the beach, you can get a couple different enemies that'll run towards you. As we make our way towards, there's the select flag that Beam Train was talking about earlier.
Player 2, and there's a flag in the bottom that's doing some funny things. Yeah, where's...
I always loved that part as a kid when they're like, you put in your name and then they're like, hey, you, is it right? But now we kind of use it as like something to put in names of maybe the marathon we're doing, or a lot of times there is the age-old butts.
the community meme.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously for frame saving, a lot of people would just put a letter A or something. But for a marathon run, why not put GDQ Hotfix?
We're buying a bunch of skip sandwiches. These are for the pyramid that Peen will find her way to soon enough.
But first, we have to go and investigate the rumors of the really cool cake in Summers that are made from only the best leftover
There's
ingredients.
Some of those enemies.
Okay, cool.
Oh gosh,
my.
there they are again. So the crazed sign is awful because it can paralyze you.
Good dodges.
Yeah, well done, Pete.
You're always watching the corner of the screen in this run. Because there's a lot of enemy spawns that you don't have too much time to deal with.
So I still feel that canonically, Ness just kind of hallucinates really hard, and then our next party member shows up. That's kind of what happens. We eat this cake, we have a very vivid dream, and the dream is of our fourth party member who then just joins the party.
There's also a sneaky crazed sign hidden behind that palm tree who thought I couldn't see it, but I could.
We can see you, crazed sign. You're not that sneaky.
This is also the part of the game where you eat a funny cake. Don't think too much about it.
Well, and it's funny because I don't know if anyone remembers, but a few years ago, one of the I think localizers found a floppy disk.
Yeah,
if anyone's old enough to remember those.
Marcus Lindblom, who headed the localization for when this game was translated into English.
And the part where Ness eats the cake, the Magic Cake Lady says, "Meet me out on the beach." So she was actually supposed to be on the beach, and you were supposed to get this amazing massage that kind of took you into another world. But I guess they decided to change it to eating cake.
Yeah, there was a lot of things in those localization files that were commented out from early in Mother 2's development. So things like that ended up being changed even before Mother 2 was released.
Yeah. There's also a part where when you get kidnapped and threed, which we saw quite a bit earlier, there was a cutscene of the zombies dragging the kids to the graveyard prison, which I think that one was really cool. I wish they kept that in, but I guess for speedrun purposes it would have taken more time, but we just would have had to add it in, you know?
Well, and traumatic,
They're just asleep.
But what's neat about it is there were some sprites in the game that were only used for that sequence. That up until the last couple of years, there was speculation on why those were in the game files. They were on the cutting room floor, and no one was sure what they were for, which was these sprites of Ness and Paula sitting down with their eyes closed, and it ended up being for that extra 3 cutscene.
Yeah. There's also an Everdread ghost sprite, which begs the question of, was Everdread going to join the party at some point? Who knows?
Now, this
also
sequence
is a very difficult part of the run where you have to say yes a lot.
Yeah, this sequence is also another sort of mildly traumatic sequence of events with the story that happens here. Our spirit of our ancient master disables us, and the audio completely cuts out, which is a really unique part of this game for the sequence, and then we get control back.
Yeah.
We did it.
Pretty interesting.
We did it. I didn't press B.
Yay! I like that little hill that Pooh sits upon, though, with the little pink clouds all around.
The name of the sanctuary here.
Yeah.
which we need a carrot key to be able to get past the rabbits that are guarding the cave for Pink Cloud Sanctuary. And we don't get the carrot key until we complete the sanctuary in Fourside, which is actually sanctuary number 5. We just did sanctuary 4 over in Winters. But we're going to come back and do 5 way later.
Yeah, we kind of skip around on the sanctuary order because you don't have to do them linearly. Some of them you do to get to the next one, but
yeah, but
even then,
particularly Mondo Mole is pretty slow to try and accomplish early on and a little bit more risky. And Trillionage Sprout is super duper dangerous because it can
it's just rude, yeah.
It'll diamondize kids.
Yeah.
So we come back and finish off Trillionage Sprout with a multi-bottle rocket, and that'll send us into a different sequence of the game. That's actually the last sanctuary that we do in the sanctuary cleanup traditionally.
This enemy we're about to fight has a 50% chance to drop a mummy wrap. I kind of want it because I have a little bit of an explosive shortage, and that will help with that.
The mummy wrap has similar damage to a super bomb and also a really good chance of solidifying the enemy that it attacks.
So it's like a super freeze bomb.
We need that for the next fight coming up, which is going to be the Kraken on the way to Straba.
See if we get it.
You didn't get it.
No.
So I'm going to be saving before this fight. It's just going to be a little more tense than usual because if it goes into 2 rounds, I won't have a second bomb on Ness. Because I'm going to have to move one to Paula now.
So would it be best to bomb, freeze, bottle rocket, bomb, and then defend, bottle rocket, defend if things go into a second round?
Yeah, I mean, that depends what the Kraken does. If he does fire, then Jeff would be dead before a second rocket goes off. So it might be that a Rockin' is my only option, and I have to hope that Ness doesn't miss with it.
You do
What I'm
have
hoping
to have
is that the Kraken either just does like a pale green light or a crashing boom bang attack, which is his thunder attack.
Right.
Either of those wouldn't be too deadly.
Now,
You do have to read the hieroglyphs, right? So that you can even dance in front of the Sphinx. Isn't that a necessary trigger?
That is requisite. Pooh does have to be alive to be able to read the hieroglyphs. He's the only character that can. And I used to think that the phone call there was a required trigger, but it's not. But it is telling you about something really cool in Fourside Museum, but we don't have to go check that out right now. We're going to go to the desert instead.
It's a little annoying that that phone is ringing because I can't save at that phone because of it. If I did and then I soft reset, I would have to fight the Shattered Man again. So for a marathon run, it's a slight annoyance.
Now it's time for a boat ride.
A really cool jam. This is a cool song.
Great music coming up. And I love that he's like, what? It could just cost you your life. You got that for free. Okay, Toto Man.
So hopefully we only have to sit through this boat ride once.
It is about 2 minutes long.
A little bit more afraid of this fight than usual, just because I'm down a super bomb. Fine if it's a 1-round fight, but we're relying on damage rolls.
About to get dark. Things are about to start happening.
Here he comes.
Dun, dun, dun.
Funny in PK Scramble that this Kraken is randomized, so sometimes you can see like Frank running across the water.
Everdread.
Yeah. Let's see if we can
A
do
little
a
low.
round.
Uh-oh.
366 and a fire. Let's say, oi, ay, ay, ay.
Good luck.
Uh-oh. We just need Ness to not miss.
Come on, Ness.
Any amount of damage should be good here. Okay.
And we're through.
Whew.
So this is why I want a second super
hairy.
bomb on Ness normally, because that can't miss. And there is always enough time for Ness to do a second attack there. But Rockin' is scary because it has a miss chance.
But we made it through. A little wounded, but we got through it. Are you gonna revive? Who are you gonna revive, Ian?
Since I have to go to
All
the
of them?
hospital anyway, it might as well be everyone. If only Paula
Yeah.
was dead, I would strongly consider not bringing her back because I don't use her much in this pyramid.
Mm-hmm.
Might be a slight money shortage later because of this hospital trip, but it shouldn't affect too much.
I want to ask Ness got 4 levels, how that changed her out. Do you think that will... I mean, since you haven't... It might increase the odds of getting healing
Yes,
gamma, maybe?
I was gonna say it might affect whether Ness gets healing gamma by the end of the game, which in a high level run is not a sure thing because you avoid so many random encounters in the end game. Yeah. That bottle of water. So we're getting 2 crystal charms. The one on Jeff is for bottle rocket damage. The crystal charm increases your speed. It also protects against paralysis. For bottle rocket damage, their accuracy rate is based on your speed stat. And then the one on Paula is for run chance, because your chance of running away from an enemy is also based on your speed stat. And she has the highest base speed in our party, which is what it checks for whether you, for what your chance is to run away from an enemy. It checks highest speed among your party. That is Paula
Lucas
right now.
everywhere.
Oh my gosh.
Lucas Skelpions? This desert is bouncing. Golly. We're dancing in front of the Sphinx to prove that we are warriors.
And then here's another tricky spot to skip one of those photo guys that we were talking about earlier.
I lined up weird.
Oh
This
no.
might not work. Oh, we still got it. Okay.
Nice.
Oh, you still got it. Wow.
Because I could see that I was like off center, so I tried to fix it mid teleport, and I did that weird swerve, and it was
You got kind of like, whoop.
yeah, it was an overcorrection, but it still worked out. I also once during a PB attempt, I somehow managed to mess up that dance in front of the Sphinx there, and someone in my chat said shape issue, and I laughed for about 5 minutes.
So, Bean, sorry, Bean bought all those skip sandwiches to be used in the pyramid here. And you'll see her do some maneuvering to get past these enemies.
It'd be rather discouraging if I missed that skip. A little tight, and it's the first one.
And getting that first skip makes the second skip at the top of the stairs almost guaranteed. This spawn in this room is super nice. This is one of the easier encounters.
Yeah, I would normally run from this and just, try for the YOLO run. Paula missed so many levels by being dead on that Kraken that I don't want to.
Yeah, so most of the enemies in the pyramid, you can either use paralysis or hypnosis.
Yeah.
And and run away from them.
Yeah,
so you don't have to fight them.
If the only enemies left standing are hypnotized, paralyzed, solidified, anything like that, you have a guaranteed run chance. We're going to be using here, because these are all susceptible to paralysis. That should be fine. I kind of need him. Need him for a fight we're about to do.
There is the backup cup of life noodles in Pyramid in case. But it'd be unfortunate to have to pop it here.
I'd have to replace it with another one later because I would need one in my inventory.
For anyone wondering, the cup of life noodles is a res item, so it will bring one of your fallen party members back to life.
Isn't it just healing Gamma or Omega?
Sounds right, because I know like the secret herb is just healing Gamma.
Yeah, but it has a chance to not work.
Yeah.
Cup of life noodles is guaranteed revive.
Because a couple life noodles will also heal the same status effects that healing Omega does. So it probably is just that as an item.
And there's a couple differences as well between like the secret herb and the couple life noodles. The secret herb will revive a party member, but it has that 25% chance to not work to revive a party member. And when it does revive a party member, it does not fully heal them. It will only give them like 20 to 40 HP or something like that. So you have to give them a life up. I've seen someone fumble that and lose a PB on the Gygus encounter because of that.
Was it you?
It may have been Cerium.
Okay. I wouldn't judge if it was you, just to be clear.
No, I have just chosen to end instead of continue after making the final safety save in Cave of the Past. More than once.
I'm taking this encounter because it's a single, and then I can iframe through the rest of this room. And using of course it... Oh my... Okay, so Hypnosis missing on an enemy that is guaranteed is, I believe, a 1 in 256 chance. Because there's like an off by 1 error in when it considers.
We're seeing it all, folks.
that is so like 90s JRPG.
Yeah.
Gen 1 missing here.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to say the thing, but I have never seen that.
Like, will we see it again? No, we won't.
Oh. A couple life noodles is in a weird spot. They're that cold so I don't get extra battle text. That was the hardest skip. We got it. I kind of want this butterfly because I might have to do another paralysis at the bottom of this hole. I normally wouldn't want it. It might affect how much skip sandwich speed I have here. Nice, okay.
Screen.
Didn't need the butterfly after all. Another case where I'm going to take a single encounter so that I can iframe past the rest of this. I could menu this.
There.
That works? I always thought you had to go down to get past that snake.
Nope.
Huh.
No, it's one of the. It's like a lot of the skips in this game. You just have to know like which ones you have to dodge down for and how far you have to dodge down. And some of them you can just buffer a cardinal direction, and that's one of them.
Now, this is a dangerous area.
Yeah, all of these UFOs are super duper dangerous. UFOs have a very, very high speed stat, and as we were mentioning earlier, your run chances tied to a speed check between your speed and the enemy speed. So they're very, very, very hard to run from, and super duper dangerous. South Scaraba is a bad time sometimes because of that. The enemy's
As is
inside
this
dungeon man, also very
Yeah.
dangerous.
Yeah, so there are
Go for it.
present enemies in this dungeon that have kind of a giant aggro range and will chase you across the room. And so I can get in situations where I just can't avoid a fight.
And the present enemies in here tend to come as a trio of a cup of coffee, which doesn't sound intimidating, one of those records from the department store that we encountered earlier, and a protoplasm. The
Yeah, I'm
protoplasm,
getting lucky that it looked like two of the present enemies I came across were worthless protoplasms because they avoided me. Which if it was any of the other two enemies, they would go straight for me.
Yep, but those records can charge forward and will be basically dealing lethal damage to any of the party members. The cup of coffee will spill coffee on you and deal fire damage to everybody. It's a really, really bad time to get into any of those fights. They're pretty dangerous.
And we didn't see them, but also mooks can spawn in here as well. And those
There's
are also
diamonds
just
on that second floor.
Gnarly,
Yeah.
yeah, gnarly enemies.
They can look at you wrong and diamondize you.
Look at you, bro.
They glare at you with their evil eyes, and you are just
Stare
dead.
side eye.
So it's a really, really dangerous area, not just inside but outside of this dungeon.
That was an
you have
uncommon spawn.
Yep. You have to drop down these holes, and sometimes there's bad guys. Great job on that green swirl there.
Oh, well, thank
Yeah.
you. I tend to pause buffer at the bottom of this hole because that can happen. And I don't want to get red swirled. So thankfully we have a lot of bottle rockets left, so I should be able to one round this fight. But it is a waste of time. This is the part of the run where your PB attempts lose 2 minutes for seemingly no reason. Because you just end up in encounter after encounter. And we're just going to try to run fast past any enemies in this desert.
Oop.
Wow. Thank you for that
Oh.
game.
Ew.
That was
It
just...
was a fire plug. It was a fire plug. Inside enemy. He's gonna paralyze.
I don't think that freeze is going to happen. Oh.
Ooh. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. Oh. Well, we got the paralysis in on both the UFOs.
I am homesick.
Sickness! Oh, that's a thing that can happen in the game between certain levels. What was
So
it?
I
We
had
looked
more
it up.
than enough time for that life up to go off, which is why I went into auto fight. But because Ness was homesick, which is like a 1 in 200, no, it's like a 2 in 256 or something like that. Each time you take an encounter for you to get homesick. So that was, I guess that happened because of the cup of coffee and stuff we fought.
Yep.
It must have, yeah.
Because the exiting the pyramid is actually a full heal, so it had to have been after that.
Yeah, that's the only encounter that you took.
And we literally only died because of that homesickness. We had more than enough time to life ourselves up.
Yeah.
Ness lost his motivation in battle and just decided to not.
You have to call mom to get rid of it.
So I would normally
You have to call
teleport
Mom.
past enemies here, but Ness now has no psychic points. So I cannot
You
do
have to-
that. I need to find a way into this dungeon without it, and we did, thankfully. So that
And
was
it's-
Thankfully,
terrifying.
there is a revitalizing device inside, so.
Is.
Yeah, but that makes this last leg of the dungeon even more dangerous. There's that cross that I was
It's at the
talking
end.
about.
Every last bit of money I need more than that. That's a
Oops.
menuing mistake.
Yeah, so we do take out pretty much all of our cash because we will be buying a plethora of multi-bottle rockets. Peen is saving here in case
Good
something
call.
horrible happens, so she won't lose all of her money. We mentioned earlier that if you do, unfortunately, take a death, it will take away half of whatever money you have on hand, and that will be very not good.
Seeing if I can get through without reviving anyone or refilling Ness's psychic points. The main reason is if I heal on that bench, I can
Enemy
get jumped
spawns.
by enemies right after, so it's kind of a bad situation. Same with if I go into that little hospital cave and come back out. Oh, well, that's helpful.
Yeah, we'll take this butterfly.
Little bit of insurance. If I fight a mook in this room, I'm now fairly safe because I can hypnotize it. There are a whole lot of 7% mook spawns in this room. There's one.
Yep, there's the diamond up there.
There's another one.
Luke, please, it's Christmas.
As soon as we've fallen down the last set of holes, we're safe, because at that point the only thing that can spawn is protoplasms.
Yeah. This dungeon man's petting zoo, which causes lots of lag.
This revitalizer should also cure the homesickness, I'm fairly certain. I might check.
Not, there's a phone. There's a phone leading up.
I might check the status screen because I'm not 100% on that, but I'm fairly certain.
Yeah, and would the death take away the homesickness?
Oh yes, actually.
Yes.
Death cures it. What am I thinking?
Yeah. We're picking up this talisman ribbon to sell more explosives.
And I would expect the revitalizer device to be able to clear homesickness if it was still on, but yeah, the death fixed it.
Yeah, I think it's definitely been speculated whether it does or not. I think the same with like hot springs, whether that cures.
I know hot
homesickness.
springs do.
Okay. Yeah, I mean the revitalizer's a full heal.
We're back in business, folks. We're heading to the deep darkness.
We've got the cool little submarine ride. And then Deep Darkness is a really interesting zone. It has a lot of deep water. Water so deep, in fact, that the party members will be completely submerged and take damage as you move through. So we're going to watch Peen Train do what we call the teleport exam. As the fastest way to get through the sludge is to just teleport through it. It's also a little safe with the enemies around. But she can also get too good at the teleports and accidentally warp out.
Oh, don't worry, I'm not.
Blessing you with the commentating curse here.
Alright, let's buy MBRs. The greatest weapon ever.
I would normally drop these excess bottle rockets, but I kind of need all the money I can get right now. So I'm hoping I have at least enough for 3 super bombs. I would normally buy 5 and put 2 of them on poo.
You still have the diamond band.
Thank you. I for sure don't
yeah.
have enough for that, for a full 5, because I already was low on super bombs and money, and then I took that death. I think the fact alone that I had to revive 3 people after Kraken lost me a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
So all it should really do is make the Gygas fight a little slower if I don't have those extra bombs. It's not enough to be worth coming back here later.
So, do you think maybe next break spot after this boss here in Deep Darkness, or do you want to do Starman?
I mean, thus far I've been doing them once an hour. That would still be like another 15 minutes.
Yeah, we got time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I might have more money than I think. I do have enough. Somehow.
Yay!
don't
It's
have to
another
do-
Christmas miracle.
Weird routing. I need to buy a lot of skip sandwiches after this, but this next boss fight alone gives me enough money for that, and it's right near an ATM, so once I'm buying skip sandwiches, so that'll be fine. There's an
So
enemy.
fun fact that pipe is also a man under the water,
Yeah, that
which
was
is an ATM.
one of the things that was revealed in the localization files leak was that a lot of NPCs have names that we didn't know about, and that guy, and I promise I'm not making this up, his name is D. Spencer. I would not make up a groan-worthy pun like that myself. That is just...
Well, I mean, but it makes sense. We have liar, exaggerate.
Yeah.
You know.
It's on brand for this game.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just gonna go right back over here.
Just kidding. There's a couple of life noodles up there if you needed it.
There's a bunch of slugs in the way.
But there might be some pitbull slugs there.
I would grab that cup of life noodles if I had used the one from Pyramid already, but otherwise we should be fine.
Yeah. Spencer.
The manly fish are super duper dangerous. They're really hard to get away from, and they hit real hard.
And there's
They
a lot
also
of
have brothers.
there's a lot of points here where you can just have enemies right in front of you coming out of a teleport, and there's not really a path you can take to prevent that. There's spawn plates everywhere, and you want to teleport here because it's one of the only parts of the game where that's actually the fastest way to traverse because your movement in this swamp is so slow. So you have to teleport, and it's scary sometimes.
Right, because you can't see the enemies in front of you once you
Correct.
teleport. We're just going to use a little MBR here.
Wow, he does not like Jeff.
What?
Oh,
Good grief.
ooh.
My goodness. That was a little uncalled for, but we got through it. Gosh. Wasn't expecting that.
Now, this bat is a really interesting item because it has a really high attack value, so it looks like a great item to equip, and it boosts your stats really, really high. It does not tell you that it also has a very high chance of missing.
Yeah, it kind of tells you in the item description, but it's subtle.
Yeah. And it's based off like a poem, a kid's poem. Or
Casey
something.
at the bat.
Casey at the bat.
So if you're familiar with that, you might figure it out. But I do maintain that the Casey bat does have a use, just not in a glitchless run, which is if you're doing an item grind and you want to force an instant win on an enemy, the offense from the bat can make the difference, because then you're not actually entering a fight, and you don't have to deal with the miss chance. Other than that, useless.
Right, so we just walked right into Tenor Village and walked right back out. That will now be a teleport spot for us later. But right now we're talking to Apple Kid, and he's being kidnapped. And also trying to figure out how to turn a boiled egg back into a raw egg.
As one does.
Very useful. It's extremely useful. Pooh is back in our party, and Pooh has learned Starstorm, which is one of the coolest, in my opinion, PSI attacks there is. And it's very deadly as well.
Yep, it's a real problem as some of the enemies later in the game will learn Starstorm and use it against the party, particularly in the Cave of the Past, the final dungeon. But it's wonderful to have on our side, and we will be using Starstorm Omega, hopefully, in the Gygus fight against Gygus.
Normally where I would get rid of the brain food lunch on Pooh, because at this point it's just clutter. But for marathon safety, I'll hang on to it. It will mean I'll have to put a skip sandwich on someone else. I might put it on Jeff. Otherwise, it shouldn't matter too much.
Brain Food Luncher is a really good item because it revives your HP and a significant amount of psychic points as well. So it's good to have on hand.
Yeah, had I had it on Ness when we died in the desert, it might have come in handy. But here we are, I didn't.
So it goes.
Yeah, I long ago stopped taking the backup cup of life noodles and the brain food lunch that are in the monkey cave in the bottom room with Talrama.
With Ness especially, if he keeps running out of space because he's your first party member and items will land on him first, it is a problem if he has a shortage of space. So a lot of safety items you end up cutting out for that reason.
So these enemies are pretty dangerous. A lot of times there's mooks, there's the woolly dudes, sometimes the Octobots, right? Or is it okay. Or is it the atomic bots here?
And Peen did it so expertly that we missed it, but she did guide along the very top of that little ridge, which eliminates spawns right below. It's just another one of those little movements you can do to despawn enemies.
And the internal clock is ticking. Talk amongst yourselves.
We've got our wonderful favorite lake monster once again.
Second round with Tessie!
Woo!
Just such a helpful little dino. You think it's a dinosaur? Or maybe like a plesiosaur.
Right. Now,
I mean, we don't know what it looks like at the bottom.
Something we didn't talk about when we saw Bubble Monkey earlier, but it came to light in that release that we were talking, the leak release that we were talking about of extra data info, that Bubble Monkey was originally sort of supposed to be lagging behind and looking for apples.
Yeah, like apples and bananas. On the floor, right? Like on the ground of Winters?
Yep, exactly. But they changed it to just wandering around and then catching back up.
Yeah, I guess because they're like, why would there be apples and bananas in the Arctic tundra? But why not?
So actually, a couple of spawn skips I'll be doing once I get off this big purple dinosaur. One is I'm immediately going to be walking diagonally, and that skips a 100% spawn plate. Which when you're here with just Jeff is where you would see a goat, which is also why I do the same diagonal movement with just him. Then the other one is going to be when I'm erasing this pencil, I'm going to be kind of riding the wall, and that's going to avoid another spawn plate below me. Weird boxy movement here.
I mess that up so frequently.
It's always fun when you get it.
It is.
This Winter's just England.
And since we
It has a Stonehenge.
Yeah.
Since we defeated the Sanctuary boss earlier, all of these enemies in the Sanctuary are running from us.
Yeah, but the bat sometimes didn't get the memo because he moves in such a weird, like, swoosh pattern that sometimes he'll walk into you anyway. Also, the enemies in here, since it's so narrow, can block your path when they move away from you.
Yeah, they've got those that swooshy movement. There it goes.
It looked like he was moving directly into me, even though this is going to be a green swirl.
Yeah.
Oh, I was wondering, I was like, are you going to hit that? Oh, but yeah.
I couldn't avoid that. It was just... It was clipping through a wall, which, sure, the enemies can clip through walls. I'm not allowed to.
Not in this category.
Not in this category. Like where that is, even if I'm teleporting. Okay, fine.
Oh, jeez. Lay out.
Fair.
Bear. Gotta pick up another key item here.
Which I sort of intentionally have Ness's inventory full here so that this lands on Paula.
We safety saving?
Nah.
Cool.
Because the thing is, dying here without a save isn't that much different. All it really means is you have to walk through that pawn cave again. But the bad thing is that you have to go through this cave again.
Yep.
That's the time loss. So I'm waiting at this entrance for a despawn. But it's an unlikely place for me to full party wipe. I very well might have a party member die and have to use a couple life noodles, but I'm unlikely to game over.
You do have a lot of skip sandwiches.
Yeah.
If and you wanted to use them in here.
That's the thing. The worst that would happen if I took a death here without a save is I would lose at most 2 skip sandwiches, which wouldn't affect the route much.
Yeah. But Peen's going to be looking for green swirls on these Starman enemies, which are typically pretty easy to get.
Yeah, if you're facing them from below or the side, and they're not in the middle of a teleport, you will green swirl them.
Yeah, they kind of phase around so that it helps you be able to get the green swirl.
Yeah, generally, unless it's a really heavy spawn plate, it's faster to despawn anyway, but that plate sure wasn't letting up. Finally did. The last room of this little set of purple hallways, I'm just going to be taking encounters all over the place and trying to green swirl them. This one, because I want that guy to join is why.
Yeah,
I want this mook out of the way.
Yeah, right. As we mentioned, the mooks will diamondize if they're gonna look at you wrong. We will not be doing a Sword of Kings grind. It's not in the speedrun. But if you wanted to, we'll let you know where you can get it once we get there. Because there is only one chance to get the Sword of Kings, and it is when the Stonehenge base is occupied. Because these enemies disappear forever once we defeat Starman Deluxe.
It's the only weapon that Pooh can equip, and in fact, Pooh is unique in that he has a unique set of items. The sword, the diadem, the bracer, and the cloak are kind of scattered throughout the game world. The Sword of Kings is a drop. Everything else is an item that you can pick up, right? The diadem? I'm not sure.
Yeah, everything else you pick up.
Okay.
I'm trying to lure that Starman up to me, and he would not do it. I liked up the wrong person.
Who also has a unique thing with his character where he doesn't like the taste of most foods. Brain food lunches are okay, and I think maybe Kraken soups and another item or two from Dalam specifically.
Rice Ghoul? Is it Rice Ghoul?
It might be.
Yeah. But yeah, if you feed him, say if you fed Pooh like a double burger, it would normally, give your other kids like a good chunk of HP. It'll only give Pooh 6 HP. And this is where you would encounter the Starman Super, as we are seeing. And Starman Super is who holds the Sword of Kings. So this is the area you would use. Most people go kind of to the right upstairs and try and spawn the Starman Supers there to get the Sword of Kings. But it's not necessary.
It would also be very annoying for me to try to get it because actually taking that thing out would be difficult because he, I believe, has a psychic shield and we have no offensive equipment.
Right.
Normally we're just running away from that thing. I don't like where those Starmen are. I just try to...
Oh.
There we go. I don't think we were getting past those with iframes.
No. That would have been...
This is Stonehenge base, yes.
Nope. Hey, that worked out. You just had to say nope to the enemy.
Just like when you run, you have to say and did, or else it will not happen.
And Pebble is correct. You can also spy enemies in battle to see if they have an item behind them. So you can find the Sword of Kings that way, along with other rare item drops from enemies.
That is true. Although if you're relying on green swirling the Starman to be able to run away from it, you've sort of squandered that chance by spending a turn using Spy.
Which may or may not have the item.
Yeah, because you only have the guaranteed first turn run. was unfortunate. Not usually that bad of a spot. Usually if you keep a very high path here, you won't get too many spawns. Be sure of getting spawns. And that wasn't too bad.
There we go.
I'm thinking a good time for the break here is when I grab the Shyness book, which is right after this section. It is very possible for Jeff to not one-shot that enemy, and it's very annoying when it happens.
Yeah, but usually it takes it out.
Yeah, usually.
One shot.
And thankfully the game does not let you exit mouse out of here without getting the necessary story trigger. It says something about, like, for some reason the exit mouse can't be used right now because you haven't talked to the right NPC yet.
Really? I've never found that out myself.
That's nice.
So a little bit of a failsafe for a speed run in case you just forget to talk to this guy. You can talk to either Apple Kid or Dr. Andonuts. Surprisingly, because Andonuts doesn't actually give you the information you need, but it still counts that as getting the trigger. And he has less text.
Yeah, shorter text. So we're gonna go get the Overcoming Shyness book in the Onnet Library. Because we only dipped in, but the Tinda Village, they're very shy.
We also typically grab a exit mouse here as well.
I grab it later for menu lag reasons because I don't actually need it yet.
Okay,
so I'm
my bad.
thinking 3, 2, 1, pause.
Cool. All right, so this will be maybe the last break of the run. Depends on if the chunk of the game is nice to peen or not.
If the pace continues like this, it would be.
Cool. So we're going to go to another quick break, everybody. Before we do that, I just want to make a couple quick announcements. One is that your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and Bitch Cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support games on Quick Hotfix. If you enjoy watching speedruns daily, consider subscribing to the channel. And if you're watching on YouTube, hi, be sure to press the like button on the video and subscribe to the channel. Also go to twitch.tv/gamesonquick to watch our shows live. And once again, if you're not already following Peen, Train, Ms. Des Games, and Attack Slug, definitely go do so. They're all wonderful. We'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ Hotfix for our Christmas special. We are now entering the final stretch of our EarthBound any % Glitchless Manipless speedrun, but it is not the end of the night. After the run concludes, we're going to do another EarthBound Boogey % race. Should be a lot of fun, so there's still more fun to be had. So don't be sad that there's only an hour left of this run. Peen, get us back into it.
All right, so 3, 2, 1, go. We grabbed a key item from this here library. Because there's a village of very funny people who are too shy to help us. And so we're going to give them the gift of literacy.
Socialization.
I'm having Paula use this because regardless of how many open inventory slots you have, the Shyness book gets swapped with the Tenderkraut we're about to get, which is an item we're not using in the run. So that goes on Paula.
You don't even have to use it at all, right? Like, even in casual, like, you don't have to use it. It's just to get into the village.
You don't have to, but it is. That little Tenda cage in Lost Underworld is useful casually for just the equipment you can buy there.
Yeah, and a full heal.
Yeah. It has a really good baseball bat and fry pan if you're into that. GDQ Hotfix. Am I sure? I think I'm sure.
Yeah!
And if you talk to this guy again, he gives you a bag of Dragonite, which is very useful later.
That's our second bag of Dragonite that we must obtain.
The bags of Dragonite we're going to use later for the boss fight in the Sea of Eden, which is Ness's Nightmare.
That, by the way, is one of the only unavoidable photo spots in this run. Another one is when you leave the mole cave. It's technically avoidable, but it wouldn't be fast. You would have to death warp out of the cave.
Ooh,
actually, I think the task does it. So there might be a way to do it fast, but not in an RTA setting.
Yeah, the talking rock in the world does tell you where the sanctuaries are. Also, you have to talk to that rock that Peen just talked to be able to get into Lumine Hall, which is where we are right now.
Yeah, he bothers you if you try to...
Yeah, it says, hey, talk to me.
You try to leave the room without talking to him.
This area coming up is what we call the Horseshoe, and it is a treacherous area.
Those sparkling light enemies are super duper dangerous. They're soul-conducting spirits, I believe. And they can flash beta. And like we were talking about earlier, flash beta is super duper dangerous because it can just drop your kids. Do not scroll to 0. You are just done.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Something we haven't explained because we haven't run into any of these. Well, I guess we did take that one tree fight. But there are enemies in EarthBound that upon defeat, they will explode. They will explode into pieces. And it will typically cause mortal damage, but since it's at the end of the fight, you pretty much almost always make it out of it unless your kids were at like a really low HP. But they're still just like not very fun enemies to fight at all.
These spawns are really obnoxious, by the way.
And yeah, and this is the Horseshoe that we were talking about, where it can be spawn heavy.
And then
even if I thought it would be faster to just take that fight and brute force through, they're super deadly and I don't want to.
Yeah. Yeah, trees, orbs.
But the fobbies in this next room I might fight if they're just in the way. Popping a skip sandwich here for iframe reasons and because it might enable me to green swirl. Oh, there's just no fobbies? Okay, cool.
What?
Nice! And we're getting the rabbit's foot, which is a wonderful item.
Yeah, if you drop this item by mistake, and the game will let you, in a speedrun setting, it's kind of over. Because you need this.
Sad time.
You need this for bottle rocket damage. It gives you, I believe, 80 extra speed, which is what's going to enable us to one-shot a lot of enemies with multi-bottle rockets, or two-shot in this case. This one takes 2.
Yep, as mentioned earlier, the speed stat is tied to checks on whether or not bottle rockets hit. That one hit really good. A multi-bottle rocket is 20 normal bottle rockets fired at once, and they roll an average of about 100 on a good hit. So 2,600 was wild.
An enemy starts with a psychic shield, so bottle rockets are the best way to take him out anyway. He can remove his own shield by using a neutralizer, but that doesn't happen often.
You can also use thunder to remove a shield, but thunder is not very accurate in this game.
No.
Nope.
If it's 4 or more enemies, it's guaranteed to hit.
Someone. But it's a random attack. You don't have any control over which enemy it hits.
Now, Peen, do you just go straight to Fire Springs once you get into Underworld, or do you teleport out and go do Foresight?
I teleport out, but it's to grab the exit mouse because I didn't grab it in Onet when I grabbed the Shyness book. I grab it here instead.
And then you go back and do Fire Springs?
Yeah.
Tolmar dropping formulas.
So the reason you would want to teleport regardless when you drop down this hole into Lost Underworld is it's the fastest way to get to the part of the Lost Underworld you want to get to compared to where you drop down the hole. So you'd want to teleport regardless, so I use this as a chance to detour for an exit mouse. Some runners grab it earlier than this, but what I like about grabbing it here is it's less menu lag. You don't have the exit mouse in your inventory for as long. Little optimization.
Yeah,
It
and
also
some runners go a different route from here as well.
Yeah, so a lot of routes diverge from this point. A lot of the sanctuaries are kind of runner's preference. There's not really a huge advantage in which order you do them in. There's no objective correct way to do the sanctuaries from this point on.
Right.
But because I'm going to Oned, I'm also going to save for two reasons. One is in case I die in Fire Spring. The other is there's a very slight chance, and Lord knows if it'll happen anywhere, it'll happen at GDQ. So when you teleport into Lost Underworld, what can happen is you teleport into an enemy, and then the enemy, as you're teleporting on screen, ends up so far off screen that it's like despawned, and you're fighting like a null pointer, and the game just gets confused and crashes, and you get like a really glitchy battle screen. There's a chance, a very slim chance. It's happened to me exactly once in the 3 years I've been running this game. So that's also what that save is for.
Sometimes once something like that happens one time, since then you're just like, oh God, what if it happens again? And you try and take like measures to help it not happen.
I think about it every single run, especially when I'm on PB pace.
Mm-hmm.
Because during a PB attempt, it would invalidate the run because I can't hard reset, and that's the only way out of it at that point. Fine. We didn't crash the game. Ooh, I teleported into an enemy, though. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Again? Green swirl? I don't know.
Here, we get out of the predicament.
There's some gifts in the underworld, but kind of like deep darkness, and also we'll see in the sewers when we get there, your party walks quite slow. But the C pendant is very important, as it's one of the best pendants in the game.
And for the final boss in particular, that is what will enable us to not die.
Yep.
Because Gygus has a rather deadly flash attack that will potentially just one-shot you.
Yep. So the C Pennant will give Paula the ability to be just kind of our super tanky character for the final boss. It gives a really high percent chance to resist freeze attacks, which Gygus uses, and protects her from those flash attacks. And with the Franklin badge earlier, it'll reflect any of the lightning attacks that Gygus uses.
Yeah, but the only thing the
Pretty
C
much
pendant
makes her
doesn't protect
invincible.
against is paralysis. And there's one enemy in this dungeon that might be a problem with. It should be okay.
This is the Cloak of Kings up here. You grab that for speed and some added stats.
Yeah, so this is going to boost my run chance even more because I want the Rabbit's Foot to stay on Jeff for bottle rocket damage. The Cloak of Kings also boosts speed. So that'll help my run chance. And that's part of why I do Fire Spring as early as I do, because again, a lot of these sanctuaries at this point are kind of preference on when you do them, but if I do Fire Spring now, I can grab that cloak, which gives me better run chance for the rest of these sanctuaries. Oh, thought he was coming.
Oh Lord, here comes the Chompasaur.
Wait for about 3 seconds at this rope, and that should despawn an enemy off screen here. And there's not too much I can do about some of these enemy spawns. I don't want to mess with that. There's an 80% spawn in this cave. Sometimes, if it's moving away from you and you eat a skip sandwich, you can green swirl it. I might try. A little scary. Okay, we got it.
Nice.
Oh, you got it. Nice.
Because it's a rather deadly enemy. But at the same time, you can spend 3 full minutes despawning in this cave because it's just so unlikely you get it empty.
And fun fact, the Major Psychic Psycho drops the Star Pendant, which is the ultimate pendant in the game and is only a drop.
This is at least
You
a
can
regular
spend
Psychic Psycho, so not as scary.
hours and hours and hours trying to get it.
Nice.
So
Hours.
one of them was moving away from me and the other wasn't. And unfortunately, we ran into the one that wasn't and was moving toward me, so that was not a green swirl. So that could have been spicy, but we got a first turn run, thankfully. Thanks perhaps in part to that Cloak of Kings. These are not letting us run, however. I was about to turn around and I was slightly too late.
No one should ever grind for the star pendant.
Oh,
That's
cool,
it.
we're possessed.
Just don't do it.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
a little ghost friend.
So the mini ghost is a really annoying feature because it will sometimes attack you for not a whole lot of damage, especially at this point in the game, but it will also sometimes just reach out and solidify a party member in the fight and skip their turn, and that's really something we don't want to see happen in the fight with the Sanctuary boss. A very small chance of us taking an AoE fire attack to get rid of the ghost, but it looks like we're just gonna kind of skip through the rest of these fights on the way
So
to
I
the
had a sigh of
Sanctuary
relief
boss.
on the enemy in that cave that we ran away from it first turn because we could not green swirl it. It was not positioned in a good way to do that. Okay, so what can end up happening in that fight is the flame pile does mortal damage to everyone but Paula because she's wearing the sea pendant, so she's protected. But then the Major Psychic Psycho can paralyze her, which I have no way of dealing with because she cannot heal that. So that would have been a bad situation.
It's
And it just solidified.
So yeah, this is where the ghost can become a problem. The ghost can solidify party members, which might mess this fight up a little bit. But so far it's solidified Paula, which is fine. He can do that all he wants. Depending on what Diamond Dog does here, that might be a problem. Of course he did.
oh no.
Oh boy. Excellent. Yeah, freeze.
No. Oh, I don't have healing.
Oh,
Why do
no.
I not have healing on Pooh?
Uh-oh.
Okay, I'm just gonna wait for Jeff to die and use a couple life noodles.
Because we didn't take any Fobby fights.
Oh, no, that and the bigger reason is that he was dead on Kraken.
Oh.
The ghost is gone, which is nice. What? Oh, did I get solidified? What happened there? Maybe the ghost is still there.
Yeah, the ghost
it is still
doesn't
there. I just
actually
don't see
clear.
I just don't see the sprite because Jeff's dead. That's why.
The ghost stays even after he dies?
Yes.
What?
And it keeps
Oh
solidifying
my
Paula,
gosh.
Oh,
the person holding the cup of life noodles.
So this is
There it
usually
is.
not what happens. But it is good to see ways to get around these situations when you find yourself in them. And we got through it. Yeah. Typically, all you have to do is use the multi-bottle rockets and heal Jeff the first 2 turns, and then the third one takes care of it. But our little ghost friend was not being very kind.
Yeah, so normally Pooh has healing gamma by this point, which would enable him to revive people and cure statuses, but because he was dead on the Kraken fight and we didn't take many encounters in Lumine Hall, he doesn't. So that's a little odd.
Yeah, usually that last room in Lumine Hall that has the shining spot, you'll get packs of the Fobbies there. And they give lots of experience.
Yeah, it is possible for the ghost to actually die during a fight, but it's usually if you get hit with like an AoE fire attack,
Yeah.
which is not what happened there.
I've seen mini ghosts stick around on the mini barf fight in Threed Tunnel, so this wasn't too surprising to me, but super annoying with how often that mini ghost wanted to solidify Paula.
Orb.
Ego orb. Super danger.
Orb.
Ghost was a giant annoyance in that fight,
Yeah.
but it's gone now. Oh, thank you.
The butterfly was like, hey, 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 hey.
It's gonna happen a few more times where I just go to Onette for an exit mouse and teleport back out.
The exit mice are super duper handy and do literally save minutes in the run. I have forgotten an exit mouse for this particular sanctuary, and it's about a 2-minute time loss to walk back out without an exit mouse.
Yeah, because it's in the sewers you sludge through as well. It's the slow walking movement, and since you're indoors, you can't teleport through.
There's a photo trigger up near that dinosaur foot there. But you really have to make an effort to walk up that high.
Aren't there 2 photo triggers in this room?
There's only
Not in
one.
this room.
Okay.
There's one outside the museum after the sanctuary, but...
Right. And there's also one on the Forside Bridge.
Yes.
Yeah. I got that one time, like, out of nowhere, and I had no idea it was there, and I was like, what is happening? I thought my game it's like soft lock.
There's also the weird one next to the Monotoli building.
Yeah, like behind it, and the one in the department store.
Yes.
Forsyth department store. There are photo percent runs of this game that you can do.
To collect all of the photos. What are there, 26?
I believe you.
Sounds about right.
Ow, don't trust
Anyway.
me.
Anyway, talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. Ego orb, neither ego nor orb. Discuss.
It's a big old egg yolk. It's a boiled egg yolk. That's what I think. With a face. What do you think it is, Des?
Death incarnate? The ego
There's
orbs are
32
just
photos.
fast. 32, I'm so wrong.
It's just a big weird orb with a face. And the face is like seemingly kind of friendly looking, you know?
It looks
Or maybe
friendly,
it's
but
like,
it's so
it kind of has
fast.
like a bit of it has nice cheekbones. I'll give it that. You know? Like, is Ego Orb doing some contouring? We don't know. Ego, like, you know, like your ego. Egotistical. And this is Venus. I love this song. I love this swanky little song. I feel like it's another underrated song in the game.
So, Slug, do we think that this is the same person that's in the museum? Or is this a different person? Looks like the same guy, right?
That's Mr. Spoon for sure. And plus he's like a super fan who's being a creep and wants her name on anything, a piece of toilet paper, an eraser. He takes it on a banana peel. Yeah, it's totally him. And he gets escorted by security. Don't be Mr. Spoon.
Don't be Mr. Spoon.
Do not. I love her little sparkles though.
All right, were the two of you talking trash about me while I was gone?
Unless you're in the Forside Museum and know that there's a weird rat underneath it, then no.
Oh no, in the words of Shaggy, it wasn't me.
I didn't do it.
Thankfully, if you were to somehow leave this theater and forget to grab this key item, you don't have to watch the show again. Ask me how I know.
That's nice. Right, the sparkles, 100% goals, I agree. Wouldn't it be cool if you could just like move around and sparkle? You could wear sequins. Maybe that's it. Maybe she has a sequin dress on.
There you go.
Yeah.
So we used to think that it was faster to not talk to this particular museum person, but it is in fact actually faster to talk to both the museum ladies. And I still remark on this, that this video game has shaped forever what I think museum access should cost. Because
Or
it's
free.
Yeah, $3 to $5 per. I also lived in a major metro area that would do free museum nights, like once a month kind of thing. So,
Ooh.
That's awesome.
yeah.
All the museums in St. Louis are free. I visited there, and I live in Dallas, and our art museum is free, but you have to pay for like special exhibits. But all the other ones, like, they cost money. But I agree. I think they should be very like minimal amounts. But also sometimes I don't mind paying for a museum if it's like supporting it, because I think museums are really cool.
That was a lot of spawns.
Yeah, a little bit.
It was actually the current world record holder in every category. Octopus Cal was the one who timed that and found that the faster to talk to that museum lady than to walk past her and have her interrupt you. She has more text that way if you talk to her, but because the animation of her walking across the desk takes so long, that ends up being slower.
Yeah, she'll like run around the desk and be like, tisk, tisk, tisk. Would you think you could just get in for free? But you end up having to pay anyway, so yeah, that makes sense.
Oop, that mouse. Good catch.
Yeah, you see the little ears popping up.
This dungeon in particular is super annoying because under this lip where we are, some enemies can spawn and just jump you.
And they can pincer you.
Yeah,
pretty
you can
easily.
get pincered as well, right? At least those trash cans have a pretty small aggro radius, so...
Not the worst encounters to take. Most things in this sewer you can just run away from. The only thing you can't is the roach. It has a very high speed stat, but it's still easy to either take out or paralyze.
Yeah, just use freeze on them. There are not a whole lot of enemies that are like strong against freeze. Or resistant, I should say.
Nice job on that stutter.
Oh, well, thank you.
We have the Plague Rat of Doom.
I'm not sure when Pooh is going to get Healing Gamma now. I'm expecting to see it on one of these sanctuaries. There it is.
Right there. We got it.
Okay. That might become a problem. If he never gets it.
Problem solved. There was the one time that I forgot to grab this present here, and that's a really bad time.
Yeah, that's probably a worse one than forgetting the exit mouse. Walking back through here, multiple times to grab this key.
Yeah, this little chest is the carrot key, which is how we get into another sanctuary spot, Pink Cloud.
I don't know why you would want to do this other than to prove that you can, but it's possible to skip the trigger for collecting that melody and grab the carrot key, and you never actually collect that melody. And what ends up happening is you just never go to Magickin at the end of the game, and you're just soft-locked. So if you want to soft-lock yourself, you can just keep a really wide path there.
That's silly. You can buy the house in this game. It costs $7,500. We do have another unofficial speedrun called Homeowner Percent.
And it is requisite for all photos because there's a photo trigger in the house.
That's right. And a magazine.
Yeah, to some extent, it doesn't matter which sanctuary you do last, but it does have to be what it considers to be a valid final sanctuary. And it knows that under normal circumstances, you cannot do that Magnet Hill one last.
Oh, that's interesting.
Because it doesn't want to have like a cutscene ready to go for when you return from Magicant in that spot.
Right, because having all the sanctuary spots is in your soundstone is what takes you to Magicant.
Yes. Not that. This is why I want as many speed boosting items as possible, is because I rely heavily on run chance for this spot. Don't want Paula dead, actually. Probably won't matter unless Jeff doesn't one-shot this boss.
Nice little green swirl.
There's no way I was gonna iframe all the way to this hole. Figured I'd go for that green swirl.
Oop.
Got that one, though.
Nice.
Woo! Nice.
That one moved up, so it wouldn't let me green swirl. Ow.
And did. And did.
Everybody's beating up on Jeff in this dungeon.
Do it.
And so this is a sanctuary where we don't actually exit mouse back out of. It's short enough that walking out is fine. The teleport outside of here is a super duper tight fit. I tend to line up on the little spot of rocks and then just like wiggle until I think it's right.
Yeah, if you're an absolute Chad, you could teleport Alpha out of this sanctuary, and it saves like a second or something.
I think it's like 2 or 3 seconds versus the teleport beta animation.
I like to think, for the sake of copium, that it's only a second. Because I don't do it.
But swag ports are the way.
Yeah. There is at least one high-level runner who gets on my case for not doing a teleport Alpha out of here.
Is it RGT?
It's RGT.
Nice.
But you would have to go, like, you would have to teleport to the right and then up and, like, never bonk into anything. Ugh. And you lag.
You can also just walk up to the larger area and do the teleport there. There's nothing wrong with that as well.
That is, you know, if you're starting out especially, that's probably the way you want to do it. Because even the teleport beta there is tricky because it's such a tight spot.
Very bonk prone, yeah.
Could be the last exit mouse I need. If you were doing the RNG manipulation variant of this run, you would have fought this boss early in the game, because it's much less painful to do this with RNG manip as far as avoiding the enemies in this dungeon. But in non-manip, it ends up being faster to teleport and walk all the way back through Peaceful Rest Valley just to fight this one mole.
Yep. And we'll just auto-fight him if we don't have an extra BBR. Did you end up with a BBR left over?
Did.
Nice.
Yeah, she had 2 and she sold one. She was
Right,
like-
I remember that now.
Yeah.
Wasn't actually trying to go through that door.
So since we cleared out the cultist in Happy Happy Village, there is a shortcut, which is this little bridge right here. So it's not as much time to get back there.
And
This is also probably the only part of the run where you use skip sandwiches just to move fast instead of to dodge past enemies. And it's really just because you have the inventory space, so why not?
And luckily, all of the enemies are going to be running from Peen Train. Some of the enemies, though, you can't always trust to actually stay out of the way, like Mr. Baddies in the cave, and some of those UFOs that she almost got by.
Yeah, same with the enemies on the way out of Pink Cloud. Another one that can just miss the memo that they're supposed to be avoiding you. Simply because of their movement pattern.
Yeah,
they swirl around so much.
The swooshy movement.
I put a... No, I didn't.
Hmm?
I thought I put a skip sandwich on Jeff. I said I was going to do that because of the brain food lunch, and then I didn't do it. Okay. I might try to only use 2 skip sandwiches in Magicant then. Had I realized that sooner, I wouldn't have eaten one just now. I'm used to filling up Pooh's entire inventory and Ness's entire inventory, and that's it. An example of why I didn't want to do too many inventory changes for safety, because it'll just confuse me. Because I want at least 3 skip sandwiches for Cape of the Past at the end of the game. Because we want to get as many iframes as possible to dodge past enemies.
Right, so one more sink to go.
Yeah. Back to Saturn Valley to go and collect the Milky Well. Goodness. Trillionage Sprout there. Normally a really dangerous enemy to fight if you take the game in sequence because, like I mentioned earlier, it can glare at you and diamondize one of the kids. And the mushrooms on the way there also make that fight extra dangerous. Because they can confuse your kids in the battles. There's also a photo trigger that Peen Train deftly avoided here on the way in.
I'm gonna bank on these avoiding me. They didn't. So these enemies, because of what your stats are at right now, because of where your stats are at right now, they have about a 50% chance to avoid you, and they didn't.
I feel like they psyched you out there for a second though.
Sure did.
Oh.
Ow.
So it is too risky to run away from these mushrooms, because if they mushroomize Jeff, I can't really deal with this Trillionage Sprout. So we're gonna take these out.
When we say sank, it's a shortened version of sanctuary. So Ness has sanctuary spots throughout the world that he is going to collect, and this is our final one. And you will see what happens.
Just nothing but fungi.
The mushroom didn't want anything until the mobile sprout picked the fight.
Yeah, so I'd be very annoyed on a PB attempt right now how many fights we had to take. Because you can just unnecessarily lose 45 seconds to a minute on the split from just luck.
DP doing some inventory movement to help out with Magicant.
That rabbit's
Please do not let me forget to save at this next one.
Oh, I would never. You have to have some. You want certain items in Ness's inventory because he will be going solo in this next area.
And that.
So there's a few things that we like to have, such as the bag of Dragonites, skip sandwiches, the rabbit's foot, the night pendant, and did I say skip sandwiches?
Mm-hmm.
Super bombs.
Yep.
So this is what happens once Ness has collected all of the sanctuary spots. Lovely song plays.
Yeah, this is definitely a spot I wouldn't save in a PB attempt, just because it would be too much time lost to be worth it if I take this death. But it's not really... It would be very difficult to continue the run if I did take a death and didn't have a save. So in a marathon setting, it's pretty important. Because I would lose some pretty important items, namely these bags of Dragonite.
Something I love to point out here that I didn't realize until a few years ago is that in this sequence, in this sort of dream sequence we're seeing, all of the text box you get at the sanctuary spots where it says Ness caught a whiff of whatever your favorite food was, or he saw a little red hat or something like that. You're going to be seeing all of these things happen in this sequence. And I just think it's really cool. You see the little dog. You see King as a puppy.
Alright, I'm cleaning schmutz off my glasses.
I understand. 1000%.
Slug, did you mention that this cutscene is the collection of all of the little things that we've seen at the sanctuaries?
Yeah, I was just talking about that.
Sorry, I spaced.
No, it's okay. I don't remember when I figured that out, but I think I was just doing a casual playthrough, and then I was like, wait a second. And then it all made sense to me. And I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'd never put that together.
Kind of emotional. Right, yeah. And now we're in Magicant.
Don't forget to save.
Ness's dream world, and this is a great place to safety save.
Yeah, especially for your first ever run.
Yeah.
Oh goodness, yes.
Because it's kind of a rip if you die to Ness's nightmare.
Yeah, and just if you've only done a few runs or you're just not super confident yet, I say I don't think there's anything wrong with doing safety saves along the way.
So I would normally pop a skip sandwich the minute I arrive in Magicant, but because I'm short one, I'm going to try to get to this bag of Dragonite without one. But there might be an enemy that's kind of tricky to avoid without it, but I'm going to hope it doesn't spawn. No, we're good. Now I should only have to use 2.
There's our third bag of Dragonite.
That was a tight spot.
Yeah.
Normally I'm trying to avoid these present enemies by just dodging around them. I kind of need that to work on this. 50% to paralyze this UFO. It has an enormous speed stat. I could try running. Even with the rabbit's foot. Oh, it worked. Okay.
Yeah, the loaded dice actually doesn't do any damage. It only calls for help.
One again was just in the way.
Yeah, and there's 2 different types of loaded dice, and each one calls for different enemies.
Well, I got 1 dodge.
1 dodge and a green?
Some bad RNG as far as overworld, because all the enemies are just in my way and not in a spot I can get around them.
Yeah, and we do grab the Magicant bat here because once we enter the Sea of Eden, there are Krakens.
Nice. Good green.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice green.
That present is a magic pudding, useful in runs where you are running a little short on extra psychic points. Our inventory's a little full for it, and we don't really need it. But could be useful if you maybe forgot the rabbit's foot. Needed to do a lot
If you forgot the rabbit's foot, you're probably going to have to paralyze nearly every enemy, and you'll run out of psychic points real quick. I really thought we had the iframes for that.
That was not cool, Red. No.
1 or 2 pixels, that was it.
Yeah. Because that weird dude in the front, they're all weird shapes, but the dude in the front is the carefree bomb, and he throws bombs, and he's not very cool, even though it looks kind of cool. So, not good.
And the Mr. Molecules start out not knowing how to use their psychic, but they just learned how to concentrate and can start successfully using psychic attacks. But we got away.
Got away. Oh, Dad!
Again, not normally where I'd expect to get that call, but we stopped time a couple of times.
So there are 3 Krakens in the Sea of Eden. They're pretty tricky to get past. Really nasty fights if we get into them. We're going to see Peen Train do some wiggling and hope for some good positioning. Easy on that first.
Yeah, so you can kind of abuse the giant hitbox on that Kraken sometimes. And get it stuck on things.
Mm-hmm.
Get over here.
Do you only equip the bat once you get into a fight, or?
Yeah, that's a strat I stole from Octopus Cow, the world record holder, which is I equip the battle in a fight if I actually need it. Because you can equip something from the goods menu mid-fight.
Right.
Because most runs I won't actually need the bat. It's just a safety item.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's a time save if you never actually equip it most runs.
Okay.
And my Dragonites are in weird spots because of this extra sandwich now. I have to be careful of that.
So typically we'll do 3 bags of Dragonite and 2 super bombs, and it should take care of the nightmare.
655 was nice and big, but that damage shield is a little scary.
Big rolls.
Nice.
Let's go.
So I bring a whopping 3 super bombs because that fight could have dragged on a lot longer. So in addition to the 3 bags of Dragonite, you might need a lot of explosive damage because Ness's Nightmare can life himself up, sometimes multiple times. And thankfully that never happened. All he did was put up a physical shield.
At the end of this sequence, there is going to be a flashing light warning.
Yes.
Look away if you so choose, or if you are susceptible to that.
Yeah, when they re-release this game on the SNES Classic and the Switch
Well,
Online...
we've got some levels to gain first.
Yeah.
We actualize all of the points of power that we've collected and get mad stat boosts and then a big level up sequence.
Yeah, in the SNES Classic and stuff, there's a blur filter they added to the emulation that sort of reduces some of these flashing effects.
Keen is
No
playing
way
on
we're
an
getting
OG
level 53.
cart. 52.
Oh, we got it. We have Healing Gamma.
53.
So that has to have been because Ness was the only one alive on Kraken.
On that Kraken fight, yeah.
Because I wouldn't normally
here
expect it
comes
because
that
we didn't
flashing
fight
light.
many Fobbies.
Yeah, and this is when the
If
flashing
you're
will begin.
photosensitive or you just don't like flashing lights, don't look at this.
It's worth noting in later releases of EarthBound that the flashing light sequences have been toned down a bit, in like the SNES Classic, and I believe the Switch releases as well.
Yeah, and it's just an automated thing in the emulation, which you can tell because if you were to hold the Turbo B button and just like open a menu rapidly, that would actually trigger the blur filter. So they didn't modify the ROM or anything, it's just a filter in the emulator, which is interesting.
Sorry, my volume went down for a second. If I talked over anybody, I apologize.
Welcome back.
You're fine.
That butterfly better not get in my way. It's gonna.
It's
I just
gonna.
know it.
Oh, it's gonna.
I have to teleport to the left of that thing right after this.
Just go up around.
I might just have to go to the right here.
Eureka! What a
You might also be
scientist thing
wondering-
to say.
You might also be wondering why one of the NPCs you would normally see here casually is missing. So normally you would see Gerardo from the Mole Cave in with all the other Saturn Valley NPCs here. And the reason you don't see him is because you never entered the Tenda cage in Lost Underworld. I don't know why that's the trigger for that.
Really?
I think the game assumes you're going to do that as like a plot progression thing. So it just puts one of the NPC triggers there. But not necessary for a speedrun, even in a glitchless run.
There's already an enemy? Okay. Who? Oh, Lord.
Yeah, this. Oh my.
We're
What?
taking a fight, aren't we?
Something's gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
I can't fit there.
No.
There are so many. This is insane.
I thought I could green swirl, because sometimes when you
Yeah.
come out of a teleport, it'll green.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know how we were getting away from this. Even if I tried to go back the way I came, I was just
No,
surrounded.
it was just, they were everywhere.
But we
Call to
re-equipped.
arms.
Oh, it stole one of my sandwiches,
No.
so we're
No.
doing Cave of the Past with 2 sandwiches anyway. Despite my efforts to save one.
Dang it.
Sheesh. Sheesh.
These greedy Octobots. What does a mechanical Octobot even need a skip sandwich for?
Just Octobot things.
They're just thieves.
Oh, jeez. So most of these spawns we're encountering are 8% spawns. There's a couple of 100% plates. One is up here. But most of these we're getting swarmed by are all 8%, and they're everywhere.
This is absolutely insane. I've never seen this many.
This is a very aggressive Darkonet. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Oh,
Oh,
nice.
oh. Who was turned around and it gave you a green?
Oh my lord.
This teleport strat might seem like it's taking some time, but it is saving us from getting into all of these encounters, which are really, really hard to get away from and super duper dangerous.
Yeah, these are very high level enemies. They can cast
Really?
Starstorm and all sorts of other nasty things. And we already saw a skip sandwich got stolen.
Good gravy.
Oh no.
This is upsetting.
This is genuinely
The
Wild.
game has said, you're on too good of a marathon pace. We need to bring you back down to earth.
And did.
and did in both respects. Oh, it gave me anxiety. Golly.
Our long Eagle Land nightmare is finally over.
Phew. Yeah. Someone said that looks like Piracy Shack failed amounts of monsters. I agree. So many.
So we do have a fairly good run chance on those enemies. We re-equipped the Rabbit's Foot on Ness, and at this point, because we gained a whole bunch of levels after defeating Ness's Nightmare, Ness has the beefiest stats, so he's the one you want to give a speed boost to for run chance. Have to sleep there as a plot trigger. Talk to this man again. His father of the year over here.
So you said you only have one sandwich for Cave of the Past?
I have 2.
2? Okay.
I don't actually know if it's the one on Ness or one of the ones on Pooh that got stolen. I'll find out.
Are you going to pick up that Horn of Life?
I am.
Yeah, since we used a couple life noodles.
Even on a PB attempt, and even if Ness has Healing Gamma, it's too worth it to grab this Horn of Life. Just because it gives you a guaranteed revive that might come in handy during the Gygas fight.
Yeah.
You don't have to rely on the 25% fail chance from a revive with Healing Gamma.
Does the Horn of Life do a full heal on revive, or is it another short heal?
It's a full heal.
It's full.
Okay.
And you do have to actually sleep to trigger the next part of the phase disorder to get in.
There's a lot of things that were sort of truncated in the randomizers for this game. A lot of the prayer sequences on Gygas are shorter.
Mm-hmm.
I need to not forget this save as well, because this is one where I could just be on autopilot and keep on running.
Yeah, so once we get to the Cave of the Past, the phase disorder is there, and it has two functions. One is to repair, so you can full heal your party, and the other is to communicate. And you can call your dad, and your dad's like, "You sound weird. Do you have a cold? Whatever." And then you can save, and it's a good safety save.
By the way, it's very good we didn't outright die in Darko Net, because it's a kind of a punishing place to take a death. You respawn at the Milky Well Sanctuary in Saturn Valley, and you can't teleport out of any of that. You have to walk all the way out back into Saturn Valley.
I didn't think about that. Alright, we are entering the Cave of the Past. We're in the final stretch. Be a shame if someone didn't save.
Or would.
Where's our sandwiches?
Let's find out. Okay, it was the one on Ness that got stolen. That should have been a green swirl. I disagree with this.
I agree.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Octobot. You didn't do it. Whoa, okay. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Another Octobot. Oh no.
Oh,
Okay.
whew. Just firing beams. We're fine.
Yeah, just trying to mortally damage Jeff. No big deal.
Yeah, although for this spot, everyone but Ness could take a death and it wouldn't really affect anything, because we can revive everyone before Gygas anyway, and Ness is the one we need for run chance. It'd be mildly annoying if Pooh dies just because he's holding a skip sandwich I'm going to eat, but it wouldn't cost much time to move it.
As you can see, we have 422 psychic points.
We've got some to spare.
Yeah, we'll be okay.
One might say an embarrassment of psychic points.
Oh no, Ness is asleep. Is that going to affect our run chance?
I was wondering that, because that doesn't usually happen, so I don't...
We've got
I
Pooh
don't
for
know.
backup run chance, though, and he's pretty beefy,
Yeah,
and
true.
he'll sometimes outspeed Gygas even. Although, maybe not this run. He was dead for a few bosses.
I'm never sure how much of a difference it makes for run chance when
Ew.
Pooh got paralyzed.
someone was dead on a boss fight. So I'm going to have to move a skip sandwich off him at some point now. I'm actually not going to eat one until the last room, because that's the more important area to have one for. There's not many spawn plates left in this room.
Now, an interesting thing
If
to...
I only have two, I'd rather use the first and third one.
A kind of interesting thing to call out is when kids are paralyzed or unconscious, the use option for items is gone and you automatically go to the give. And so speedrunners, we often get really used to where things are, and normally give is one down, but if a kid is unconscious or paralyzed, drop is one down, and that's
Yeah, that can
been a bad time.
It'll
can
throw
catch you off
off.
guard if you're
Yeah.
trying to menu fast, and some really bad things can happen. If you're accounting for it and you're aware of it, you can actually use that to your advantage just to save a cursor. But you have to not mess it up and be, have the presence of mind for it, which is not always an easy thing to do when the game is throwing a lot of stuff at you.
But a fun call out, especially with the fact that we typically juggle the rabbit's foot back over to Jeff. It's also a spot where you can accidentally drop it, which is really painful in this run at this point because we rely on the rabbit's foot to give Jeff a good enough chance to hit Pokey with multi-bottle rockets. Good golly. This fight. Oh my gosh.
Or you can just completely forget to equip the rabbit's foot.
Oh.
What?
Come on. There we go.
Yeesh.
Ay, ay,
I was trying to green scroll the one below me.
Oh no! Okay, well,
It should be the last fight we have to take at least.
yeah, this shouldn't be too bad.
And then we should be able to get to the door from here. If it will let me run.
And
Which it is
not.
1 Starman this time, so we can't get Starstormed again right after.
There we go. Whew! All right, here we go.
You know what? No, I want Ness to have that. I've changed my mind.
Okay, so just some menuing before we head into the fight.
That didn't be any different. What am I doing?
We've got to move that rabbit's foot back over to Jeff, like I was mentioning, and revive the party. Peen Train, with her meticulous inventory management, doesn't need to move super bombs around. There's one that's been hanging out on Pooh for a while. Right?
Yes, and in fact, I want to move this brain food bunch as well.
Okay, we should be good to go.
Little L check for good luck.
No problem here. Famous last words. Are you gonna try paralyze?
I might for marathon safety.
Okay.
My usual tactic for phase 1 is just to brute force with so much damage that Pokey doesn't have enough time to attack people. But what can go wrong is if... so Gygus has 3 and 4 chance to do a Rockin' Alpha here, in which case you're fine. If he does a Rockin' Beta, people will start dying before their moves can go off, and it's bad.
Just leave it at that. It's bad.
Oh,
536. Oh no.
Jeffrey.
And there's the Rockin' Beta.
Oh no.
Like,
Jeff didn't die, though.
6
We
points
should
of
be able to get through this.
6 points enough
Bring
damage
Paula back
to
after this phase. Okay, so Pokey's paralyzed, which is good. So he can't, like, attack Ness.
Yeah, because he can charge, and it's a lot of damage. But we do have
Oh,
our
the shield
psychic
went off
shields
before
up.
Paula died. I didn't notice
Yeah,
that. That
you
doesn't,
have your psychic shield up.
that doesn't normally happen. It only happened because both Jeff and Pooh outsped Gygus. So their turn had already happened, so Paula wasn't dead yet in the time it took for her shield to go off. I didn't even notice that.
We do have
I
a
was
fun
so-
fact in chat. Brain Shock works in the first phase of Gygus. That is true.
Is true. I have 2 revive items on Ness right now. I can use one of them to bring Paula back. And then from this point on, I need her.
So phase 2, Gygus has about, 2,000 HP?
2,000, yes. Hoping the Star Storm happens.
Omega. Oh, there it goes. A really cool animation.
So Pooh does so much damage in this phase that I'm actually going to bring him back just to do one Star Storm, which we can now guaranteed. Oh, unless I menu wrong because Jeff's dead. So Gygas was solidified, so I had a guaranteed chance for this to go off. Okay, we're good. He didn't use like a flash kill or something. Please defend. And we win. So, phase 3, you're essentially invincible if Paula has both the C pendant and the Franklin badge. So the only way we could lose this fight, and I hesitate to say this out loud at a GDQ, but Gygas has an AoE freeze attack, and it has a solidify chance. And it would do about 9 or 10 damage each time on Paula with her C pendant. So if he did it so many times and kept solidifying her, you would have to do it like 20 separate times.
I mean,
Then we could die.
I have seen you go into this third phase with like a kind of a low HP with Paula, but we should be totally fine here.
It was like 80 hit points I went into this phase with, and he did it so many times that Paula did in fact die.
Yeah,
I've had it happen.
Yeah.
But not with this many. This is twice as many.
Yeah, we should be completely safe.
But at this point, you kind of want everyone but Paula dead. It saves menuing and it saves text. In particular, every time Gygas does an AoE attack, it's less text if only one person is alive. But it's looking like we got a sub 410 for a marathon run, which I will say is something.
Wildly good.
Because it may not seem like much if you look at what a top runner's PB is, but I can't emphasize enough how many things can and will go wrong for a no reset in this game. That can just lose you mounds of time. In ways you cannot prevent no matter how skilled you are.
Right, look at your Diamond Dog fight. That one was rough. No pun intended, but...
Look at the Desert Walk with Dungeon Man.
The Desert Walk with Dungeon Man. The Darko Net Hill. My goodness. Yeah. So, I think all in all, this has been a fantastic run, Team Trader.
Yeah, if this isn't sub 410, it's very close, but I think it's a 409. I think this was a little too slow on like the reviving I had to do going in and stuff like that for this to be any lower than 409, but I think it's a 409 if I had to guess. And now we're just watching a whole lot of cutscenes.
Yeah, everyone's praying.
Trying not to mess up basic menuing. Which I still get caught up by sometimes just because there is so much menu lag in this game. It is very easy to have your inputs get eaten if you're trying to go fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you menu over too far and hit auto fight. I didn't mean to do that. Or run away, or one of those.
Yo.
Okay, that paralysis makes the menuing a little bit easier. Because then I can just keep mashing A and L after I do the prey.
See all our friends we made along the way. Sending us strength.
Been a heck of a run, though. We didn't die in Onet. We got a double frame perfect skip at one point.
You got all
Things have
3
gone
skips
well.
in Brick Road.
Yes.
And you went into Molke, or like the mines, pretty low level, and got through that too.
Yeah.
Even with the
There
snake
were a
that
lot of
jumped on you.
situations where...
With the snake.
Yeah. There were a lot of situations where party members could have died in that cave, and it would not have been my fault. We just have to rely on the safety save we had.
So we're at Frank Mom Darkness.
Was that
so,
Delam
yeah.
just now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then yeah. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. I start to pay attention when the mom prayer kicks in, because I know there's only a couple after that one. But otherwise, I zone out here. Finally. Guy gets doing his job.
I was gonna say, well,
So we're about a minute off of time.
Yeah, I'll call it out, but it'll be when the final prayer actually kicks in, not when I select it from the menu, but when the actual battle action happens.
Yep, Paula's card moving upwards is enough for the end of the game trigger to be the register. It doesn't even have to do the prayer in the text. Just, yeah.
Yeah, for Japanese runs, time isn't until the end screen. You have to sit through the entire credits sequence. Which is a lot to sit through, I'll admit.
I do like seeing all the characters, though.
This is Darkness.
It's the prayer after this one.
Bit rate crunching time. Let's go.
Yeah. It's gonna look
Yeah,
weird.
this is not, believe it or not Twitch's fault. Encoding does not like this sequence, video encoding. And time is coming up. Time.
GG.
GG.
Well done,
Thank
Keen
you.
Train. That was an awesome run. I'm very glad I was able to get you on for this, and on the best day of the year, I guess, to do it on Christmas Day. You've been running this game for how long now?
Since the Dust Bowl, I believe. Just over 3 years.
3 years? Jeez Louise. Yeah, I know. I started watching you when I started learning like Glitchless Manipless way back like 9 months ago, or no, a year and a half ago or so. So
Right.
I didn't realize you've been running that long too. My gosh. But yeah, I just know you've been running this game forever. You're one of the biggest EarthBound Glitchless 90% fans out there. You know so much about the game, so I'm really glad we got to have you on for this. It was an awesome run.
Well, and thank you for showcasing this silly game. I can't emphasize enough to anyone who hasn't played this game, even if you feel like you've seen all that this game has to offer from watching this run, there is so much absurd NPC dialogue that is an appeal of this game casually that you didn't see in this run. So I recommend playing this game if you enjoyed this at all.
Yeah, that is definitely the biggest flaw of the speedruns, or you don't talk to enough NPCs, which is like the best part of the game. So yeah, if there's one thing you take away from this whole stream, it's you should definitely play EarthBound. And if you've already played it, you should just play it again because it's awesome. We do have more, by the way. We are going to do another EarthBound speedrun. We're going to do a Boogey % race, which we talked about a little bit earlier, but it's basically going to be a shorter race between Miss Des and Keen Train. But before we get into that, is there any other shout-outs y'all wanted to do?
Shout out EarthBound Super Series. That's where you can catch all of our tournaments and fun runs and things like that. So
Yeah, there's
definitely
a
follow
link
that.
to the EarthBound Speedrun Discord on SRC. I think it's been posted in GDQ chat at one point. But if you're interested in the run, you could join that.
And the Discord. There's tons of great people in the Discord who are more than willing to give you advice or show you where to go for guides to learn the runs, etc. And just pretty much everyone in the Earthbound community is really awesome and super helpful and kind. So it's a great community to be a part of. So definitely feel free to join. It's very inclusive. We welcome everyone at all levels of the game, like gameplay. So don't hesitate to learn and give it a shot. And like everyone was saying, this game is so fun just to play casually. So if you haven't, you've been thinking about it, there's several ways to play it, and I say go for it.
Cool.
So we're gonna go take one more break just to get that race set up between Ms. Des Games and Peen Train. Should be a lot of fun. We'll talk more about what Boogey% is if you missed the explanation earlier when we get back from the break. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ Hotfix for our Christmas special, a very Earthbound Christmas. We are just finished an Earthbound 90% Glitchless Manipless run by Peen Train, and now we're getting into a bonus segment, Earthbound Boogey%. This is a race between Ms. Des Games and Peen Train. Boogey%, TLDR, is it's just a fraction of the Glitchless Manipless speedrun, between a fourth and a third of it. It starts at the normal beginning of the game, and then it ends after you defeat the Boogey Tent and get the Fly Honey item. So basically like the first hour of the speedrun. We're going to see a good chunk of what we saw earlier, but slightly different strats. I asked Peen Train how long she has been running Earthbound, so I should ask you the same, Ms. Des.
I have been running since April 2019. That was my first completed run.
Okay, and did you start with Boogey%? Or
No,
did you start
I did Glitchless right off the bat.
Okay. So I know you were playing. You did Boogey%. Probably not that long after, right? Because I definitely remember watching you do Boogey% around like 2019.
Mm-hmm.
And then Peen Train, same with you or different?
I bounced back and forth a bit. I think I was struggling to finish a glitchless run initially, and just did Boogey% for a bit.
Gotcha.
For the first couple months.
Cool. Yeah, I know. But my point that I'm trying to make here is that both these runners have been playing for a very long time and have done this category before. And they actually have very similar PBs right now, too. So I thought this would be an awesome race to show off. We're still joined by Attack Slug here on the commentary. And I think, are runners ready? Are you both ready?
I'm ready.
Cool. Then I think we're going to have Slug count us down.
All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
I have to say, I'm a little sad that I got bumped out of top 10 for Boogey.
Oh, no.
Hunter's recent race PB in the Earthbound Super Series bumped me out by about 15 seconds. So
Wasn't that like a 105 or something?
No, 103.14.
103? What? Well, there goes my bro. Ooh, never mind.
Yeah. Top 10 now starts at 103.40 with Hannibal Graham.
Hey.
So wait, what are both of your PBs right now in Boogey%?
I'm at a 103.14.
And 103... Oh, is it? 103.52, 55, something like that?
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think you have a different set of splits in front of you these days. So it's been a while since you've looked at your PB splits, just because you've like changed computers or something.
Yep. I've switched recently to streaming from a Mac instead of streaming from my Windows desktop. And I've been streaming from a hotel instead of my normal house. But now I'm in a rental house. Anyways.
During this intro stuff, it's probably a good time to talk about like what's different between a Boogey% run and a regular glitchless run.
Yeah, because you might just think this is glitchless with extra steps and less of it. But first of all, in a race setting, it makes things interesting. You might do different things if you know you have a lead over your opponent. You might play things riskier. But there's a few things you don't do simply because you're not doing the full glitchless run. You wouldn't buy some of the items in the Happy Village shop that don't come up until later. Things like that. You don't grab an exit mouse.
No
on the way out
exit
of an app.
mouse. What else is there? I feel like we've gone through this before. Those are the two main things I would say. I would say maybe even like you don't do shopping before Boogie Tent. You can, but you don't have to.
But I think the main thing is because it's a shorter run, there's more of an onus to have a really good Onet. Because it's like half the run here. So,
yes.
Yeah, if either of us take any kind of a death in this first section of 3 bosses, it's really bad, but it's not unrecoverable because there's just so much weird stuff, even in this shortened category, that can still go wrong to let the other person catch back up.
Yeah, we always say you never know with EarthBound. Even with this hill climb that's coming up, like if there is an encounter there, we've seen races in our most recent Boogie % tournament where a death or an encounter on the hill climb or a few like really is kind of what made the difference in the final time of who won. So even with 2 runners such as Dez and Peen, who are very skilled, you're going to be seeing those tiny things that are going to be making the difference on who wins.
You might wonder, by the way, why we bother grabbing and equipping the cracked bat in Ness's house, despite the fact that the speedrun never actually uses it. And that's because Pokey will not let you leave your own house if you don't at least pick it up, and then he bothers you with extra text if you don't equip it.
No, nothing has happened yet in terms of like RNG, but you both are like super synced up right now.
That's, you do this game enough, you start to get the movement down on which surfaces you can rub off and stuff like that.
It was funny too, because like during the hill climb, I would see one of you get stuck for a split second, and then the other one of you would like get stuck for a split second somewhere else, so it'd like even out immediately.
Oh gosh.
All right, so this is where the game begins, and we got spawns. Yep. We both get past them. Dez has a little bit of trouble with the crow there. Keen as well, but able to swoop around. We'll see if Dez can pull the snake down and stutter past it. The issue with stuttering past the snake is that sometimes almost, I think because of where it was, but if it was down a little further, you can stutter past that snake, and there's like almost always a spawn on the other side for some reason. But she got past it very well. It looks like a pretty clean hill climb for both. So
right, this is unfair. I shouldn't be allowed 2 good hill climbs in one day.
no big divergences so far.
The game is supposed to know when Boogie Percent is happening. You can't have clean hills.
Don't put that on anybody out there. I think sometimes when you're running Boogie, like especially in a race format, having a not so great hill can kind of like. It can feel kind of bad, especially because since this is a vanilla speedrun, in a race format, you can watch your opponent to see where they're at, versus like if we were doing a randomizer race, you obviously couldn't because you would know where things were, etc.
Yeah, this hill is actually one of the less costly places to take a death, but it's the most demotivating because it's right at the start.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You're just like, oh boy, here we go.
Very possible if you run into the wrong crow. They are very fast. You can't run away from the crows because they have a very high speed, and they will just peck your eyes out.
Yeah. I always say if you're going to take a fight on the hill, have it be one of the runaway dogs, because it's going to give you experience and you'll at least get life up at that point, but really you don't want to take any fights on the hill climb.
Yeah.
But both Dez and Peen had a pretty chill hill.
Dogs also have a
little bit ahead.
real small chance of dropping a bread roll.
Yeah,
it's actually different than the dog in Winters. It's a different enemy entirely, where the only difference is the chance of dropping a bread roll. So the one in Onet is 1 in 32, whereas the one in Winters is 50-50.
And EarthBound does things like that with the enemies. They also do it with the cave boys in Winters when you first go there with Jeff, versus when you go back. The cave boys are different. They look the same, but they're different. We'll see how the Starman fight goes. Starman Jr.
Again, not up to you as the player. How
Yeah,
fast this fight is.
Nothing you can do besides choosing auto fight and mashing. We got a 115. We're getting fire banners. What you want to see in the Starman fight really is either a freeze or an on guard. Peen is through.
Nice
And those are just
two-cycle.
because with the fire is text for every single person in the party.
What?
And there we go. Des gets through as well. So they're both very close still. I feel like the true divergence in Boogie runs are when you get to Giant Step. Although arcade can also be a factor.
Yeah, the man with 2 knives we're about to fight might have something to say about it.
Frank.
Even a really aggressive first pogo punk can set somebody back.
Oh, yeah. Especially if you had like maybe taken a fight on the hill, so your HP isn't at full value.
Yeah, 'cause
that can be something.
What's cool about the Frank fight is you can do everything right where you heal every single time you get hit, and you can still take a death that you can't prevent just because he either does a giant damage roll or he crits you. And you just put your head in your hands and you weep.
Oh, Lardna.
Lardna, please. It's Christmas.
Yeah, normal human name for this NPC.
Lardna Minch.
Actual name.
Delicious. And I feel like maybe sometimes people might think, oh, it's a vanilla like race speedrun, but these vanilla speedrun Boogie percent races can get really intense. I think there was a race we saw in our tournament just happened. It usually happens at the end of the year. Oh, run away from that dog.
Oh.
Stutter past that snake. Oh god. We like to call this the Onet Zoo. So we'll see if Des has the same issue. But there was a race in our last Boogie percent where someone had taken a fight in the graveyard and Paula had gotten a bunch of levels, and that was literally the deciding factor in who won the race. It was like almost like milliseconds apart. It was crazy. So these races can get very intense. Peen having a lot of issue in the zoo while Des moves through to get the Mr. Baseball cap that we will sell.
Just repeatedly
for
getting
money.
pincered.
Yeah, just take the fight. Just take it and go. At some point, you just have to say, well, here we go.
I got a cookie drop from that snake, though, which is 1 in 32.
Well, that's always cool. Are you gonna eat the cookie?
I sure am.
That was Pebble. Yeah, the race with D&J. Yeah, that was crazy.
But I like the cookie.
You know, there's a mother cookbook that some people on Fangamer made, and it has recipes from the game in it, and one of the first recipes is the cookie.
Nice.
And I've made them, and they're delicious.
Are they a
Does it also
chocolate
have
chip?
the...
Are they
Does it
chocolate
also
chip?
have... Oh, I did it again. Sorry.
Sorry.
It literally
Classic
sounded
online commentary moment.
It sounded exactly the same too. All right,
be over
Pete, your
here.
question.
Peen, take it away.
Did it also have the strawberry tofu, which is what the trout yogurt is in Mother 2?
No, it doesn't have strawberry tofu, but it does have trout yogurt.
Because there was a quote that sticks in my mind from Shigesato Itoi, the creator of this game, about how he ended up trying strawberry tofu after developing these games, and he said it had a profound, saddening flavor.
Yummy.
All right, so you will see that Peen and Des did the same thing, but Peen walked behind the hospital building right there, and that is a despawn for any sharks that would be to the left of the arcade here. Des is through her pogo fights. Will be coming up upon the Yes Man Jr. See how Peen does. Do the first one.
Actually gained an extra level from fighting that snake because fighting Starman Jr. puts you 1 EXP away from a level.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and was that a miss from Ness or from the Pogo? It was a Pogo. Okay. There's approaching Frank.
12, gosh.
Oh no. Okay, we got it. You'll also see our runners grab the bread roll that's on the hill. You'll see them grab it on the way back down. That is typically used within this area of the game where you might need a little bit of HP and you don't want to use up your psychic points. And you might wonder, why are they using life ups in the Frank fight? It's just faster and better.
Oh, gosh.
Until you have to use your burgers.
Yeah, you get a free heal by talking to Frank after this fight if you go into the arcade and then back out here. Whereas your burgers, you would have to buy them again, and that would take too long.
And it was a miss on Dez's side. She's gonna life up here. Came through with Frank. Right, and Dez is through. Frankie Steinmark fight is not... Oh, nice crit. It's not too scary. It always starts with a puff of steam, and it kind of cycles through that. And then the first hit will always be its low hit, and then the puff of steam, and then it has the option where it can punch you. So it can be a little scary, but typically it's pretty easy. This is the first big hurdle that runners have to get past in this speed run. You are seeing Peen going back inside and talking to Frank to get that free heal. And sometimes what we'll see, I don't know if we'll see it right now, and it's a fairly risky strat. But say maybe Peen felt like she was like super behind, she could skip burger shopping.
I ain't.
Yeah, you usually don't see it, but it is an option that runners can do. There are a couple of things when it comes to that stipulation, so to speak. You'll only go into the Titanic Ant fight with, I think, a total of 4 burgers. Because there is the burger in Giant Step, but if you have to use all your burgers in the Titanic Ant fight, you're going into cops with no burgers. So...
Yeah, so when your PB reaches a certain point, especially once you're below like a 105, you get to a point where you would have to skip this burger shopping sequence to PB, and that's when this run really becomes a slog to grind a PB for. Because there are numerous ways Titanic Ant can kill you if you're not at full HP at all times, that you can't do anything about if you're trying to conserve hamburgers, because you didn't buy a full inventory of them.
Yeah, the embarrassment of burgers, as Peen likes to say. So we'll see both of our runners fill up their inventory with hamburgers. And then we're heading to Giant Step, which is, I think I mentioned, can be one of the big divergences of the run that has been very close so far. And a lot of that will depend on RNG, where we'll see how our slug spawn luck plays out.
I will point out that I feel like Peen Train has really caught up some time. That Frankenstein fight was super duper fast.
Yeah, just crit the enemy twice. No big deal.
Yeah, just pray 9 times and win. That's what we always say.
Ooh.
But Des coming upon a pack of slugs. I think that was one, because you can see the little specks above. So if you fight these slugs one by one, there is a higher chance to get their rare drop, which is 1 in 128, which is a bomb.
Yeah, so it checks for rare drops once per encounter at the start of the fight. So it'll roll an enemy at random and then check if that enemy has the drop. Meaning, if you take 4 times as many encounters because you're fighting single slugs, that is 4 times the chances to get a bomb drop.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not, for example, if you fought 6 slugs versus 4, it's the same bomb drop chance because it checks once per fight. Which I think a lot of people don't realize if they've played this casually.
Yeah. So the strat here is Peen is trying to set up is getting that mouse stuck there on that ledge, and then this rock, you kind of walk past it back and forth, and you will feel lag once slugs appear. And I believe Peen explained why, but I'll explain it to you again. Is because once that mouse is stuck there, the spawn plate will only spawn slugs, and this is the only grind in our run that we do. So we want to be able to try and get those slugs to show up as quick as possible.
Yeah, provided the mouse actually came from the spawn plate near that wall, you couldn't like drag a mouse over from way the heck over to the left. Because then you'll still get other mice spawning in this spot.
Right, yeah. And sometimes you'll still even see a mouse spawn there. It's rare, but I've seen it. I have lost count of the slugs,
Cool.
but
I'm on pack 3.
Okay. All right, Des is on pack 3, so that's 12.
I'm on pack 3, but I got a 3-pack at one point that I need to make up for.
11.
Yeah, this will put me at around 12.
So we're looking for at least 22 to get to level 8, which gives us our first PSI rockin' move.
Oh my goodness.
Let's go. My people are out in force. He's taking this mouse fight. You can do that. There are lots of ways to get to level 8 that you'll see runners do. They'll take mice fights. I think we saw Octo just take a bunch of Antoid fights in the last Boogey tournament. And so, yeah, I mean, there's different ways to get to it. The most tried and true is to fight the slugs.
Nice.
And a nice 4-pack for Peen up there.
Yeah, I like to get one of my 4-packs on the second floor because otherwise they're just in my way on this floor. And I don't want to say, oh no, if I come across these. But sometimes they don't spawn, and I can lose a minute trying this strat, but not this time.
And also a 4-pack for Des right there. Very nice.
Yep, that leaves me just needing 2 to make my way to level 8. Because I was going for the 6-pack on floor 3, but like Peen Train said, I don't want to just run into a 4-pack and say, I don't want this.
Yeah, because the more enemies on screen, the harder it is to stutter step past them.
But
It
this
will
We might
create
have
so
to-
much lag.
We might have to go over again what stutter stepping is since that was a
oh
run
no,
ago.
there's an
Oh, and a
Antoid.
6-pack. Oh no. Oh gosh, an Antoid and a mouse. Oh, this is like.
No.
I'm scared. Oh, there's 2.
Yeah.
Oh no. So stutter stepping, I don't know the exact mathematics of it. Maybe someone else could say that. But what I do is I just hit the D-pad really fast. Just mash it, and you move, and the enemy doesn't move. So if the enemy doesn't move, you can squiggle your way past it, essentially.
Yeah, so some enemies' movement is based on when you move, and it happens that all of the enemies in this cave are some of those.
Scary. Fah.
Oh, and Des is taking a death here. Unfortunate. That was a really rough fight that Des just took. Without being at level 8, she didn't have a rock-in to take out all those enemies, so she will talk to Mom.
I was really not
And-
expecting that Antoid to be behind the mouse, and that's what got me. I was expecting
Right.
to take just the mouse. I wanted 2 fights to get to level 8, but I am now under the gun.
Yeah. So if you do take a death here, unfortunately, you will get a photo trigger right outside your house.
But in a race like this, it is certainly not over from a death in Onet. Many things can happen to your opponent.
Yep. But I still also have to pick up level 8 on the way through. I gotta make sure that I don't forget to pick up 2 more fights.
For example, I had 2 Antoids just on top of me coming out of a cave exit.
But you
That
got
could have been a
away.
lot
Yeah.
worse. You could have kept calling for help and not let me run away. And I had fairly low offense, so it wasn't really worth bashing them.
Yeah, that's the kind of issue I ran into with that Antoid fight too. Just low rolls on offense. And at level 7, you don't really have enough offense to guarantee a 1-hit.
Now, here's something we didn't see in our previous Titanic Ant fight. Titanic Ant can use Magnet, and that will drain psychic points away. So it can be a big problem.
For example, we just
as
lost a life
we're about
up.
to see. Yep. So you could be banking on a Rockin' or a life up, and Titanic Ant will magnet those psychic points away so that it does not work.
Yeah, this is going to go very differently than it did during the glitchless run.
Yeah, so Des will have to make her way back up to the top, and she needs to get to level 8 before we get there. And we did see, we saw Peen in that Antoid fight. You might be asking, why didn't Peen just use Rockin'? Is because you want to go to Titanic Ant with full psychic points, which will typically afford you 2 Rockins and a life up. So you don't want to waste any of those psychic points on anything else.
Yo. I'm upset.
Oh no.
I took a risk because I was running low on burgers, so I decided not to eat my last one yet. And
Des, did you get to level 8?
I did.
Ness missed was what happened there.
So this is what happens in Boogey % races, if anyone was wondering. This is where the excitement comes from.
This is what it's all about.
We
Des
are
is back
trading
in the
places
lead. Yeah.
as quick as that.
Yep.
So you can see why
Titanic Ant is rough.
You can see why I was so glad to not be dead on that Titanic Ant fight in the glitchless run.
Des taking a risky stutter there.
I failed
getting caught by those Antoids.
Get out of here, Antoid.
We got a nice crit. And another one. Probably wish those would have been used for Titanic Ant, but hey, you know what? We'll take it to get through, right? Peen is going to buy some more burgers here. We'll see how Dez's Titanic Ant goes.
Ow.
Pretty much always, you almost always start with Rockin'. That's to take out those 2 Antoids behind Titanic Ant. Because we mentioned all they do is life up these noises. Oh no! We have another death!
This is the EarthBound I know.
Boogey % is a short speedrun category for EarthBound where you play pretty much the first quarter of the game. You go through the towns until you get to Threed, and you fight the Boogey Tent and pick up the jar of fly honey. That is when the run ends. It's just a nice kind of shorter version of the full run. It gives you an idea of what it's like to speedrun EarthBound, and we are getting a very good idea of what it's like to speedrun EarthBound right now. It can be very painful, even with extremely skilled runners such as Peen and Des. So.
Oh, right. I'm so used to using a key to get into this door.
Saving grace
Des
here.
did the same thing.
I did not have to eat any hamburgers on that fight. I just got murdered when I got up there, so...
Yeah, so Ant will just take you out. It will do that. Titanic Ant can be a point of contention in this run, 100%.
That's a lot of lag.
That is so many spawns, Peen Train.
That is a lot of spawns, and Peen's just scooting on past. And so is Des. Oh, those slugs are catching. Oh my goodness. Yep, no. Now the second floor can also be very difficult to stutter because there also can be spawns above, and it counts it all, and so it can cause a lot of lag. But Peen is making her way up.
It's hard to stutter 8 spawns at once, okay?
Yeah, it's not easy. It's hard to stutter in general. Like, it's a difficult thing to learn. It will increase the value of your speed run and your gameplay, but it's not just like some super easy thing to do.
It's a rhythm that's hard to really explain.
Yeah. That's why I just mash really fast. I don't
Sorry.
understand the rhythm myself. I just go boop, 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 boop.
That's the thing. If you want the enemies to never move, simply mashing as fast as you can will not get you the result you want.
Usually works.
That's
48. Yikers.
Oh, well, this magnet. Okay, so we still have enough for one more rock end on
That's
Keen
better.
Train. But typically, when Ness is at around 50 HP, you'll see our runners healing using either burgers or maybe a life up. They have the psychic points left, but typically burgers, which is why you buy so many. And there is almost always a butterfly here where Dez is. If there's not one, you can just walk a little bit to the right and it will spawn. So that's kind of a nice little reprieve that the game gives us. Dez approaching Titanic Ant again while Peen is still fighting Titanic Ant.
Oof.
It's using hard bites attacks.
I would appreciate it if
God.
he wouldn't do that.
Okay, Magnet, we can deal with that. We don't have any psychic points. And we're gonna auto fight through this. Alright, let's see how Dez does. 60 something. Not terrible. Woo! And Peen is through. So if Dez
Had to use every single burger after buying a full inventory of them again, which, once again, is why I'm very amazed in any Titanic Ant fight where I don't have to use many burgers.
Oh god! So we saw Dez auto fight there. That was to queue up a life up no matter what, which will be faster than menuing it. So Dez, getting past that. We'll take the magnets. We'll heal. Keen has finished. Giant Step finally. It has not been kind.
Ah!
Dez getting a crit here. We're gonna have to heal a couple of times to get back to a level, an HP level that we're comfortable with.
Thank
And
goodness.
a nice crit to get through it. So
Big
Dez,
crit. Let's go.
yeah, Dez still not super far behind. Still, we still have the cops to go through. Peen, how many burgers do you have left after all that?
1. Had I
All
not
right,
died
so-
already, I would strongly consider going into cops with the 1 burger, but not after the cursed run I've been having so far.
Yeah, the way things are going. Yeah, so you usually, typically you want to get out of the Titanic Ant fight with about, at least 4 burgers, 4 or 5, to go into the cop gauntlet feeling fairly confident. So we will probably see some more burger purchasing here.
Nope.
Oh.
I've got 4.
All right, so Dez does have enough burgers, so this will definitely save her some time. She still has to get out of Giant Step and get down to the police station. So
I think
a
Pink
bit of a
Train's still
time
going to be
save
ahead of
here.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got like 20, 30 seconds on me.
That's okay. Yeah, Titanic Ant can and will crit you. He is a huge jerk, and we do not like him.
Yeah, so in both PB attempts and in races, I'm always much less afraid of this cop gauntlet than I am of Titanic Ant, because there's more you can do to adapt to it, if only because you have more HP by this point. So for example, if Captain Strong crits you when you're at full HP, even if your HP ticks all the way down, you have enough time to get a heal off. Just because you have more HP in the first place.
Yeah. I agree. I think you have to play the cop fight a little heady to kind of get around some of the things that can happen. But you also have essentially 30 psychic points to use on heals if you needed to get to strong. Maybe you save at least 10 points. Typically people want to save at least 20 psychic points when they get to strong to just rock in him twice and have it be done, but that's not the only way to get through the fight. And These cops will crushing chop you. These cops can also crit, and they can also drop burgers sometimes.
Oh,
Well, I don't know if we want to call that commentary curse or not. Sorry.
You know what you did.
I did. It was not me. It was someone else named Taxla.
oh,
Oh, that's why.
Oh no. So it's kind of in the same vein of the ant fight. When you're around 50, you're going to want to use 50 HP. You're going to want to use burger. Under that, you're going to want to use life up. It will fully heal.
nice.
Oh, we have low enough offense that crit is 1 HP away from taking this guy out. Oh, geez.
I'm just gonna have to life up here. Oh, and a very clutch life up. Alright, I believe, Peen, that was your last cop, and Dez is working on
Number 3.
third. Got through that one pretty quick. It is typically the safe strategy to heal as soon as you get into the strong fight. If you don't have like a fairly high amount of HP, just to be safe.
Yeah, strong will crit for like 64.
He will grapple and hold, and also crit. But he missed. Does eating that burger. Does with enough psychic points to throw some rockets
going for
here. She's going for it. This can be risky, but she gets through. All right. Very close now.
Because again, the devs decided, what if we give the main character of the game a powerful PSI move that can also just miss?
Yeah, it can miss. It can. It's true.
Which I have to wonder if that happened to someone playing this game casually when they first used Rockin', and then they thought, why would I use this again?
That was me with the yo-yos.
Yeah. There are weapons that have, such as yo-yos and slingshots, that can, that don't have 100% accuracy, which I don't think anything has 100% accuracy, right?
In life, no.
Freeze. In life, no.
But yeah, no, the slingshots and the yo-yos are much more likely to miss, but they do have higher stats to kind of make up for it, and they can be a little misleading. I haven't said this yet this stream, but anybody considering playing EarthBound casually, I would highly recommend picking up a PDF copy of the game guide that came with the game.
Yeah, I believe when they released the SNES Classic, they put up a free and legal copy of it on Nintendo's website somewhere.
Yeah, there's actually all of the guides for the SNES Classic games on Nintendo's website.
But I say that because when this game was released in the US, it came with a giant magazine-sized game guide, kind of like a Brady's guide, on how to play and beat EarthBound. It had all the stats, a little bit of extra story blurbs about each of the locations. It was a treat.
Yeah. And it had scratch and sniff stickers cards that smelled horrible. Absolutely horrible. The only one that smelled good was like Bubble Monkey. I think it smelled like a banana.
This game stinks.
Yeah, they were so bad. And the whole marketing campaign was that the game basically stunk. Like, this game's stinky, which was very 90s humor, so to speak.
Was there another lead change, by the way, or am I getting a stream delay?
No.
Peen, you had the welcome committee in Tucson for like 2 times, and Des just walked through.
Yeah, I kept getting a load of antoids and mushrooms, which are conflicting enemy movement patterns, so I can't really do anything with that.
Right.
And then I tried to feed Applicate an ATM card here, so you took the lead again.
Oh, okay. Good to know.
He's like, I might be a stinky, starving kid, but I can't eat that.
That's plastic.
We'll wait till 2023, Apple Kid. But yeah, the game came in this huge box, and I think that was either intrigued you or it made you go, what? You know? So for me as a kid, it intrigued me, and I was like, I have to play this. This looks so cool.
Yeah, there were only a handful of really big box SNES games. Mario Paint was one of the other really big popular ones. I don't remember the others offhand in the US.
It's been said that that contributed to why the game didn't sell all that well in the West, because it was in such a giant box that a lot of stores didn't really have anywhere to put it, so it would just be stacked at the bottom of a shelf, hidden away somewhere.
Yeah, it was also a higher price point because it came with the guide.
Well, I imagine the cartridge was probably a little more pricey too, because it was like a 32 meg cart.
Right.
Yeah. Alright, so Peen has loaded the pencil eraser into memory, and Dez just did as well.
Yeah, I walked much further up than I needed to because I was talking.
So they're both gonna walk back into Tucson and talk to Apple Kid. He will give them the pencil eraser. Yeah, I've heard the tales of the Best Buy clearance EarthBound.
Are you for real?
$5. Yeah, that's crazy.
I was mad at the Sprout.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, this cave is it can be rough. It can be a time sink, really, just from having to despawn, because it's so narrow you can't get past the enemies, so you have to despawn them.
Even comparing the price of this game to what I got it for in 2019, because, you know, it was my favorite game. It seemed worth it at the time. I don't know about now, because it has doubled since then.
Yeah, I unlike all you cool kids, I did not play this game as a child. I did not know this game existed when I was a child. Basically, I didn't even know what this game was until I played Super Smash Bros., I think.
Yeah.
But I've only played it because it finally came out on the SNES Classic, and I had one of those. I was like, oh, I guess I'll play it. Yeah, it's on this. I'll finally play it. So I didn't play it until 2019 for the first time.
Yeah, I think it being available on, because I know it was available through the Wii Shop. I have a copy on my 3DS. And then the SNES Classic, I think, was one of the big, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, resurgences of the game, because people were actually able to play it. You know, maybe you didn't have a computer and couldn't play it any other way. So the SNES Classic was a great way to play it. So I think there was a big, rise in the gameplay once again.
Yeah, now everyone can just play it on their Switches.
Yeah, for sure.
It was definitely a where has this been all my life kind of game, because me in the 90s would have loved this, but I had no idea it existed.
Right? Exactly. Yeah, like I know if I played this as a child, it would have completely warped like all my comedic senses as a kid for like the next 10 years. So maybe it worked out that I didn't.
It was definitely a life-changing game for me. I just know that when I first played it, I fell in love the first time. I was just like, this game is the game for me, and I've just been obsessed ever since. And now we speedrun it like crazy people, Dez. Oh gosh. Oh.
That was the wrong thing, but it might save me.
It might. Just be crazy if it does.
Oh my gosh.
So Dez got hit with a UFO and a Sprout, unfortunately. Hopefully she can get through this. Peen having to despawn in this very common pincer area.
I was definitely getting a different UFO in the same spot there, because there's no way that was the same spawn.
Dude. Move this tree to her advantage. Those trees are rather slow. You can get past them.
Good crit there. These UFOs are a nightmare because of how high their speed is, so you kind of just have to fight through it.
Yeah.
Whee!
I think the glitchless guides for what, because the glitchless guide has what to do when you encounter pretty much every encounter in this game, and for the UFO, it just says you're probably going to die.
Yeah, because with the UFO speed, even like the Rockin' can miss because they're so fast. Someone mentioned Undertale being maybe a reason why people play Earthbound, because there are a lot of similarities, and Toby Fox is obviously a Earthbound fan. I also think, Etchy, you mentioned Smash Bros. Like, a lot of people, like, even the first one on N64 had Ness, and a lot of people were probably like, who is Ness? Who's this character from? So looking, kind of maybe like doing your own research and looking into that to see where it could be. Des outrunning a tree.
No big deal.
And Peen has made it to Happy Happy Village. Des not far behind, even with that UFO fight, because Peen did have to do quite a bit of despawning in that first area of PRV when you trying to get through.
Even with the shenanigans as this run has been, this is still really close between the two of us.
It really is, yeah.
It's exciting that one of us doesn't just have a giant lead and the lead has changed a few times. That makes for a good race.
Oh, you mean by like
shenanigans?
Skipping shopping or something?
Are you skipping shopping?
I have 110 HP.
Okay.
All right.
Let's go. And even though this is a green swirl for Peen, she will have to fight through this. It is a scripted fight. You cannot run away from scripted fights.
There's at least only one.
Yeah, it's at least only one. It did look like there might have been two. So Des has taken the lead once again. We are flip-flopping here.
My lead is very, shaky right now. Could die.
Tentative, yeah. So when you do enter this cave that Peen is going to and fro, you don't want to move at all, because unless, like what happened, sometimes those cultists can spawn right on top of you. But you don't want to buffer, move, or anything, because if you see one, they will aggro onto you and you'll just have to go right back out. Sometimes what happened to Peen happens.
There's also a fun soft lock that can happen. If you have an enemy directly on top of you coming out of that cave door, and then you die to the fight, you'll respawn in the Tucson department store, but your controller will not be responding to inputs.
Oh, yeah. That was on the SNES Classic, right? Because we ran into that. Or is that just in general?
It happens on SNES as well. I tried it. I tried to reproduce it, and I could.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because that happened in our tournament recently.
So we're not really sure why that happens, but...
yeah, and any death in Happy Happy Village is a very, very detrimental death to take. It is a huge time loss.
So I'm going to lose a little bit of my lead here because I got to go shopping for some eggs.
A nice egg in this trying time.
Mm-hmm.
There is an egg and banana stand. There's always money in the banana stand.
Well, I mean, I say shopping, but I'm paying $0 for these.
Yeah, so you can just steal from this stand. You will see a lot of folks do this. They'll get a couple of eggs, maybe a banana. The banana is typically used in the car painter fight, which you want to go into with want to come out of with the least amount of HP. So a banana is a pretty safe item to use.
The eggs are a little risky too, because if you dawdle in between picking up the eggs and going to fight car painter, they can hatch into chicks.
Yeah, and then chickens.
You're just carrying around livestock.
Pete is also utilizing the egg and banana stand, and now Des going into her second forced cultist fight.
Ow.
Ow. Right, we were able to bash our way through, so we are going to go into Carpainter with 20 psychic points, which is very nice. That'll allow us for either 2 rock-ins or maybe a life up if we need it. And this also can happen on Peen's side, where they can call for help.
This could just be the rest of your life.
It's terrible. Yeah, it is
Cultist
terrible
G.
because maybe the PSI, maybe the rockin' doesn't work. Oh Lord.
Be a real shame.
Real shame. Yeah, so hopefully Peen can get through. Oh boy. Oh. Okay. We still have items. We're not. This isn't. Oh, quit missing. I'm gonna use a croissant here. Des in her carpenter fight.
Okay.
You have to use your. Okay, Peen got through that. Very well done, Peen. That was scary. You have to use your rock-ends before Carpainter puts up his psychic shield, or it will just reflect it back.
Oh my gosh.
It'll disappear. And Mr. Carpainter can't use thunder today, apparently, because none of them are hitting. You are kind of banking on the Franklin badge reflecting that lightning.
A little bit. Nope.
But not today. So now Peen going into Carpainter as Des has been in this fight for a moment here. Carpainter will always use kind of the same pattern. It'll be like the crash, boom, bang, a psychic move, and then an attack.
I'm out of heals.
So you can, oh boy, you can kind of, wow. Literally it has have any hit?
No.
Oh my goodness.
That's it.
That's it, yeah. There was nothing that...
No. Sad.
Oh. Seriously, not one hit. So there was nothing Des could do at that point. Maybe, you don't really... That's kind of rare that happened. I'm so sorry.
I was very afraid of that exact situation because I was down yet another croissant because of that endless calling for help on those set of cultists. So RNG in this game, I tell you.
Yeah, the RNG, it can really put you in a spot that you literally can do nothing about. For all you're trying, it'll just say no, and the game will not let you through. EarthBound will do that. There was, none of those lightnings hit. How many was that, Des?
I did not count.
It was a lot. Yeah.
I think in my case, Ness was carrying the Carpainter fight because he crit him.
Okay.
Yeah, and I didn't have the bat, so that really kind of did not do me any favors.
Right.
True. That is true. Yeah, Des did skip shopping.
So I was only hitting for 15 instead of 40.
Yeah. And also, but I mean, also like I was saying, like a huge part of that fight is you are kind of banking.
Hugely banking.
Maybe one reflect, maybe one.
Would have been nice.
Just to be cool, just one. But we got 0
as a treat.
I don't think I've seen that. So that's a new one for me. I'm sorry it happened, but we have retrieved Paula on Peen's side. I've seen worse. Yeah.
This is nice, though, because we get to show off both this game cooperating and this game being a jerk, back to back.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Because the glitchless race, RNG was mostly fine.
It was very nice.
Couple of
nicely done.
A couple of spots where the brow was sweating, but nothing like this.
No, this does show the range of which EarthBound can be both kind and cruel. Yet we still keep coming back to it. It is just, I don't know. There's something about this game. Can't tear myself away. Have like 100 games in my backlog, but yet all I play is EarthBound.
All right, well,
don't know what it is.
That was the perfect death warp.
All right, wonderful death warp over there on Peen's side. Des juking and dodging through PRV to get back to Happy Village.
We're just gonna try this with more rockin'.
Okay, there you go. Are you gonna get anything from the egg and banana stand?
Nah.
All right, fair enough.
Janet, get out of the way.
I also like to play EarthBound on my 3DS.
I practiced on my 3DS before I started running Glitchless, like 7 or 8 times.
Nice.
Well, my 2DS XL. My not 3DS.
Right. I mean, mine might as well be that. I never use the 3D option. Makes me dizzy.
Mine is the super cool Pokemon one.
Ooh.
Yeah, looks like a Pokeball.
That's awesome. Peen in Tucson's kind of a bit of fetch questing, if you will, to get to the next part of the run.
Yeah, so ideally, you would have taken out enough money before the Death Warp that you would still have enough left on hand to revive Paula in this category. Unfortunately, I took a death in Onet, so that wasn't possible. Because I had to buy like 8 extra hamburgers. So we had to make another ATM trip there.
Oh, it didn't work. Hundo?
Okay. A hundro, nice. Can't with these lightnings. I can't.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Big crit.
Hey!
Oh, we finally got a reflect. Yay!
Yay.
Okay.
We got there.
All right. Phew.
Kyle, the NPC in front of the cultist HQ is just a speedrunner named Janet. Not canonically. She is not in the credits. She's not that cool.
She just gets in your way.
Tipping a photo trigger there.
Right, yep. So you will see people go up to the building and kind of guide along the edge. Because if you go down even a pixel, it can trigger a photo, and that is a time sink. Which we do not want in any of our runs or races, but they do happen. It's okay.
And talk amongst yourselves.
All right. So Des is going to be heading to pick up Paula. Des, what is your HP at?
35, I think. 38.
That's not bad. So it should be a pretty okay death warp. If the mole will cooperate.
Yeah, we'll see.
And Des will be dropping some items here to aid in our death warp. Usually you'll see runners, they'll drop the cheap bracelet, the hat, and the teddy bear. And then once Des gets to the mole, we will approach it and turn around really fast so that it red swirls us, so that it takes the first attack. And then you will see Des using the ATM card. She's going to do that instead of defending. So that if she were to defend, it would take, if the mole did damage, it would be half the damage. So we'll just go ahead and use that ATM card so that it kind of does nothing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and the mole has taken out Paula. Essentially, you want the mole to take out Ness first because Paula will only hit the mole for 1 HP, which will take it out of its like feeling strange. Des is at 4 HP, so she can just defend now, and so now we're just waiting for the mole to scratch with its claws.
Ugh. Gut save.
And sometimes you will gut save. Now the mole's just hitting itself.
Yeah, so there's a mechanic in this game where what it's supposed to do is that you have a chance to survive at 1 HP based on your gut stat. But from what I've heard, it's a little bugged and ends up actually being based on the enemy's gut stat. Which is why you have the same chance of gut saving with both Ness and Paula on that fight, despite the fact that they're many levels apart. You'll see it happen about as often on the two of them.
Yeah, and so Des has Death Ward back to Tucson. This is why you saw our runners make this save before they're traversing through the Peaceful Rest Valley and all the Happy Village, so that they can Death Warp back here, so they don't have to walk all the way back through. And we do have to revive Paula, or else her dad won't accept the fact that you brought him the ghost of his daughter. And now we can get through this tunnel because the Runaway 5 bus is nice and loud, and the ghost will not bother us. Right, so Des will also be doing a little bit of the Tucson cleanup.
I'm just riding a bus over here.
Peen's just riding a bus. Keen now in Threed. Just a couple of things we have to do here. Keen will hopeful pretty clear graveyard. This is really the only point of contention in Threed at this point. There is a little despawn she will do. Boop, right there.
Yeah, that prevents some flies from spawning up near these zombies. If you move like that, you skip the spawn trigger for them.
Yeah, and those flies do have that erratic swooshy movement, so they can be pretty scary. But a pretty nice and clean graveyard for Peen Train here. We will go down and follow this lady into the hotel.
This has been a really fun run up until the car painter thing. Now, I don't know that there's much of a chance that I can really reclaim the lead.
Well, I could die to the first protoplasm 5 different times.
I mean, I didn't want to try and curse you that hard.
It is EarthBound.
It is EarthBound.
I mean, we've been seeing some pretty gnarly things happen.
It's been wild.
Yeah. But that's why these races are so fun. These boogie races are fun.
They are. The race isn't over. Like, Bean Train could 1000% get to the boogie tent and get bodied.
Oh, yeah, we've seen it. It happens.
Jeff could have a big bottle rocket that rolls for like 110.
Yeah.
Which is monstrously low.
It's just depressingly low.
And then we just don't have enough offense to get through the fight at that point.
Yeah, but to mention it again, this is a great run to sort of give EarthBound's vanilla speedrunning a try to see if you like it. It's not difficult to learn. There's not a ton that you have to remember versus like, you know, a lot of stuff you have to remember where to go, what to do in the full run and menuing, etc. This is pretty mild compared to that. So if you are considering speedrunning EarthBound, this is a great one to start with.
As I said, easy to get into, difficult to master, just because at the top level you have to cut out every possible safety strat and just play like someone who has bad ideas.
Yeah. And if you just like to play EarthBound in general and maybe want kind of something a little bit different, we do have 2 different randomizers. We have Ancient Cave and PK Scramble. And you can find information on both of those in our EarthBound Super Series Discord. Both are super fun. Pretty different, really. Vastly different, honestly.
This is a slight diversion from Glitchless, which is I'm going to be dropping the broken spray can on Jeff because we don't need the money from selling it once it's repaired, and we would get extra text when Jeff sleeps by having it in his inventory.
Yeah, that can be. You will see runners do that as a bit of a time save. You will also see runners keep that broken spray can in case they need to sell it. It is worth 250 buckaroos, so it can also be advantageous to keep it in case something bad happens at Boogie Tent.
Well, but in the words of everyone's favorite Bobcat, what could possibly go wrong?
Are you talking about Bubsy?
I'm always talking about Bubsy.
1 or 2.
They're the same.
Here's a fun fact. Fun fact that a lot of people don't know about Peen Train is that she loves Bubsy. It's like her second favorite game. She asked me to play it all the time.
I thought we were clear on the no slander.
What could possibly go wrong? Peen Train is going to be buying a pack of bubble gum and getting the bubble monkey, and Dez is heading into Threed. The monkey has this fun mechanic where he trails behind. We mentioned this during the Glitchless run, and it was originally because he was supposed to be looking around for food, such as maybe apples or bananas.
I could not get a dog to spawn, so we can't get the extra safety HP for the next protoplasm fight. Which
Yeah, you will.
we didn't get to see in the glitchless run because I skipped it. We didn't get to see why that fight can be so deadly, and maybe we will here.
Yeah, the way this is going, I have a feeling we will. But you will see runners if they see a dog in that area. It can spawn. That's a lot of spawns for Dez here. We don't want to take those. It's going to cause lag. But you will see, like, if it's a gruff goat, you don't want to fight it. If it's a crow, you probably just want to avoid it. But if it's a dog, you will see runners take that fight because there is a 50% chance that it will drop a bread roll. Dez using the terrain to her advantage here in the graveyard to get past all those spawns. Doing a very good job at that. And we have Tessie once again
What is happening?
on our screens.
My controller is like just not working. That's cool.
That's no good.
Oh dear.
In the words of Sonic the Hedgehog, that's no good.
This happened earlier when I was practicing today, and so I'm not entirely surprised, but annoyed. I left all of my spare in storage.
I was gonna say, you have like a drawer of a million Super Famicom controllers.
Yeah.
That's okay. Mission accomplished. We can just death warp now.
Yes, so Dez can take this death here and it's not going to be any issue. She already got the zombie trigger, so the lady will be in front of the hotel. All she has to do is walk up there, and the fact that Paula is dead is also not an issue.
Yeah, this would be a lot worse in a full glitchless run because you would lose money from this, but since we no longer need money in the run at this point, and don't have much on hand in the first place, it's fine.
Yeah, so when Jeff meets the gang, Paula will be alive once again. So that death was not terrible for Dez. If it had happened before she got the zombie trigger, it would have been worse, but that's not what happened. So we're all right. You will see Peen walking along on this wall, that kind of diagonal movement that does despawn the gruff goat that is 100% there. And now let's see how this first proto fight goes.
Yeah.
Let's get the 1 in a million skip again.
Let's do it.
Double frame
Are you
perfect.
kidding me?
No way.
So once again, that skip not only relies on RNG from the monkey following you, but it is double frame perfect, and we just got it 2 runs in a row.
And a really easy duck skip as well.
Oh, this is
GG.
unfair.
Grief.
This is ridiculous.
My goodness.
Nice.
All right.
Oh,
well.
okay, robbed of that one though.
All right. That was
There's
close.
the monkey doing its thing.
Here we go.
So this guy does a third of my health every time he hits me, and he takes 3 hits to take out, which is why he's a deadly fight. He can also do something bad, which I don't want to say out loud yet, which is that he can call for help, but he
You
didn't
can
do
call
it.
for help. Yeah.
I didn't want to say it out loud because then I'm willing it into the universe.
I was gonna say it, and then I heard you say no. Zip. The lips went zip. Well,
Well, heck.
I don't know what to say about those skips once again. I feel like you were just being like sarcastic, Pete, when you're like,
I
let's
was.
do it again.
I wasn't
and
trying
then
to flex. I actually didn't think
Yeah.
I did it.
Ridiculous. My goodness. All right, this is the Pond Cave that you will see a lot of stuttering happening here. This is a place where you really want to nail the stutters. You can stutter past pretty much everything in this cave, except for if you run into a mushroom. You just want to despawn that. And Peen stuttering through that first room very well.
Oop, that's not a burger. Thank you,
Fast,
menu lag.
powerful rocket. Nothing in that first pod, so this is nice. Des doing the sort of 1-2 with Maxwell Labs. He's going to give us a bad key machine. Peen did get all 3 skips in her glitchless run, and
Only
if
2
Bubble
of them
Monkey
now, like a scrub.
Yeah, my goodness. If Bubble Monkey hadn't been just doodling around, it would have been 3 again.
Yeah, that is the fun
Right?
part about that dungeon, is the skips, for the most part, are not up to you.
Yeah.
Just don't say hi any to Cave Boys.
So you saw Peen kind of stall there on the rope for a second. That was to sort of draw that mushroom over so that she knew for sure it wasn't going to aggro above and onto her. Des will be obtaining Bubble Monkey here, talking to him from below, which is a little faster, a little bit of an optimization.
Gotta save those frames.
That's right. Peen will be talking to the deadbeat dad, Dr. Andonuts. Des with a safety dog here, as we like to call it. Hopefully she'll get a bread roll from this. If not, it's at least one level.
Hey,
And
roll.
we got it! Yay!
And a good level up. Max
Heck
stats.
Awesome. Peen in the Skyrunner will be heading back to Threed.
About 4 or 5 minutes left before Peen Train gets that fly honey if things go correctly. But she's not through it all yet. On the other side in Threed, there could be spawns just outside of the zombie prison. There could be spawns on the way to the Boogey tent. There could be zombie dogs right below the Boogey tent. Boogey tent itself could flash and confuse Jeff.
The bottle rocket could just
Miss.
not work very well.
Yeah.
It could miss. Yeah, there's a lot of things that could happen.
It'll be fine.
It'll be great.
It'll be fine.
Fabulous.
Good to see Tessie again.
But for having died to Titanic Ant, this is going okay.
Yeah, that just like extremely unruly car painter fight for Des was
Yeah,
the
that
real
was
setback for her.
another level of unfortunate RNG on her side.
Eh,
Yeah,
c'est la vie. That's
But
why
yeah,
we like this
that's-
game.
exactly. That's how it goes.
'Cause-
There's some. I see a Tessie in chat. Yay!
Because I will say, if you follow one person who has been involved in this, follow Miss Des Games. She's the coolest streamer on Twitch.
Oh,
My stream is full of snakes. It's, whatever.
I mostly play randos, so if you're interested in randos, you could follow me for those.
You follow her as well.
Big fan
It's
of
a fun
Ancient
time.
Cave.
Please follow all three of our lovely guests today because they have all been amazing for this very long Christmas Day special, and a lot of excellent gameplay as well. So definitely drop them all a follow. Again, if you're watching on Twitch, if you're watching live, you can just hover over all their names on the title and just drop a follow by clicking the little heart. If you're watching on YouTube, after the fact, you can just go check the description. You'll see links down there.
Certainly.
hype, hype, hype.
Right, so Peen will be heading down to the Boogie tent, and Des is in Brick Road. See how this protoplasm fight goes.
Oh.
Oh, and they have called for help.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear.
Mm-hmm.
There is a strat where you can defend and then run away, but I don't know if Des wants to mess with that. And that trash can does hold a teddy bear that you will see mini runners grab, just for a little bit of padding, so to speak, going into the boogie fight. Des does get through this proto fight. Very nice, Des. And the skip sandwich that we grabbed in the Happy Village Cultist HQ is used here to zoom on down.
It's mostly in case there's enemies in front of this tent.
There can be dogs. We saw a fly off to the left there.
Bubble monkey.
Oh no.
274 and Jeff is dead on Peen Train side.
This would have been fine if he had done more damage. But he sure
Yeah.
didn't.
Yeah.
I really
and
wasn't trying to curse you with this happening.
We did see Peen grab that extra bottle rocket, which is moot now because Jeff is dead. We can't bash this out. We could possibly pray. We have seen prayer strats to get rid of Boogey Tent, and Double Monkey once again has
Just enough.
thwarted
GG.
our GG's.
So
Thwarted the
Ness did not
skip.
miss with any of those rockins, which she sure could have.
Yeah, so Peen having to kind of scrape it out on that one, but well done, Peen Train, as always.
I was using freeze with Paula, despite the fact that the tent is freeze resistant, just for the chance that it would solidify him.
Yeah.
I did get a fresh egg from the duck, which will hatch into a chick and grow into a chicken.
Are you going to throw it at the tent?
Maybe.
Right, a Peen Train does have to obtain the fly
And
honey.
time is
that
coming
will
up on
be-
this text box, and time.
All right, GG's Peen. Des with a pretty chill first cave, or first room with Pond Cave.
Yeah, completely empty, no spawns at all.
Yeah. We can stutter past this, see what's on the other side.
Okay.
All right, Pete, you know what you have to do
Nothing.
now, right?
Oh, do I have to do the funny glitch?
Yes.
Do the funny thing, yeah.
You got to revive Jeff, I think. I don't know if it'll work with a downed party member.
I believe you. Why not?
Des with an amazing Pond Cave, though.
Oops.
Let's go, Des.
I ate the egg.
Use the egg. Whoops.
No.
The bread roll and the
That
egg
will
threw me.
never- Now we'll never have a chick or a chicken.
I know I've had issues trying to glitch with Paula dead.
My good, what a fantastic Pond Cave you had.
Yeah, well, I'll take what I can get.
Yeah, that was great.
So everything in Earthbound's map is just interconnected. If you were to do like one of the categories where you do like an out of bounds glitch, you end up walking from one area to another. Everything's just on like a connected grid. And so this area happens to be on the very edge of the map. And if you check this little corner here, sometimes some funny things can happen. So far, nothing interesting though. Turbo L here. But the fact that I'm getting a slight pause before it does a no problem here tells me I'm in the right spot. Kind of what Earthbound runners... There it is!
Oh, there it is.
This is what runners like to do at the end of a race, just for funsies. But the craziest thing that can happen is you can get the in-game debug menu to show up, which is not really localized. They kind of like Romanized the characters in it, but like it looks like gibberish.
We saw one in the tournament where one had a chance to save, and then they went back to like the start menu and they opened up the file and it was at that point. There's been some funny stuff. Des and the Skyrunner making her way back to Threed as well.
Someone asked if this can brick the cartridge permanently, which, not to my knowledge, the worst I've ever heard of it doing is messing up a save file.
Yeah, I've lost saves
Yeah.
before, but that's it.
It is a read-only cartridge, thankfully.
See how your boogie tent goes, Miss Des. We gotta fly around Threed a couple of times.
There is sort of a variant of any percent for this game, where you get to the end of the game via the game's debug menu, and it's similar to this. You go to a spot in the corner of Onet and, you know, check an out-of-bounds corner. You try to get the debug menu that way. But doing it that way involves 2 controllers and multiple frame perfect inputs. You know, normal things.
It's really hard. I've tried it for hours and have not gotten it once. And it's really frustrating too, because like if you try doing it too long, it just stops working after a certain point. You can't like even get it.
Right.
So you have to like restart every once in a while, and it's just super tedious.
All right, Jeff has joined the party. Let's go see what the Boogey Tent has in store. Yo. So as you can see, this is like, a fairly, short, it's a shortened run that you can try out, see how you like it.
Yeah, this is how I got started with EarthBound speedrunning. It's definitely a great introductory run. I definitely got way better at the Boogey % run when I started learning like any % glitchless, because I just played the game more, I think. But still very beginner friendly, super accessible. This was like my first turn-based RPG speedrun ever, and it was totally fine for me. So definitely recommend it if you're interested at all.
Oh, not a solidify. That's a pretty big hit. We got one more bottle rocket. And that'll
GG.
do it. Nicely done by Miss Des. GG's.
Very nice.
You got the shorter end of the RNG, but you pulled through.
Yeah, so this shows just what EarthBound can have in store.
We both had some very wild RNG through this. It really kind of, I feel, showcased what tends to go wrong in Boogey % speedruns. We saw most of the checkpoints do their thing.
Yeah, and what can go wrong in a glitchless run in general? So better to show it off here than in the full 4-hour run where we're stuck with this early game.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, your early game was so smooth in the glitchless run. It's kind of ridiculous compared to what we
Unreasonably
just saw
for a
in the last
marathon.
hour here.
Yeah, now you see where it's like kind of like more of what happens
Time.
normally.
Yeah.
GG, guys.
GG's to you both. Thank you both so much. And thank you, Taxlo, all three of you, for being here for this very special EarthBound Christmas. I had a wonderful time watching through these runs today. Again, everyone watching, if you enjoyed it at all, please definitely check out all 3 of our guests here on Twitch. Again, Peen Train, Miss Des Games, and Attack Slug. They are all wonderful, all Earthbounders. Do a lot of Earthbound stuff, both rando and speedruns, so definitely check them out. And the only other announcement I wanted to do for today is that I will actually be back tomorrow hosting a completely different flavor of RPG. We'll be doing Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy. We're going to do an 80% plus some DLC speedrun showcase stuff. That'll be 7 p.m. Eastern, followed by Time Capsule after that. And in general, I'm doing a bunch of other hotfix shows this week, a lot of other random fills. So definitely keep watching. If you saw the schedule between like the breaks and stuff, a lot of the stuff this week is going to randomly be me because of my fills. So definitely tune in for more hotfix stuff throughout the week. And again, thank you all so much. Any other shout outs y'all want to do?
Well, first of all, thank you for showcasing this game. If anyone is not following Etchy, the Pokemon speedrunner extraordinaire, do so.
I need to get back to Earthbounding. Watching this was like, man, this run's so fun. I got to do this again.
Thanks so much for having us, and thanks for showcasing how wonderful this game is, and us crazy people who love it and play it all the time.
And thank you, of course, to the entire EarthBound community, to the co-commentators I had for this run, Slug and Des. If you would like to join the EarthBound community, you can do so and learn this silly speed run. The Discord link is on SRC. It's a video game.
It sure does video game. Thank you, Etchy. Thank you, Peen Train. Thank you, Attack Slug. It's been a blast.
Yeah, I'm super glad that out of all the days I could have had EarthBound on, it was the most holiday festive time of the year. So thank you all for spending any part of your Christmas with us today. Happy holidays to everybody, and come back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern. Take care, everybody.